Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists, this is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
Just in moments ago, the 11 o'clock update is in, and it's a significant one, pointing to Hurricane Milton now at Category 4 strength, expected to reach Category 5 strength in the Gulf of Mexico, and the track has nudged slightly to the north. It is becoming more, of course, of a significant threat for the Tampa Bay area. We're live on Tracking the Tropics to break it down with meteorologist Eric Stone. JB here with you, kicking off an entire day's worth of coverage on Hurricane Milton. The 11 o'clock track is in. We're about to break it down. We are interactively here to answer your questions live. You can use hashtag HeyEric or hashtag HeyJB in the Facebook Live or YouTube Live comment section. But really, if you're here for the 11 o'clock track, the new forecast cone, it is in. Eric will send you over to the wall for the very latest, and this just dropped moments ago.
Yeah, that's right. And boy, you know, we went to bed last night, and this was a Category 1 storm. You wake up this morning, and now it's almost a Category 5. Boy, talk about rapid intensification. 155 miles per hour. It only has to go up 1 mile an hour to get to Cat 5 status, and it is expected to. Look at the pressure now, 933. This is a low one, definitely. And it's looking very, very impressive as it moves east and southeast. Is expected to become a Category 5 storm as early as 2 o'clock this afternoon at 165. But it's going to interact with a jet stream. The only saving grace is that at least this will be a little bit weaker as it does approach the Tampa Bay area and the west coast of Florida. In fact, it is expected to be a pretty strong Category 3, still a major hurricane as it hits Tampa Bay or somewhere along the west coast. The cone still pretty far north around Cedar Key and the southernmost point right around the Fort Myers area. But boy, we're right in the middle, and the track has nudged ever so slightly to the north, which again doesn't bode as well. If this track stays to our south, then we're not going to deal with the storm surge that it would if it stays to the north. So right now, it has got a beeline right for us here in Tampa. So again, what is steering this is part of the jet stream that is digging southward. Not only is this steering it, but it is going to create some wind shear as it moves toward the northeast. It's going to pick this storm up and take this right into the west coast of Florida, again, as a major hurricane. Looks like right now a Category 3. And then eventually out to sea. So the models, the average models, still pretty close to Tampa. The black are the average or consensus models. One of them is south into Manatee County. This was the original National Hurricane Center track, but now it's shifted a little bit further to the north to the other consensus models. Some of the models still take it closer to Fort Myers, and then a couple of the other models, GFS, one of them, take it a little bit further off to the north. So yet again, it does look like most models are from Tampa southward, but GFS is that outlier. And again, we'll continue to show you these evolutions of the forecast models. So both are now in agreement, pretty close to making at least a graze of the Yucatan by tomorrow. And then look at this, by Wednesday morning, again, not much difference but the European a little bit further to the south, just south of Tampa Bay, and the GFS, I would say Pasco or Hernando County, but both in agreement of landfall somewhere between 8 and 11 o'clock tomorrow evening. Of course, hurricane watches are in effect. I do expect those to become warnings as we get closer to that 36-hour period. By Thursday afternoon, everything pretty much all said and done. Now, this is our in-house model. It doesn't quite go out far enough to show where this makes landfall, but look at the last couple frames. It's moving more east-northeast. I think this, our graph model, is looking like a landfall around Sarasota or southern Manatee County. Right now, it only goes out till Thursday morning, but a much slower storm, too. So we'll have to see the timing, as this would depict more of a Thursday morning storm, while most models are Wednesday evening. Again, there's a lot of moving parts here, and the models are all trying to keep up with this. One worst case scenario right here in regards to storm surge. If this storm makes landfall from St. Pete Beach northward, then we are looking at all this water being pushed right into Tampa Bay, and this would be twice as bad as Helene at least, and even more so around Pinellas County. I would say even more than 8 to 12 feet, 14 to 15 maximum. But if it takes a southern route, which would spare us quite a lot of damage here in the Bay Area, it would pull the water out of Tampa Bay away from Pinellas County. Of course, the worst would be Sarasota and Manatee County, which still are going to be bad in scenario 1 or 2. But again, we are looking at one of these two scenarios as this storm is going to make landfall somewhere on the West Coast. Right now, the forecast is 8 to 12 feet. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a little bit higher. Even though we're looking at a Cat 3, we're still going to see about a Cat 4 storm surge because it takes a while for the momentum of those waves to subside a bit. So again, we are looking at significant life-threatening storm surge around the center and south of this storm as we head into Wednesday. Tropical storm force wind possible as early as Wednesday morning. So let's take a look at the timing. Look at this. It almost grazes the Yucatan, and then we start to see tropical storm force wind Wednesday morning into the afternoon. Hurricane force wind sometime late in the afternoon Wednesday into Wednesday evening. This does be downgraded to a 3, but still major hurricane. Don't let that fool you. At least it's weakening some. And a storm that's weakening as it makes landfall is less powerful than a storm that's strengthening. So again, that's the only saving grace. But right now it's looking like those strong hurricane force wind somewhere between 8, 9, 10, and 11 o'clock on Wednesday. By Thursday morning, those winds do get out of here. And by Thursday afternoon, the whole system is back into the Atlantic. So what I want to show you is the timing of the winds and the forecast models. Don't necessarily pay attention to the actual numbers because these numbers are going to appear low. These are a 3-hour point value. And in between those 3 hours, there's a lot of time for those winds to be much stronger, and that's what's going to happen. So the strongest wind in the European model, which again still takes this through Manatee County, which would be a better case scenario storm surge wise here in Tampa Bay and also in Pinellas County, we'll start to see those winds become really strong 8, 9, 10 o'clock on Wednesday. By Thursday morning, look where the European model has the hurricane now off the Space Coast to Cape Canaveral. On Thursday evening, things really wind down. As far as the GFS model, this one takes us a little bit closer to Pinellas and Pasco County. So you see those hurricane force wind between 8 and 11 o'clock would be the worst. And then once we get into the overnight hours and the storm exits to our northeast, Thursday, things start to subside. But take a look at the wind gusts. Now, the wind gust Wednesday morning is pretty close to tropical storm force. So if you're evacuating and you're told to evacuate, you do so, and you do it today or at the very latest tomorrow, because once Wednesday hits, the winds are really going to start to pick up. By early afternoon, we see tropical storm force wind, and then we start to see the 100-plus mile per hour wind gust, even with a hurricane offshore in Pinellas and Hillsborough County, somewhere between 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 o'clock. And again, you can see these are 3-hour point values, which means we're going to see wind gusts well above the values you're seeing here. So you see 107 in Tampa, 106 in Zephyr Hills, but I'm telling you, these wind gusts are going to be more like 125 to 135 as we've got a strong Cat 3 on the way. Thursday morning, tropical storm force wind gust, and then by Thursday afternoon into the evening, the gusts do subside a bit. But boy, what a strong storm on the way. As far as rain goes, the heaviest rain is going to be to the north of the storm. So if the GFS model does verify, unfortunately, we would get that storm surge right into Tampa Bay. We wouldn't get too much rain, about 2 to 4, maybe 5 inches or so. The European model, a little bit further to the south. Look at the yellow bullseye right here over Tampa Bay. 8 to 12 inches of rain, but you know what? I'd rather have the rain versus the storm surge any day. And of course, we are going to continue to monitor the wobble tracker to see if we see any deviation from where the eye and the forecast track are. So JB, boy, we had a doozy with Helene, and now we've got even more of a doozy with this one.
Meteorologist Eric Stone sitting down with us for a meteorologist Q&A that starts now, of course, on Tracking the Tropics. Real quick, as we talked about last night on our special Sunday night edition of Tracking the Tropics, the real-time WFLA.com wobble tracker will not be any more important than it is for this storm. The reason is because wobbles could make the difference between this storm pinpointing Tampa Bay and hitting Tampa Bay directly versus missing it to the north and hitting Pinellas or Pasco County, or missing it to the south, hitting Manatee into Sarasota counties. The wobble tracker is streaming 24 hours a day, all week long on WFLA.com. Just search for Milton WFLA Wobble Tracker in Google. We also have a link in the description on this video, or you can find it as well on the YouTube Live description if you're watching on YouTube Live. But we'll bring Eric back in here. Eric, can you bring the track back up? Because we have been talking about worst case scenario for just the entire region. And of course, Tampa has such a densely populated, focus on really just around Tampa Bay, South Tampa, really right there on the water, as you would expect. We have tons of waterfront property here in Tampa Bay. So when you look at this latest track and you see that the center of it, right down the pipe, I mean, really the center of the forecast cone is right through Tampa Bay. Eric, is this, I mean, if it does hold to this cone and goes down the center of this track, is this worst case scenario for Tampa Bay? Close.
Worst case scenario, JB, would be about 10 to 15 miles to the north. If this goes right through Tampa Bay and the eye is right into Tampa Bay, we're not going to have the extreme storm surge in the bay. But if this moves 10 to 15 miles to the north, JB, that southwest wind and westerly wind is just going to keep on blowing that water. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw upwards of 14 foot of storm surge.
You can use hashtag HeyEric or hashtag HeyJB to have your comment featured like this on Facebook Live or YouTube Live. Melanie asking that exact question. What's actually worse, the eye coming right over you or it being slightly north and getting hit with bigger storm surge?
Well, you know what? Obviously, if you're along the coast and the eye is slightly to the north of you, that's going to be the worst case scenario. But remember, when JB and I were streaming here during Hurricane Ian, remember Northport got nailed for 4 hours straight. And I know JB remembers that. They just kept getting hammered. You know why? Because they were not in the eye. They were barely off. So I think if you're just to the north of the eye, at least as far as rain and wind, you're going to see a more prolonged period of time. I'm not saying 4 hours because this is moving a lot faster than Ian, but if you're just to the north of the eye and you're not along the coast, that would be the worst case scenario. If you are along the coast, the worst case scenario would be if you're just south of the eye.
Let's continue to take our questions again using hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric. We have another way to be able to bring in questions and comments as well. I'll kind of talk more about that in just a moment. But first, let's continue on with the questions that we have coming in. This one from Nick, hashtag HeyJB. Show us the in-house model. Any possibility it could make landfall in Mexico? We'll answer the Mexico question, Nick, in just a moment. But there's a reason why I want to show our WFLA in-house model. And the reason is because the in-house model was extremely accurate during Helene. And Helene, of course, we had tremendous model consensus. We know that. But as far as pinpointing where that storm was headed, the in-house model had it pretty spot on. So, Eric, you had the in-house model that basically the model runs went up to a certain point and then it froze. Can we bring up that moment?
Yeah, definitely. And what I want to do is I want to show the evolution. Now, the one thing that I don't necessarily agree with this in-house model is the timing, because this is the only model that really delays landfall about 12 hours or so. So here is the in-house model as the storm starts to get stronger. And you can see it doesn't.
Now, no landfall in Mexico,
No,
right?
and I don't think it's going to make landfall. I like I said, I think it's going to graze Mexico. And then as you put this, as I continue this out, the jet stream picks the storm up. Now you see how the storm gets bigger in surface area. That's because it's interacting with the jet stream. So it's becoming what we call extratropical, but nowhere near really extratropical. And what happens is the wind field starts to get bigger, the storm starts to expand, and then it's not as powerful of a storm, but still we're looking at Category 3. So so right here it looks like, oh, look at this, JB. It's going pretty far north, and then all of a sudden it takes a turn to the east. See that right there? So like the last couple frames, it's actually heading toward the southern end of Manatee, from Siesta Key to Whitney Beach or so.
Eric, this is exactly why Wobble Tracker is going to. I want everyone to really hone in on this, because this is exactly why Wobble Tracker is going to be so crucial in the final hours before landfall. What basically our in-house model is showing us here is the potential for some last-minute wobbles to the east, right? Can you play this here again, Eric?
Correct.
Because if this wobbles to the east, look, it's really bad news for Sarasota, but it's not entering Tampa Bay, which is a worst-case scenario for a densely populated area like Tampa, correct?
So watch the center. See how it's moving almost due north. It's only moving slightly east of north, right?
Yep.
And then watch right there. See how it just takes a turn? And now it takes another turn. And so again, what I don't agree with this model is the timing. This model has a landfall sometime mid-morning to around lunchtime on Thursday, while all the other models are late at night on Wednesday. So something's got to give. One of these models obviously is not right, but this is so far off. This is a good 12 to 14 hours off timing-wise. So it's going to be interesting to see which one verifies. But I do think the slower model would more likely take this a little bit further south, and the faster models would take this closer to Tampa Bay. But
if you're in Tampa, this model, okay, you want it to wobble to the south. If you're in Sarasota, this is really bad. I mean, Sarasota County, Manatee County, even down towards Fort Myers, this is not good news for you if this in-house model proves to be somewhat accurate. But here's the thing with timing, right? You're talking about you don't agree with this being a Thursday morning event. If it were to be a Thursday morning event, you're talking about a slowdown, correct? You do not want this storm to. We want this storm to move as fast as possible and breeze over the peninsula as quickly as possible so that it does not linger. If this in-house model is correct, is there a lingering effect? A slower is worse for everyone.
Yeah, slower is where I don't think it's going to be slow enough to where it's going to be like Ian and move 8-9 miles an hour. I still think this is going to move at least 15 miles an hour, if not more. So there'd be a slight lingering effect, JB, but it's not going to be, substantial where we get 20 to 20 inches of rain or 2 feet of rain. So even though this is moving a little bit slower, I still don't think it's going to have enough forward speed that it's not going to linger like Ian did.
Let's go to Hunter, #KJB. I'm evacuating to Clearmont. Will I be okay there, Eric?
Places in and around the Orlando area, I know a lot of people are evacuating over there. If you remember with Ian, they picked up a lot of rain. There was a lot of flooding. So just make sure that wherever you go, you're in a sturdy building. If you're in a mobile home or, an RV park or something like that, there's still going to be hurricane force wind in Orlando, in Claremont. It'd be more like a Category 1, more like 70 to 80. But, just make sure that if you are going to Orlando, you're in a sturdy structure. If I were to evacuate, I would go southeast. I would go to maybe Fort Lauderdale, Coral Springs area, Sunrise. I would go somewhere on the southeast coast because, this may very well take the I-4 track and just ride I-4 all the way to Orlando and out Daytona Beach.
That would be something. I mean,
right,
we have never seen a storm ride I-4.
No, I mean, who wants to go on I-4 with all the traffic? But
I mean, let's actually talk about that for a second, because I-4 is one of the most busy highways in the southeastern United States. It bridges Tampa and Orlando. It's how all the people go in Tampa, of course, go to the theme parks in Orlando. It's how all the folks in Orlando come out to the beaches of Tampa Bay. it's constantly busy with tons of traffic. And if you live in Florida, if you've ever been on I-4, you know this. The storm just riding across I-4 in and of itself is a massive problem.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Obviously, there's not going to be any traffic on the roads, but
You would hope not, but, there is going to be. I mean, you would hope
I
not.
can't imagine people are going to be driving in a major hurricane on I-4 if this does take the track. It's just not smart. But, going to Orlando, Claremont area, Claremont being northwest, it's just, it's a safer place than Tampa, I'll tell you that. But you're not going to get out of at least Cat 1 hurricane force wind. So you need to be in a sturdy structure. If you are, then I would say, yeah, you're fine in Claremont. Also, you got to keep in mind, if you're near a waterway and it dumps a foot of rain in your neighborhood, I don't know if you remember, JB, but we took a look at Orlando after Ian. And do you remember that one apartment complex where the water was over the cars? I mean, it was 5 feet deep, and you weren't even close. You weren't even close to storm surge. You weren't even close to hurricane force wind. But, it moved slow enough. Ian did that it dropped a lot of rain. Now, this could still drop a foot of rain. But, again, in a short period of time, there's going to be places that flood in that area. And if your vehicle, unfortunately, is in that, it's hard to say whether you're going to be safe. I'd say you're definitely going to be safe in the southeast portion, or if you were up in a panhandle around Panama City, Apalachicola, those two areas, I'd say you'd be a heck of a lot safer than anywhere along I-4.
Can you bring up the track again, Eric?
Yeah.
Folks, I just added a lot of comments to the queue. How I do this, obviously, our weather team, the Max Defender 8 weather team, Eric Stone, of course, being with us on stream right now, they answer the questions. I field the questions. So when I look in this direction, I am looking at the comment section on Facebook Live and YouTube Live, adding questions to the queue. And then also, too, I mix in some comments that are just coming in live at that moment. So we have comments in the queue. We have live comments coming in. Let's get to as many as we can. Janet, our house was built in 1969 with a brick exterior wall. Will it withstand Category 3 hurricane? We have a new roof as of 2023. Look, we don't have a location here. I think that's the big thing, and we don't know where the storm is heading, Janet. If you're in an evacuation zone, please listen to the evacuation orders. Correct, Eric?
Well, yeah, and a new roof is one thing, but new roofs doesn't mean that the shingles aren't going to fly off and the roof's not going to be lifted. We saw many roofs lifted off their houses in Fort Myers and Cape Coral with Ian. And granted, it was a little bit stronger than a Cat 3, but still, just because you have a new roof, if you don't have those roof straps and it basically bolted down with that extra reinforcements, that doesn't mean that the roof can't be lifted off. And again, you may have a brick building, but how strong are your windows? Do you have your hurricane shutters up? Can your windows, withstand 130 mile per hour wind, gust over 140, 150? It's just, and obviously, if you're near the water, you want to get the heck out of there.
Joyce saying #KJB. Are you saying more of a Thursday hit? And let's be clear. The in-house model, shows a landfall Thursday. Folks, this storm arrives Wednesday. I think so. I think it's just a matter of when Wednesday it actually arrives. Because I'll tell you what, Eric, as just a non-meteorologist chiming in here, one thing that has been largely inconsistent, the track has been consistent. What has been largely inconsistent is when on Wednesday this is actually going to make landfall. We've had times as early as lunchtime. We've had times as late here as 8 o'clock. But Wednesday is the day when we're going to feel those impacts in the Tampa Bay area and the surrounding area on Florida's Gulf Coast. And then perhaps we're talking about a landfall event on Wednesday night. But, it's funny. You and I have fielded so many comments in the past. For our audience, they agree with this when I say this, because this comes from our audience. So many people feel like hurricanes only hit at night. And we've had a stretch over the last several years where it feels like every major hurricane only hits at night. Look, night, day, it doesn't matter. We're going to have a major Category 3, according to the NHC's latest track, Category 3 hurricane hitting the Tampa Bay area or the surrounding area at some point on Wednesday. It's just a matter of exactly when. Will it speed up or will it slow down? Yeah, so, our in-house model is good for about 70 hours or so. And the National Hurricane Center is not looking at our in-house model because it doesn't even go out far enough. So this cone has really nothing to do
with our in-house model. Okay, these are the global models, the European, the German, American, etc. Right, but again, with the pattern on this one, I have noticed the landfall being later and later, as JB said. Initially, it looked like a around lunchtime storm. Then yesterday, early in the day, it was like a 2 p.m. storm. Then it looked like a 5, 6 p.m. storm. And now at 8 p.m., it still doesn't quite look like it's made landfall. So let's not take the timing of the in-house model, because I've noticed the timing on that model has really not been good, especially as far out as the 70 hours. I do think it will come more into an agreement of an earlier landfall. I don't think it's going to be Thursday morning landfall. I would be surprised if it was, closer to the middle of the night, closer to midnight or 10 o'clock. But again, this is moving to the south. So see that little southerly component. This is what, I looked at last night. When is this going to move east-southeast? Not just east. And you picture a road going straight east, and then you picture a loop below that road, right? So it takes longer if you take the southerly route, because you're taking a loop. You're not going straight across. So the further to the southeast this goes, and the further to the Yucatan this goes, the later the arrival time would be before making it into the Bay Area. So the original cone, and you pointed out last night, JB, the original cone never had this going southeast at all. Yet when Jeff and I were talking, there were several models that did take this southeast first toward the Yucatan and then back north. So obviously it's covering more distance, right? So it makes sense for a later landfall than originally predicted. Will it be a Thursday morning landfall? I mean, I don't think so. I think and obviously being in the middle of the night isn't a good scenario because it's dark out. You can't really see what's going on. But I wouldn't be surprised if this did change, if it was a little bit later than 8 o'clock, but still, I would not say Thursday morning.
We'll, of course, pay attention to the in-house model, folks. You can ask us questions about, what models you would like to see. We had, I don't know if it's been updated, Eric, but we had the one graphic last night that showed, the GFS, the Euro, the Icon, the Euro AI. We had a lot of different models. I don't know if that's been updated today.
It hasn't been. I can still show you yesterday's. It hasn't been updated today as of yet that I know of.
We'll try to update for our later streams,
but from what I've noticed, the GFS has moved a little bit further south. So what I'll do is I'll show it, and I'll tell you where the models are at now.
Stand by. We'll do this on the fly here, folks.
Yeah,
so Eric's working the weather computers. I'm paying attention to your comments here. We've got comments from Shannon, Steven, a few others on deck here coming up.
So you're talking about this graphic.
Let's go full screen.
So now the GFS yesterday had the storm pretty close to Crystal River in the Nature Coast. That has come down.
You know what, Eric? Actually, can you take us through it at the wall, perhaps? I'll bring up your wireless mic if you have a second, because is it off? Oh, okay, my apologies. I
can still go.
Because perhaps we can show people how these models have changed. Eric's throwing on the mic here, folks. I did not see that he took it off.
Yeah, just trying to save battery life. But yeah, so basically, the GFS model is a lot further south, which I didn't expect it to be this far north. I'm not really sure why, what the GFS was looking at. It was looking at this being really picked up by that jet and just brought well to the north. So this now is more like Pasco and northern Pinellas County, which again is a really bad scenario for us. The European model hasn't really changed. The Icon, which is the German model, hasn't changed at all. The AI Euro is slightly north, mainly in Sarasota County, and the Canadian model is slightly north into Charlotte County. So some of these have nudged slightly to the north, and again, that is why the National Hurricane Center has shifted that cone slightly to the north as well. But the outlier, which is the one here, the GFS model, this one is a lot further to the south. And again, I just did not see a landfall in the Nature Coast or the Big Bend area. It didn't make sense to me. So again, this is a little bit further to the south, Pasco County, northern Pinellas County. And this GFS model right now would be pretty much the worst case scenario because this would just drive that water right into Tampa Bay. And I bet we would see 10 to 14 foot of storm surge, JB.
All right, thanks, Eric. I appreciate it. Just because those we'll try to update that graph. That graphic's been really helpful for
we
people, and we can show the different models. And what we will see, folks, is what we call model consensus. The models will start to align more. It's just going to be, look, which one had it right from the beginning? Is it going to be the GFS, which is the American model? Is it going to be the Euro? Jeff Bardelli, our chief meteorologist, loves the German model, thinks that it doesn't get enough credit for the times that it's right. Not represented on there is our in-house model. So there's a lot, of course, to break down as far as the models. These are
updated.
These spaghetti models, how many of them are there? There's got to be at least 20 here, maybe?
Yeah. Some are what we call ensemble. So like all the pinks are, one model, but the blacks are usually what we focus on because the black is what's called consensus. And people say, oh, what's that? So really the definition of consensus is really the average, right? So when we look at the average of the big models, we actually see a slight southerly shift, right? So the one consensus model is pretty much right through Tampa Bay. The other one is even south of Bradenton, south of Longboat Key, Anna Maria Island area. So let's see if these consensus models, which have been going north and south over the past couple of days. Yesterday morning, when I was on WFLA News Channel 8 at 9 o'clock, these two black models were almost right over Sarasota. And I thought, all right, maybe this is starting to shift southward in the models. But again, it shifted back to the north. And that's what happens, right? That's what happens with the models, the evolution of the storm. Again, the cone didn't even have that southeasterly motion toward the Yucatan. And now, obviously, it's moving east-southeast, which is what Jeff and I talked about last night. So you can see the consensus models are on Tampa Bay or slightly to the south. So, again, I'm still, if I were to bet on this, I would still say that Milton would make landfall slightly south of Tampa Bay itself, which would be a heck of a lot better storm surge-wise, but there's still so much time. You look at our in-house model, and it's showing Thursday morning landfall. No, there's still a lot that can happen, JB.
Let's continue on with the Q&A. Shannon wants to know, hashtag Hey JB and Eric. Again, use one of those hashtags to be in the comment queue. What does it look like for the Tarpon Springs area?
Yeah, I'm going to be going there tonight. You know what?
You're going to Tarpon Springs tonight?
I am. Yep. We have a pinball get-together one Monday night every month, and tonight happens to be the night. And, of course, I'll be giving my forecast to a bunch of people that are, living around that area from Newport Richey down to Clearwater. Tarpon Springs appears to be on the north side of the storm. Don't think we're going to see the storm surge in Tarpon Springs, but if you're in that northern eye wall, boy, you're looking at 100-plus mile per hour wind and wind gust over 120, and you're also looking at a good 8 to 10 inches of rain. So even though the wind will be pushing the water out of the area in Pinellas County, which, again, is the best-case scenario, the wind, the destruction of 120, 130 mile per hour wind gusts, especially if you're in a mobile home. And that's the one thing, JB, when people say, I'm in this town, what can I expect? Which is most of the questions, right? But, normally I say, well, you'll get tropical storm force wind, blah, 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 blah. But now it's getting so strong that it depends on what kind of structure you're in. So maybe I can put a request out for some questions that when you say, hey, am I okay here? Am I okay here? Tell me what kind of structure you're in. Because if you're in a concrete home and you have your hurricane shutters up, hurricane-proof glass, a roof that's bolted down with the roof straps, I'd say you're a lot more safer than if you're in a mobile home or a modular home or an RV park.
Stephen Weiss, hashtag Hey Eric, if it hits around more specifics here. I guess what we're asking for, folks, we'll come back to Stephen. We're asking for more specifics. The more specific you are with your question, rather than, hey, Pasco update, please.
Right.
Pasco's big. And Pasco's also, look, there's coastal communities in Pasco. There's inland communities. That doesn't really do too much for us and doesn't give our meteorologists the ability to really help you. Help us help you is what we're trying to say. So if you can give us some specifics, please do that. Also, I should point out, I've had a lot of people texting me today asking, hey, look, we're, saying we're probably going to evacuate. We're looking at evacuating, some folks that aren't in evacuation zones, but just don't want to take the chance, don't want to be anywhere near the storm. That, of course, is completely up to you. And that, they say, what direction should we head in? If you're in the Tampa Bay area, and Eric, you can let me know if I'm giving good advice or not. I'm saying head southeast. I'm saying look at Fort Lauderdale as a potential area, or even down to Miami. Try to find a spot down to the southeast, or the other way. If you're kind of more north, let's say you're up in Pasco County, let's say you're in Crystal River, head to the Panhandle, Tallahassee, Pensacola, Destin. Get up in that direction, and you'll be away from the storm.
Here's a really good, not to interrupt, but here's a really good graphic showing the National Hurricane Center most likely wind. Okay, so now if you go to the southeast, now obviously this storm's not going to be as big as Helene. It's going to get bigger as it gets closer because of the interaction with the jet. But I want to show you this. All right. So you see the tropical storm force wind really not even hardly reaching Broward County. I wouldn't even go. I mean, I think West Palm Beach southward, you're okay. But what I'm saying is, look at that yellow circle. You see where Miami is. This doesn't even come close to Miami. It doesn't really come close to Fort Lauderdale. As far as north, Tallahassee's on the very top of your screen. And the winds don't quite get to tropical storm force in Tallahassee. So I would say the safest places to be would be Tallahassee westward, or south of West Palm Beach, Boca Raton, Pompano Beach, Delray Beach, down to Miami, down to Fort Lauderdale, and even that inland community right around Coral Springs and Sunrise, if you know that area, because you're not going to see the tropical storm force wind anywhere near that area. Now, you could see gusts over 40 miles an hour, but
Eric, I'm stepping off the mic for 30 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah,
so you might see tropical storm force wind gusts in that area, but you're going to be a lot safer. If it were me, you might be safe in Orlando, right? But I would not go to Orlando because this is making a beeline to Orlando. And you figure if this moves pretty close to Lakeland, pretty close to Orlando. I mean, look at that track right there. The eye would just be pretty much over Orlando or just to the south. So you're going to be in hurricane force wind, and you can see the damaging wind in the orange shading. You don't want to be anywhere near that. That's 60 mile per hour or more, and that's a broad area of 60 mile per hour wind. So if you're going along I-4 anywhere, that's not where I'd be evacuating, because that is what appears the track of this storm is going to take. As JB said, I would go south of West Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, Miami, and boy, isn't it ironic that we're saying during a major hurricane, go to Miami? I mean, when do you ever say that?
Where the National Hurricane Center is located, by the way.
Right, exactly. You never, ever say that. Or if you really want to be safe, go to Pensacola. You've got nothing to worry about in Pensacola, right? Go to the Panhandle, drive 5 or 6 hours, and take I-10 west and go west to Tallahassee, and you'll be just fine.
I'd like to point out something. Stephen, we're coming to your comment here. I'd like to share something. I said earlier that there is another way now that we can bring in questions to our stream, and we've never done this before. This is going to be the first time that we're ever going to try to pull this off, but we kind of set this up during our Helene coverage to kind of get to this point. For folks out there that are that want to ask a question, but perhaps punching it into your keyboard is not the most effective way, or perhaps you would like a different way to ask us a question, we're going to now have people be able to kind of, in essence, call in. Wow. Kind of call into the program. We are going to give this a go. We've never tried this before. It's kind of a first time for us. But you can go to WFLA.com/reportit and send in a video question, like a selfie question. And we're going to be spotlighting these not only here on stream, but tonight on WFLA News Channel 8. We're going to try to get to a few. So how this works, it's very simple. If you take a selfie video and you say, hey, JB, hey, Eric, tell us where you're watching from, and then ask, of course, your question. And we'll be able to, on this live stream, hopefully in the coming minutes, if we get in, several, somewhat soon, we'll be able to spotlight some video questions, people kind of calling into the program. It allows us to spotlight you guys wherever you're watching from. It allows us to get more context with the question that is being presented. Just take you, as long as it's appropriate, obviously, for live stream, just take your selfie video and then send it in to WFLA.com/report it. I'll see it pop into the queue here, and we'll spotlight a few of them on the live stream. Never done before, Eric. We'll give it a go.
Now, can you see, obviously you're going to vet these. Can you see what they're saying? Like, does it come up as a caption for you?
The WFLA team in the newsroom is helping me with this a little bit.
I got you. Okay, that's a really cool feature.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
So we kind of set this up, everybody. If you'll remember, we set this up with people being able to send in selfies to the show. This was, I think, let's see here. This was... Oh, hold on. Hit this button.
Last night?
This was Miguel watching our stream last night. We lost count how many views this got, but there were a lot of people watching. So Miguel was watching in Brooksville. And again, people, you can always send in selfies our way. Some smiling faces out there to be able to spotlight some of the folks that are watching Tracking the Tropics, and make sure that you have your hurricane plan in place. Make sure that you are good to go. And then when you're staying informed with us, we like to spotlight some of our audience members joining us. So whether it's in the form of a selfie photo, or if you want to send in a video question and kind of jump to the front of the line, kind of get in front of the queue, you can do so by sending it in to WFLA.com/report it. You can also scan the QR code here on your screen. So did we answer Steven's question? It was about Bradenton, 20 miles inland, or did I?
No, we didn't actually. So... Again, Bradenton right now, you're going to be pretty much in that eye wall. And anywhere in that eye wall, I mean, the wind is going to be very, very strong. And, it's hard to answer questions and pinpoint an actual, wind speed. Because if this moves further to the north, then Bradenton, of course, 20 miles inland, you don't have to deal with storm surge, but you're not going to see as much rain. If this moves to the south and it's more of a Sarasota storm and you're in that northern eye wall, whoever's in that northern eye wall is what's really, they're really going to get it. And they're going to get a lot of rain, upwards of 10 to even a foot of rain. And, just a lot of wind. I mean, we're talking 100, 110, 120 sustained, gusting over 130. So, again, it's hard to, I could tell you right now, okay, you're going to get winds over 100 miles an hour, and if this thing jogs 30 miles to the south, 50 miles to the south, well, then I'm going to be wrong, right? But again, what's more important is, are you in a sturdy structure that can withstand wind speed of Category 3 and wind gust over 130 to 140? Because that would be the worst case scenario, in my opinion, wind gust over 140. If you're in a sturdy structure with your hurricane shutters up, hurricane-proof glass, and again, you may say, oh, well, my glass is rated this and that. There are going to be objects that are flying around, right? There may be a stop sign flying around. Rest in peace, Stoppy. But there may be debris flying around, and so the one thing that you want to make sure of is that anything outside that is not anchored, which is pretty much anything, you want to take inside. You don't want to have a grill out there. You may say, oh, that grill's 300 pounds. Yeah, you get 140 mile an hour wind gust. Watch that thing move. And you just want to take anything that's out on the patio, out in your yard, because you don't want those to be projectiles. And maybe I'd say, oh, yeah, you look safe. And then here you've got this barbecue outside that gets blown into your, into a window, and there it is. So, again, we're focused on the track right now. And if this does take the track that National Hurricane Center is showing, you're going to have well over 100 mile per hour wind gusts.
Let's continue on. I should point out, we're already getting in a ton of video questions.
Good.
Our news team is watching through a few of them. We'll get a few of them added to the queue. There's no guarantee. We weren't anticipating this many video questions coming in. So we'll do our very best to get as many of them onto the program as possible. We'll start spotlighting some video questions in about 5 minutes. In the meantime, let's get to some of the folks that have been very patient in our queue. Catalina on Facebook Live, #KJB. What about Northport, please? We talked about it last night. Northport, just have a lot of people tracking the tropics from Northport.
Yeah, I mean, after Ian, after 4 hours of just getting pummeled with, 120 mile an hour wind and rain, the Northport area really, really suffered quite a lot, especially not being along the immediate coast. You've got the Myakka River in that area, and that flooded. In fact, I don't know if you remember, JB, I-75 was closed in that area days after Ian hit, right? And so this time I don't see it being as bad in Northport, but I still wouldn't be surprised if you had wind gust over 70 miles an hour. Again, it really all depends on what structure you're in. Any kind of a mobile home or RV park, I'm even warning friends in the Naples area, if there's a way that you can kind of bolt your carport / roof, because usually they're connected, you might want to do so.
Let's see here. Let's go to Jennifer Brown, Facebook Live. What's it looking like for Port Richey? Now, heading north to coastal Pasco.
Yeah, this is different than Helene. The whole West Coast dealt with storm surge in Helene, right? And basically, if you're north of this storm, which I do expect Port Richey to be north of the storm, you're not going to deal with a storm surge. So at least you got that going. But if you're close enough to the eye wall, which, again, right now, it's hard to say how far north that inner eye wall is going to go, whether it's 30 miles, 50 miles. You're going to get a period of time for a couple of hours where the winds are going to be howling well over 100 miles an hour, gusting over 120, and, just torrential downpours. So, again, if this storm holds the track that it's in right now, and basically when I answer all your questions about where you're at, it's given the hurricane track now right over Tampa Bay. If this shifts one way or another, it's obviously going to change what we can expect for your neighborhood.
Okay. Eric, can you perhaps bring up the track? I'm going to load up some video questions. Actually, I'm sorry. Let's bring in just a couple more questions from the queue. Video questions are being loaded presently, folks, and we will, of course, spotlight a few of them coming up here in the noon. No, it's going to be even before noon, to tell you the truth. Time presently 11:48 Eastern. Let's bring in Christina. It's a great question. Even with a Sarasota landfall, what can Hillsborough County expect?
So Hillsborough County is kind of big. The main concern is the storm surge, all right? So if this does make landfall in Sarasota County, the water is going to be pushed out. So what we'll do is we'll put up the scenario number 2, and that would be a landfalling hurricane somewhere in Sarasota or Manatee County, all right? So, again, what's happening is you're going to get an offshore wind here in Hillsborough County, even in the Ruskin area, Apollo Beach area. The one main concern would be the eastern portions of Pinellas. Now, it's not going to flood as it did with Helene, because basically the water from the eastern portion of Tampa Bay is going to get blown into the western portion of Tampa Bay. And, how deep really is that water? And it's not going to be, I'd say about, maybe 3-4 feet of storm surge. But with an easterly wind, the water is going to be pushed out of Tampa Bay and pushed out into the Gulf of Mexico. So I would say the coastal communities on the eastern side, from Ruskin to Apollo Beach, Gibsonton, all the way up into downtown Tampa, even Oldsmar, Town and Country, that saw some flooding with Helene, you're not going to see that flooding because there's not going to be storm surge. You'll still get water pushed into Shore Acres and St. Petersburg and eastern Pinellas County, but it's not going to be anywhere near as dangerous as if this makes landfall in Pinellas or Pasco, where all that water is being pushed into Little Tampa Bay.
Yeah, so right on cue, Jellybean wants to know how bad will it be for Pasco and Hernando?
Yeah, and Pasco and Hernando, you're going to get a lot of wind. Obviously, the further north you are, it's not going to be quite as windy. Once you're out of that eye wall, you're not going to experience those wind speeds over, say 100 miles per hour. But still, hurricane force wind is likely in Pasco County and also in Hernando County. Not for obviously as long a period of time with the given track right through Tampa Bay. But again, if this jogs to the north and takes more of the GFS model, which I don't think it's going to do, then Pasco and Hernando would get a lot more in the way of wind.
Let's continue on in the queue and spotlight a couple more. And I think that we are through the queue. Oh, no, we got a few more. I'm sorry. Jamie, you're up next. And then Gabriella, you've been very patient. We'll get you guys in here as well. Jamie, hashtag Hey JB and Eric. I'm in Sarasota, but not in a flood zone. Do I need to evacuate?
Again, it depends on what structure you're in. If you're in a poorly constructed home or an RV park or a modular home, you're going to have wind damage, all right? Unfortunately, that's just what's going to happen. You're going to be in hurricane force wind. And if you're in a home that's safe enough to stay, that's your decision. But if you do evacuate, go to the southeast, drive 3 hours, go to Fort Lauderdale, But the evacuation plan is the plan that you guys, people should have in place well before a storm is going to hit. You always want to have a plan, a worst case scenario. Okay, if a Cat 5 comes over us, what are we going to do? If a Cat 3 comes over us, well, what can our house withstand? And the houses really haven't been tested from Sarasota to Tampa because we, thank God, haven't had one of these hit. But you know what? A lot of these houses are going to be tested. And if you don't have that, the hurricane-proof glass on your windows, I mean, it could be a mess and it could be very dangerous.
Let's go to Gabriella. Hashtag Hey JB and Eric. How's Plant City looking?
Yeah, Plant City looks to be, right in the track right now. Severe wind and rain. Anywhere near I-4 right now on this given track, if you live within 20 miles, 25 miles of I-4, especially I-4 north, and you're a little bit further inland, I'm telling you, you're in that northern eye wall, and you are going to get a lot of rain. I mean, these rainfall rates are going to be 6 inches an hour. It's going to be crazy rain and crazy wind, 100 plus 120 mile an hour wind gusts. So Plant City right now, it's looking like you're gonna get the worst of this.
All right. So we've never tried this before. This is a first for us. What we are going to attempt to do is we are going to attempt to bring in video questions into the show. It allows us to, get more context on some of these questions, to see the folks that are in the path of this storm. This is a storm where we, of course, have so many people within its path. And this is also a show where we are so focused on the numbers and the science, but being able to bring in the sort of human element, the fact that there's so many people and families and countless homes that are in place of this. Yes, Eric.
Hold on a second. Did you just see?
No, I didn't.
So this just, and I wondered
did we just get in an update?
Yeah, I wondered if they would update this if it did reach a Cat 5.
Yeah, take us through it.
So there it goes. Look at that. So
wow. Okay.
So now the cone hasn't updated, but now we have a Category 5 storm.
All right.
1155, 160 mile an hour. And look at the pressure now. It was at 933. I mean, this is nuts. 925 millibar. What a drop in pressure. And this is expected to hold on to Category 5 status until Tuesday morning. And it makes sense because once the storm is picked up by the jet stream, it's really going to encounter a lot of wind shear. You really need the most ideal conditions for a Cat 5 storm to stay a Cat 5. It doesn't just, hey, oh, wow, it's 165. It's going to stay a Cat 5 all the way. Once you start getting a little bit of erosion or wind shear, then you start to see this decrease a bit. So I don't think the values haven't changed. We're still looking at 165 mile an hour storm this evening at 6 o'clock. Still a Cat 5 Tuesday morning. Still a very strong for Tuesday evening. And the wind, hasn't changed as it makes its way closer to the West Coast. But again, 160 mile per hour is now an official Category 5 storm. The movement is still east-southeast at 9. So again, JB, one of the strongest storms here in the southern Gulf of Mexico. Look at that.
Unbelievable. Folks, we are going to have to do a very brief 3-minute reset as we get ready to alert a new audience that we now have a Category 5 storm. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here on Tracking the Tropics.
Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists, this is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
Breaking news here from the Stream Center. The NHC issuing a special advisory moments ago. Hurricane Milton now upgraded to Category 5 strength. Rapid intensification over the last 12 hours, going from Category 1 all the way up to Category 5. Expected to weaken, of course, before it reaches Tampa Bay. But Tampa Bay right in the center of the latest forecast cone. Welcome back into the Stream Center, folks. A special edition of Tracking the Tropics, now reaching all audiences across all platforms with meteorologist Eric Stone. I'm JB. We're going to break down everything you need to know. But Eric, you noted on the computer graphics a moment ago, a special 11:55 a.m. advisory from the NHC, and it's now Category 5 Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, and that's why they issued this. I figured that probably by around noontime, this would reach Category 5 status, so 160 mile per hour. But the pressure has really, really dropped. It was at 933, and in 1 hour, it's down to 925. That's a very, very, very low pressure. Obviously, the lower the pressure, the stronger the storm. But thankfully, once this does interact with a jet stream, it is going to encounter some wind shear, so it won't be nearly this strong, but it's still going to be a major hurricane as it approaches the West Coast.
Can we back it up? Can we show folks where this did reach a 5? I mean, really right north of the Yucatan. So there isn't going to be enough land interaction there, Eric, to weaken this, right? I mean,
well, and again, the eye isn't going to make land interaction at all. So, the outer bands will, but if the eye doesn't make, the eye is what sucks up the moisture and the energy from that warm Gulf of Mexico. And if the eye is offshore, then it's really not going to weaken all that much.
All right. We're here with you live, of course, in your hurricane headquarters on Tracking the Tropics. Eric, what did we notice any, updates in the, Category 4, Category 3 stage? Basically, as it's closer to Tampa Bay. No, they just basically updated this to Category 5.
Right.
And why would they do that?
Well, because they knew it was going to be a Category 5, and they knew it was going to happen shortly. And, it's significant to have a Category 5 storm, in the southern Gulf of Mexico. It's, it warrants an advisory saying, hey, look at this. This storm is extremely powerful. One of the most powerful storms ever recorded in the southern Gulf of Mexico. And it looks like it's going to even get stronger over the next, 8 or so hours as the 8 o'clock update tonight is expected to be 165 miles an hour and still Category 5 tomorrow morning, almost 24 hours later at 8 o'clock Tuesday morning. So when a storm does reach a Category 5 status, National Hurricane Center a lot of times will put out a special update as they did here.
All right. We'll continue to track, of course, updates as they come in. We are here in the palm of your hand on Tracking the Tropics. A reminder to our audience, this is really important. If you don't have traditional TV, right? You don't have access to your local meteorologist on your local television station. That's what we're here for. Eric, of course, here with the Max Fender 8 Weather Team at WFLA. We're here at WFLA to share out our live stream and to basically provide as much experience and expertise of our meteorologists, regardless of whether or not you have access to TV. If you're a cord cutter, you should still be able to get access to your local meteorologists. But really, even more important than that, remember that if you lose power in the Tampa Bay area or anywhere in Florida, or really anywhere at all with any storm that we cover, you might not have access to, your basic essentials at home, but you'll need information. If the cellular infrastructure in the area is still up and running, you can access Tracking the Tropics on Facebook Live, on YouTube Live. You can find our live stream on WFLA.com or on trackingthetropics.tv. We can also, of course, feature the very latest that you have on Report It on WFLA.com/report it if you want to send in weather pictures or video, damage reports from around the area. But Eric, what I'd like to hone in on here is Wobble Tracker, because it's obviously going to be a really important tool for us to showcase exactly where Milton is wobbling, and wobbles could be a huge difference in where the storm makes landfall.
Yeah, I don't think for the next 12 to 24 hours, if this does wobble off track, I don't think it's going to make quite as much difference as once it starts turning to the north. And once it does that, and we start to see whether it turns as far north as the models are indicating or the track is indicating, I think that's going to be important. If this wobbles a little bit further to the south, I don't think it's going to make much of a difference if it wobbles a little bit further to the north. Still, I think it's going to be on a pretty straight track until that jet stream starts to pick it up. So once we get into tomorrow afternoon into the evening, JB, when the jet stream starts picking this storm up, that's when we're really going to watch for the wobbles, because if the jet is picking this up and it takes it really far to the north and it's wobbling to the west of the track, then we're looking at more of a Nature Coast or North Tampa storm. But I don't think that's going to happen. If there are any wobbles, I think it's going to move to the east and to the south of the track. And if that's the case, starting tomorrow, I'd say, right around lunchtime into the afternoon, evening, and then all the way through landfall, that's when I think we will see that translate into a cone shift. I don't think the cone is really going to shift much if the wobbles occur right now or for the rest of the day today.
Let's go to we got video questions coming in, and we're of course going to be debuting that feature in just a few minutes. But now that we have a new live stream for a new advisory, we're going to continue to go through the queue of questions that have been coming in over the last several minutes. Yoli Rodriguez for inland areas with #KJB. What kind of wind, sustained and gusts, are we looking to see? She's watching from Zephyr Hills.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be right in the northern eye wall with a given track. So, Category 2, maybe even Category 3 wind, 150, 120 mile an hour sustained. Again, stronger for that short period of time that you're in that eye wall. And I wouldn't be surprised if you saw a gust over 135 to even 140 as far inland as Zephyr Hills. A lot of rain. Northern side of the storm has got so much moisture, and it will continue to dump. I'd say a good 8 to even 12 inches max of that rain. And you know what? It'd be more, but the storm is expected to move pretty quickly once it gets close to us and move across the state.
Ashley Moore, Polk County mobile home. See, that's a very important
I would say yes.
detail.
And thank
Should
you.
we evacuate?
And thank you. Yeah, depending on where in Polk County. But if this tracks along I-4, it pretty much tracks through, all of Polk County from west to east. The Lakeland area, all the way to like Davenport on the other side. So if you're in a mobile home, I would definitely evacuate if you can.
All right. This is a very interesting question from Jessica, and let's clarify. Hashtags for us both. Seems that you're following the middle line heavily. Isn't that dangerous to do when the other areas are in the cone? The right side is going to go over areas not in the cone. Well, can we explain the cone and how it works?
Okay.
I mean, look, here's the reason that this most recent update has Tampa right in the middle of the cone. The reason that this is largely significant, one, is because of how densely populated Tampa is and all the surrounding communities. I mean, there are countless suburbs outside of the Tampa metro, obviously, that are going to get impacted as well. It's just an extremely densely populated section of the state. But two, even if this moves off of the NHC's line, even if this nudges north or south, at this point, we are basically looking at significant impacts for the Tampa Bay area, regardless of whether this moves north or moves south. We're getting to a stage now where this isn't missing Tampa. Tampa is going to get impacted unless we get a massive jog to the south, Eric, correct?
Right. So, the reason we didn't really focus on the center line of Helene was because it was going to hit the Big Bend area, right? and maybe it'll jog to the east, maybe it'll jog to the west. What does that mean for us? Nothing, not much. We were going to see significant storm surge regardless. The reason that I am focused on this line this time around is if the center of the track, if this track's just to the south of Tampa Bay, we are going to have exponentially less damage because the water will be taken out of Tampa Bay. If this jogs 15 miles to the north, then we will have exponentially more damage with 10 to 14 foot of storm surge, twice the amount of Helene. So the reason this time around I'm focusing on that center line is because if that center line, which is the true track, is a little bit to the south, the damage is going to be so much less than if this line is a few miles to the north. Now, in regards to the cone, yes, the storm could be anywhere in this cone, just to the south of Cedar Key, just to the north of Naples. And there's rare times that, 2 days out, it moves out of the cone. I don't see that happening with this storm. Again, if I give my expert opinion, I think that the center line and the track is going to be just south of Tampa Bay itself, which would be the better case scenario in regards to storm surge.
But bad for Sarasota, obviously.
Right. But you know what? Sarasota is going to get storm surge regardless of if this line moves 15 miles south, 25 miles south. Sarasota and Manatee County are going to get 8 to 12 foot of storm surge, whether this makes landfall at St. Pete Beach or this makes landfall at Anna Maria Island, or this makes landfall in Siesta Key. So when I pay attention to the track, we're paying attention to the track because right now it is right over Tampa Bay, and storm surge is the number one reason that I'm pinpointing this track.
All right. So we're going to give something a go here, something that we've never tried before in the history of this program. What we're going to try to do is spotlight video questions and comments coming in from WFLA.com/report. It allows people to provide more context to their question beyond just being able to type into a keyboard. Shows more of the human side of the story here when it comes to tracking Hurricane Milton. So this is a bit of, bear with us here, folks, because we haven't done this ever really here before. But you know what, Eric? I think that we are now ready to give.
All right.
All right, so earlier we showed you a selfie from Milton. Let's see if we can progress through, and let's see if we can show this video question coming in from Jamie in Sarasota.
Hey, JB. Hey, Eric. I am in Sarasota off of Fruitville Road, Honore 17th area, and I'm not in a flood zone, so I was wondering if I need to evacuate or if I should be concerned about possibly getting out of here. Thanks.
So, I was checking. You don't have your earpiece in?
No.
Okay. So, I'm going to play that one again. Apologies, everybody. I thought Eric had his earpiece in. I'm going to bring up the in-house speaker so that you can hear it, Eric. Hopefully, I can bring up the audio again. Apologies, folks. We're going to try this one more time. I think everybody, give me a thumbs up in the comment section. Everybody should have heard the question, but we're going to try to do it again here with Eric being able to hear it.
Yeah.
Hey, JB. Hey, Eric. I am in Sarasota off of Fruitville Road, Honore 17th area, and I'm not in a flood zone, so I was wondering if I need to evacuate or if I should be concerned about possibly getting out of here. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a really cool feature. Sarasota, a little bit further inland, obviously you're not going to worry about storm surge. And most likely on the southern side of the storm, which is going to be the less rainy side. So really, it all depends on the structure that you're in. If you're in a modular home, you're going to see at least hurricane force wind gust, right? Maybe even sustained hurricane force wind over 75 miles per hour. You could see gusts 85 to 90. So if you have, a carport that's attached to a roof in a modular home that could get blown off, then I would say if you're not in a sturdy structure, yes, I would definitely evacuate. If you are in a concrete home with a solid roof and, you're prepared for at least a Cat 1 wind event in your neighborhood, then, you could ride it out. I'm not worried about the flooding as much as I'm worried about wind damage. I'm worried about structures that have not been tested, structures that were built, more than 30 years ago, roofs that are weak, carports, modular homes, RVs, trailers, stuff like that. That's what I'm worried about. If you're in one of those and you're pretty much anywhere near this cone and anywhere near in and around the Tampa Bay area, I would definitely evacuate.
All right, so let's bring up, if we can, all right, so let's spotlight exactly how we are doing this, because we're going to really be featuring over the next 15 minutes or so questions coming in through WFLA.com/report it. This is a tool that we mostly use for you to be able to send in damage reports and weather photos and videos. Sometimes when we're not in storm coverage, we use it for beautiful sunsets in the Tampa Bay area. But for, the intents and purposes of this stream and future streams, it's really for tracking the tropics. And in the days ahead, it'll be used more for damage photos and videos. But for today, we're using it for selfie questions into the show. You can take a selfie video. Just let us know where you're giving us details here. Location is really important. Be as detail-oriented as you can with your question. And show us a smiling face if you can as well. Let us know how you're watching the program, where you're watching the program from. Any details like that are extraordinarily helpful. So let's come back out here and let's go back to report it. And next up in the queue, we've got Nikki also watching from Sarasota.
Hey guys, my name is Nikki and I am based in Sarasota, just south of Siesta Key, 3 miles inland. I am on the mainland and my family and I are currently trying to decide if we should evacuate. We're only 3 miles off the coast, but I don't know if that's enough. Thanks.
Eric.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to see storm surge 3 miles off the coast. There's several, rivers that run through Manatee and Sarasota County. If the storm surge, which is expected to be bad in Sarasota, kind of pushes the water, into those rivers, and obviously there's going to be a lot of flooding in and around those rivers. So picture what happened with Helene. And if you saw flooding with Helene, it's going to be much, much worse with this. Storm surge, I would say, at least 2 times worse than Helene, maybe even more in Sarasota County. So if you had any kind of flooding with Helene in that area, then you're definitely going to have some flood problems with this one. I'm not really, again, concerned about the rain as much, the rainfall totals and whatnot. I'm more concerned about the wind, and I'm going to say this probably 500 times. I'm concerned about what structure you're in. I'm concerned whether your structure can withhold 100-mile-per-hour wind. If you have glass that you don't have hurricane shutters and that's not hurricane-proof glass, the windows could easily be blown out. So it's hard to say whether you could evacuate given you're at one point, one location. You have to be in a structure that can withhold at least, Category 3 status wind and wind gusts a little bit stronger than that.
Let's go next into the queue. Jessica from Orange City is joining us on Tracking the Tropics.
Hey JB, hey Eric. I am wondering how I will do in an RV in Orange City, debating on evacuating to the land into a house. What are your thoughts?
RV is the detail.
That's all you have to tell me,
Eric.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you have to tell me. Like I said, if you're anywhere in that red shading where the cone is, especially closer to the center line, and you're in an RV, it's not safe. I'm just going to be straight up with you. It's not safe.
Let's go next. Who's up in the queue? With Report It, we're now getting, and pun not intended, flooded with questions here. We are not going to be able to get to every video question. We're going to do our very best to get to as many of them as possible. We'll go next to Kevin in Sebring. Kevin is up next.
Hey guys, watching your live feed. Hey, question for you. Got family in Sebring, just north of Sebring by the lake, and they live in a single-story condo. What do you guys think the impact to them will be? Thanks.
Well, that really helps. Sebring is on the extreme southern end of this cone, and I have a couple friends in Sebring, other viewers that are constantly sending me messages of what they should do. I would say single-story condo, you're probably good. Tropical storm force wind, 50, 60 mile an hour. I don't think you're going to really be in that severe wind where, you're not going to be in hurricane force wind. And as far as rain goes, you're not going to see, you may see 3, 5, 6 inches of rain, but the wind damage isn't going to be as extensive. And again, that's given the track right now. If this track moves south, say this track moves closer to Fort Myers, Port Charlotte area, then I would say, you're going to be a lot closer to the center, and you may not be safe. But for now, given this track, I think you're fine. But again, it's better to be safe than sorry. You have to know what your structure can withhold. It sounds good. It sounds like you're in a sturdy structure. Are the windows hurricane proof? If you get 100-mile-an-hour gusts, are there? It's going to blow the glass out, or are you going to be safe? That's what you have to ask yourself.
Next up in the queue, and again, thank you to all the people that are sending in video questions. We're getting so many in that it's. I mean, this is our first go at this, so Joey is up next in the queue, and Joey is not alone. Again, if you want to send it in to WFLA.com/report it, and we've got Joey standing by.
Hey guys, here from Tampa. In the Brandon area. We're evacuating to Jacksonville towards the Neptune Beach area. Just wanted to know if you guys think that that's a smart move or not. Hey guys, here from Tampa, Florida.
So,
in the Brandon area.
Jacksonville, Neptune Beach.
To Jacksonville.
Anywhere along the coast north of the storm, the East Coast we're talking about, they will experience storm surge. So if you're right on the beach, there could be several feet of storm surge in that area. So if you're a mile or more inland, I'd say you're a lot better off than if you were at the immediate coast. But it's still going to be a pretty strong storm. You're still going to have winds over 50 miles an hour, and you still could see wind gusts up to 60 to 70. It won't be for a prolonged period of time as it would here in Tampa. But again, if you're going up to the Jacksonville area, I do think it's going to be safer, not along the immediate coast.
Seeing Joey there with, he did not say if that was his child, but look, I'm a dad. As of just, 11 months ago, I have a son that turns 1 this month. So constant communication with my family at home. Obviously, I'm right here. I live in the greater Tampa area, and a lot of concern. So when I see, what appears to be a dad holding his kid there, I relate to you, Joey. And we're just all trying to do what's best for not just ourselves, but our family and our loved ones. So, please be safe. I hope that everything, I hope that travel goes well. I think the earlier that you can get on the road, the better. And fingers crossed for you and your family. Sending you guys a whole lot of love. And hoping that you make it out through the storm A-OK. All right, next up, we have Courtney joining us from Inglewood, Florida. Let's show Courtney. Bring audio back up.
JB, we're calling in from Massachusetts, but my dad is in Inglewood, Florida, right in the orange zone, and he wants to hunker down through the storm. What's your advice?
Did she say Englewood?
Englewood. I really appreciate you watching, Courtney, because we've got a lot of folks that join us from elsewhere in the country concerned about grandpa, grandma, aunt, or uncle, in the Tampa Bay area. Great-grandparents sometimes even, too. So Englewood was the question.
Yeah, I mean, there could be a good, 6 to 10 feet of storm surge given the current track. And, of course, if this moves to the south, it could be even higher than that, 8 to 12 feet. So it really all depends. There's a lot of waterways in Englewood. I know that area well. I know it floods a lot. It really all depends on where in Englewood you are. If most of it is really along the coast, probably along 776. And again, if you are within a quarter mile to a half mile along the coast, the roads along Englewood Beach and Middle Beach and that whole area up and down, they flood very easily, even in a heavy rainy season day. So it really depends on where you're at in Englewood. If you're close to the beach, you probably want to get out of there. But if this takes more of a southerly track, then you'd have stronger wind, right? I'm not really concerned about the rain. Again, I'm concerned about the wind and the storm surge in Englewood.
Okay, next up in the queue, we have, again, from WFLA.com/report it. It's a question on evacuation, and it comes in from Skylar in Venice, I'm told. Skylar in Venice is up next.
Hi. We just live east of Trail Zone Z in Venice, right by the island, though. We're still Zone C, but we're only like 3 miles from the beach or so. But Zone C, in a concrete block house that's been remodeled. So a good structure. But should we go to a friend's condo 15 miles inland down in Naples just to get further south and more inland, or should we just stay here in our house? Thanks.
I would say, given the track now, if you're in a sturdy structure and you're not worried about, any kind of rainfall, you're not along the coast. If you're in a sturdy structure, then, and you had your hurricane shutters up, then I'd say, you could stay. But again, you got to watch the track over the next 12 to 24 hours. If this thing shifts to the south and it's more of a Sarasota storm, then you're not going to want to stay. So I'd rather be safe than sorry. If you have somewhere in Naples you can go, then I would do that just in case. I always tell people I'd rather prepare and do something for a storm and then have it really mean nothing, right? Than stay and then all of a sudden you're in a life-threatening situation. So, I would say anywhere in this cone, if you could get out of the cone right now, that would be more ideal than taking a chance.
All right, next up, Matt in Pinellas from WFLA.com/report it.
I'm in Pinellas County. I'm not in any evacuation zone or anything, so I'm not planning on evacuating. But is there anything I should consider that maybe would make evacuation a good idea?
I couldn't hear. I couldn't quite hear what he was saying.
Matt, we're gonna try to load you back, and I'll try to bring it up on the in-house speakers here.
Hi. We just
wrong
live
one. Hold on, coming back,
east of
and now here's this one.
Hey, I'm not in any evacuation zone or anything, so I'm not planning on evacuating. But is there anything I should consider that maybe would make evacuation a good idea?
Did you say
Pinellas? I'll try one more because it broke up there at the beginning.
Right.
Hey, this is Jerry from Winter Haven. I'm sitting here waiting for sandbags. I do have a question for you. When the storm is passing through, where are the strongest winds going to be? Are they going to be on the south side of the storm, or are they going to be on the north side of the storm?
So definitely on the north side of the storm.
Matt, we'll come back your way in just a second.
Right.
I'll try to replay that, but let's get to Jerry.
It's looking like the heaviest rain and the strongest winds are going to be right in that northern eye wall. Very similar to Ian, right? Normally, the strongest wind and heavy rain will be on the eastern side of the storm. As this interacts with a jet, it's going to transition a bit, and I do think that the northern side, the northern eye wall, is going to have the strongest wind and the heaviest rain.
Okay, now back to Matt. We're going to try to reload Matt back into the queue here. Matt, let's do it and see if it works.
Hey, I'm in Pinellas County. I'm not in any evacuation zone or anything, so I'm not planning on evacuating. But is there anything I should consider that maybe would make evacuation a good idea?
Well, definitely consider the structure that you're in. If this follows the track, you're looking at well over 100 mile per hour sustained wind, possibly gusting over 140. Okay, and again, I'm looking at worst case scenario. So, can your house, wherever you're at, can it withstand that? Is a glass in your window going to be blown out? If a projectile, is flying around, somebody's lawn chair, somebody's whatever, a table, and it hits your window, and is that glass going to come flying in? Or, is it safe to be in your structure? If I lived in Pinellas County, I would evacuate. That's just me, though. I'd rather be safe than sorry. But I know a lot of people that aren't in evacuation zones are going to stay. And, we pray that the structures that you're in can withstand. If you have hurricane shutters and they're not up yet, best put them up if you are planning on staying.
Guys, I got to mute mics for 1 second. Stamp. Back here in the Stream Center, just talking about some logistics here for us in Tampa. And, of course, on the other side of the room, the Max Fender 8 weather team with meteorologist Rebecca Barry, Amanda Holly in the house. So we'll continue to spotlight some more meteorologists over the course of the stream. We have one more video question, at least for this segment, and then I want to get back to some of the hashtag-based ones. And then we're going to be going till we have another 20 to 25 minutes on stream.
I'm here all day.
And then we're coming back for the 2 o'clock advisory, folks. So we got another 20 or so minutes here answering your questions. Let's get in one more video question and then come back to the hashtag-based ones at a Facebook Live and on YouTube Live. Next up, we've got Bree. She's joining us from Lee County. Let's bring Eric and I back up on screen. Again, Bree in Lee County.
Hi, so some of us are out here working through all of this, so we don't get to go on and check as much. Is there a better way to get updates sent to your phone, especially if there's something that's important that we really need to know?
Okay, so Bree's question, I know Eric, I didn't have the speaker up very loud.
Well,
about staying up to date.
I got the end of it. Yeah, you could go on the National Weather Service page. You can get updates via text, via email, and there'll be links in those texts that you can click on. As soon as, like, when our phones automatically start buzzing like crazy when there's a hurricane warning, right? And that just automatically happens. But as far as even tornado warnings, and I wouldn't be surprised in Southwest Florida, or maybe slightly north of Fort Myers, if there were some spin-ups with this as it makes its way closer to the West Coast. So you'll get those updates, and it will say Lee County, Charlotte County. You can actually pick what counties you want the text messages on your phone to include. And once it sends you that text message, you click the link. You just hit it with your finger, and the entirety of that warning will pop up.
Okay. We're going to return to questions and comments from Facebook Live and YouTube Live, and we're going to come back to video questions in about 10 minutes. About 10 minutes time, we will be coming back to those video questions coming in on WFLA.com/report it. So whether you're using a keyboard or your selfie camera, we want to give everybody the opportunity to join the program and be interactively featured. Let's get to Julian on YouTube Live. Facebook Live, we're coming to you next. And Julian says, hashtags first both. I live here in Marco Island. We're currently in voluntary evacuation. But what do you think we should do? We live in the second-story condo there in Marco Island.
Yeah, I love Marco Island. It's a really, really nice place. It depends on where you're at. So for people that don't know, that southern tip south of Naples is Marco Island. It's about as far south in Southwest Florida as you can go. And, you're on the second floor. The storm surge still could be, 4 to 6, 4 to 7 feet in that area. Maybe, and that's a worst case scenario if this track does move further to the south. You're not going to get the wind. I would say as long as your car is not on the first floor, parked right on the beach, you know what I'm saying? Then I think you're fine. Just make sure that your car is not on the ground level. If you are close to the coast, if you're within, an eighth of a mile, a quarter of a mile to be safe. But I think you're safe there in Marco Island.
Okay, next up, let's go to. Oh no, wait, nope. It's actually 2:39. Facebook, we're having difficulty loading your comments. Maybe pop over to YouTube, but I'll try to get Facebook back up and running. 2:39 fishing hashtags. Is Naples Fort Myers still out of the picture for a direct hit? Or even significant impacts?
Yeah, with a storm of this size, even if you're not in a direct hit, or even if you're not in the cone, that doesn't mean you're not going to have significant impacts. So what I want to do is basically show the storm surge. And what we're looking at all the way down to Sarasota and even toward the Charlotte County coast is 8 to 12 feet. My best guess would be somewhere around 5 to 8 feet. Fort Myers Beach area, Naples area, maybe 4 to 6 feet. It really all depends on where you are. If you're along the immediate coast, even in Fort Myers Beach, they've already told you to evacuate. Vanderbilt Beach, Naples, you don't want to be anywhere near the beach, even with a 4 to 6 foot surge. You saw what happened with Ian. And, even though it's not going to make a direct landfall, you're still going to have that storm surge along the coast, and you're still going to have at least, tropical storm force, 40 to 50 mile per hour wind, Fort Myers, and a little bit less in Naples.
Let's go next to Patricia. We're back with you on Facebook Live with the comments. The live feed didn't go anywhere. Like, our live stream was still there, but Facebook Live comments are once again loading. Patricia, I'm in Northport near I-75, not in an evacuation zone. Will I be okay with this storm, Eric?
So, yeah, Northport, I-75, maybe you're near Sumter Road, Toledo Blade, one of those. The Mayaca River does run in that direction, and we saw some pretty hefty flooding with Ian. And so if you're anywhere that you could potentially be flooded out by the Mayaca River, and I know I-75 was closed, there were a lot of houses that, water was in the first floor. And that was after Ian passed, right? Because there was a lot of rain. There was a lot of freshwater flooding. I don't foresee a huge rain event in that area. But if water is pushed into, onto the coast, into Charlotte Harbor, Peace River, Mayaca River, depending on if you live in and around near rivers that would flood, then, yeah, you're probably not going to be okay. But most of Northport and most of I-75 area, in regards to flooding, probably not going to be an issue. Again, can your home withstand a Category 1 hurricane force wind? Can your home withstand 70-mile-an-hour wind gusting to 85? That's what you have to ask yourself.
All right, continuing on. Philip, look, it doesn't always have to be a question on Tracking the Tropics. This is a live Q&A, but we can spotlight comments as well, right, Eric? So
yeah, very good.
Philip says, not really a question, but a comment. Anyone living in a mobile home anywhere close to the track should have a plan in place. I think this is important to say.
Yeah,
and I
mean, they are the most vulnerable, right? In a mobile home, modular home, trailer, RV park, whatever you want to call it. If you're anywhere near the track, even if you're anywhere in the red, I would definitely evacuate. It's better to be safe than sorry. Those structures cannot withstand, for the most part, hurricane force, even wind gusts in a lot of scenarios. As I said before, they're attached to carports, mainly the modular homes, mobile homes. And once that carport rips, it rips part of your roof off. And then all of a sudden the rain's coming in and, it's just not a pretty thing.
Let's go to Justin on YouTube Live. #KJB. How long do the strongest winds, if you're in the strongest part of the storm, given the speed the storm is moving?
Yeah, so basically he's saying...
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, he's saying, well, it's going to move pretty quick. But we're seeing... and you know what I'll do? I will show... And again, these are going to be a point in time. And I want to stress that. Because you're going to see pretty strong wind gusts. And this is the GFS model, which is one of the worst case scenarios. And what I'm going to do is... So I'm going to point this around 8 o'clock, okay? So we start to see the wind increasing. Now, this is wind gusts. And then we go to 11 o'clock. So now, look, we're at 100-plus mile-an-hour wind gust. And again, this is a point in time. This is 11 o'clock sharp, Wednesday night. At 10:30, at 10:15, at 11:15, these wind gusts are going to be much higher, all right? They're going to be 120, 130, maybe even 140. So once I advance this in time to 2 o'clock in the morning, all of a sudden the wind, starts to lower. So I would say a prolonged period of time, I would say a good 3 to 5 hours where you could potentially be in that 100-plus mile per hour wind gusts, moving at the speed that it's moving now. But you look at these numbers, JB, and again, I hope everybody understands this is a point in time. The models only update, they're updating 3 hours, right? So 8 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, all right? So somewhere between 8 o'clock at night and 2 o'clock in the morning is when the strongest wind speed and wind gusts are going to impact Pinellas and Hillsborough County. And you can see on the point in time at 11 o'clock, those wind gusts are over 100 miles per hour. The strongest could be at midnight, depending on when this makes landfall. And it could be 125, 135. But somewhere between 8 o'clock at night and 2 o'clock in the morning is when we're expecting the greatest threat of wind here in Pinellas and Hillsborough.
Let's next go to, we're going to go to one more question on, let's see here, from Angela. And then we're going to go to back to video questions to WFLA.com/report it. Angela, hashtags for us both. Will the shear affect landfall?
So, are you asking if the shear is going to affect the wind speed at landfall? And that is yes.
This is why the video questions are really helpful, because sometimes things get lost when you type it in. So
because look, we're looking at 160 mile per hour wind. All right. The reason this is turning to the north is because of the southern portion of the jet moving this to the north. With that jet is strong upper level wind. Okay. AKA wind shear. So there is going to be a lot of wind shear once the jet does pick this up and it starts turning to the northeast. You can see the greatest wind Monday, 8 o'clock. That's today, this evening, 165. All right. Starts to see some of that wind shear by Tuesday, 8 o'clock. Now we're at 155. The jet picks it up. It gets really close to it. And that's when the wind shear starts to affect it. So it's not going to necessarily affect landfall, not affect the timing of it. No. But it is going to affect the wind. So you look from Tuesday at 8 p.m. to Wednesday at 8 p.m., and it loses 30 miles per hour. All right? So it's a weakening storm. Still a major hurricane at a Category 3. So, yes, the wind shear is going to affect the wind speed at landfall, but it's not going to affect where it makes landfall. The jet stream itself, picking this up and steering it, is what's going to affect where this makes landfall.
All right. We are going to do about, let's do another 4 to 5 questions to WFLA.com/report it, video questions that are coming in. And then, again, we're probably on stream for another 15 minutes before we have to step away for a break. We will be live for the 2 o'clock advisory. And then a reminder to our audience, the 5 o'clock advisory is significant. A new track update at 5 will be live both on air and online, I've been told, and our newscasts on WFLA News Channel 8. Tracking the Tropics will be brought in interactively into our shows and our newscasts on your NBC station in Tampa Bay with Eric and myself. And then, of course, we will be live with you as the new track comes out tonight at 5 o'clock Eastern. And see, everyone pay close attention to where, that 3 is right now, basically right underneath the T in Tampa in the center of your screen. What is that going to look like at 5:01 p.m.? I'm curious to see, is the trend for the center of the track moving more north, more south? And then also something, too, to pay attention to. The red area is the cone. How narrow will it be in the 5 o'clock update? Are we getting more model consensus? How narrow will it be? Because the more narrow the cone is, the more confidence the models have as to where Milton is headed. So a lot of things to pay attention to in the 5 o'clock update. Eric and I will be live, Facebook Live, YouTube Live, TrackingTheTropics.tv, WFLA.com, the WFLA app, all over the place. for the 5 o'clock update when it does, in fact.
Keep in mind,
drop.
though, JB, that the cone will eventually get smaller and smaller, even if the models are still in disagreement. As time progresses, the cone, obviously, when you're 2 days out, the cone's a lot smaller than when you're 5 days out.
And then streaming in real time, WFLA.com's Wobble Tracker. We spotlight it periodically on stream, but every hour that passes, this becomes more and more of a valuable tool. You can monitor real-time wobbles that is streaming all the time on WFLA.com. For folks that have, weather monitors set up at home in their home office, their home living room, whatever it is, this is a great tool to have up all the time to monitor whether or not Milton's eye is wobbling off the track. Wobbles with this storm, 10 or so miles here, 15 or so miles there, could mean a massive difference for the impacts locally in Tampa Bay. And again, as it makes its approach, the wobbles that we're monitoring on the Wobble Tracker will be massively significant. So it's streaming all the time. We spotlight it here every so often, but it will be spotlighted all the time on WFLA.com in the Wobble Tracker. We're going to try to, what I need to do is talk to our team. What we really need to do is just get WFLA.com/Wobble Tracker. In fact, did they get that? We talked about that during Helene. Did they actually get that working? I don't think they did. No, we're going to get that. I think we're going to try to get that redirect working so that it's just one simple place for people to go and they can access the Wobble Tracker. Next up, we're going to continue with video questions. We have Nicole joining us from Lakeland, Florida. Let's listen in to Nicole.
Hey, Eric. Hey, JB. I'm in Lakeland, Florida. My question has to do with barometric pressure. Can you explain how that correlates to storm intensity? I understand mile per hour wind speeds, but millibars is like a complete foreign language. So if you could kind of give some context into what all of that actually means, that would be great. Thanks.
That's a great question from Nicole. And I want everyone, for Nicole's question, circle on the center of your screen. You see the pressure right now is at 925 millibars. I think, Eric, most people know max wind speeds, 160 miles an hour. They know that movement speeds, it's moving at, actually moving across the Gulf at 9 miles an hour. But pressure to most people, I think, is difficult for them to understand.
Yeah. So, we talk about a high pressure system and, beautiful weather. Then we talk about a low pressure system and, that brings rain and, cold fronts, whatever. And there's a low attached to it, and that's the low pressure. So the average, I think it's somewhere around 10, 12 millibars. That is the average pressure, so to speak. So, high pressure systems can be as high as 1040, 1050 millibars. Low pressure systems are not usually too far below 1,000 in regards to, cold fronts and whatnot. But in regards to hurricane, once the low pressure continues to deepen, so the pressure within the system gets lower and lower and lower, the strength of the storm is higher and higher. So basically, a storm that, and you have to look, Wilma was had the lowest pressure at, I believe it was 882, 884, somewhere around there, which is ridiculously low. The higher up in the atmosphere you go, if you're in the mountains, the pressure lowers because it's just how it is. That's why when you're on an airplane and you're going up to 35,000 feet, they have to pressurize the cabin because the pressure outside the plane is so low, and you also lose oxygen. But that's a whole different story. So again, in layman's terms, basically, the lower the pressure, the higher the max winds or the more powerful of storm.
All right, let's continue on with the video questions coming in to WFLA.com/report it. Again, because we have a revolving door of people that join our live streams, I have to point this out every so often. You can scan the QR code on your screen or go to WFLA.com/report it. For today's live streaming purposes, this is great for video questions being sent in. Selfies, too. We'd love to see some smiling folks out there. You know what? Maybe we'll try to wrap up the live stream by showing some selfies. The rule with selfies, of course, is just send in a picture showing that you're watching Tracking the Tropics. We love to show the human side of the story with the storms that we track. We talk about a lot of doom and gloom on this show, but we do like the opportunity to show some smiling faces out there, people that have put their plans into place and their plans are basically good to go and now are just kind of staying weather aware by watching our program. take a selfie. Let us know where you're watching from. Send it in to WFLA.com/report it. Just make sure that the Tracking the Tropics live stream is on in the background. And maybe in the end of the stream, Eric, what we'll try to do is we'll try to spotlight some selfies that are coming in. Sound good?
Yeah, sounds great.
All right, let's come back to some of the video questions that are coming in. And next up in the queue, thank you to Nicole in Lakeland. That was a great question. Again, the more details, the more specifics that we can get in these questions, the better that we can answer them, the more equipped our meteorologists are to answer them. And this one's coming in next. This is Corinne, who is joining us here on Tracking the Tropics.
Hi, we live over on Terracea Island in South Tampa Bay area. For Helene, we got 6 foot of storm surge. Our house is 14 feet above sea level. That's the first floor. We were wondering if we should stay or if we should go. We have lots of animals. Thanks.
All right, Corinne, thank you.
Yeah, so, I mean, this storm, worst case scenario, would be about 14, 15 foot of storm surge. If this makes landfall even stronger than a Cat 3, somewhere around St. Pete Beach or Indian Rocks, if your car's on the first level, which probably is, then, you'd be risking damage to your car. To me, it's not worth it. To me, I would leave. Especially if you're in and around water in the bay or along the coast. It's just the worst place to be during a hurricane. And you know what? What if you say, well, Eric, I didn't need to evacuate, and I say, good. I'd rather you not need to evacuate rather than stay. And then, hindsight, I should have left, right? So I would leave if I were you. But again, even though you're 14 foot up, if there's a 14-foot storm surge, 15 foot, it's going to be getting close. Let's put it that way.
All right, let's continue on. And next up in the queue with video questions to WFLA.com/report it. This one's coming in from Kyle, and Kyle is located right here in Tampa.
Hey Eric, hey JB. I got a question when it comes to certain model runs of this hurricane. Obviously, a lot of people are going to be looking at either the GFS model or the European model and trying to figure out where the storm is going to make landfall. I've been looking at other hurricane models, specifically the HASB model, just because I believe the National Hurricane Center will use that specific model to try to figure out where the storm is going, or at least it's one of the models that they'll use to try to figure out where the storm is going. And they currently have this storm currently making landfall in Clearwater, just north of Tampa Bay. My question is not just how bad is it going to be based off of that projection. My question is, how effective is that model in your eyes, and how would you weigh it against the European model and the GFS model? Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, the HAFS A, the HAFS B, the HMON, there's a lot of models that are hurricane models, and they typically lower the pressure of the storm, in my opinion, a little bit more. They strengthen the storm a little bit more than it actually happens. So Helene, I know the HAFS B at one point, and I posted on my Facebook, it was showing 888 millibars, right, which is extremely low. I mean, it was almost a Wilma. As far as landfall, it was pretty far off yesterday. It was making landfall somewhere close to Cedar Key, north of the Nature Coast, the HAFS A and the HAFS B model. So I don't usually take into consideration, but if the pressure is really, really, really low compared to the European and GFS, which I've noticed it typically is, but if it's much lower, it's hard to explain this, but I saw pressure of 9.0, I want to say 906, 908 in the HAFS B model yesterday, while the European and the GFS were a little bit higher in pressure, but it seemed like the disparity was a lot wider in this case compared to Helene. So I did expect the pressure to be a little bit lower than what GFS and Euro were predicting. But as far as landfall goes, and I know that's really what he was asking, I don't usually pay attention to those kind of hurricane models. To me, they haven't been as accurate. I look at them just to see if they're coming in agreement with the GFS and the European and the Icon and all that. But I take that more with a grain of salt.
All right, let's continue on. We've got some great selfies coming in that we'll kind of end out this particular session with in just a little bit. In fact, let me just show everybody a couple of the ones that are coming in. Thank you, by the way. That was a great
Yeah, that was
question.
awesome.
Julia, and let's see. I'll read this out here from the queue, and it says Julia, Gianna, and London. They are in their living room watching Tracking the Tropics on their television. And yeah, see, this is what we love to see. I mean, thumbs up. Folks that are staying weather aware. There are a lot of people in the path of this storm. We encourage everybody to stay as safe as possible, but staying informed, basically watching shows like this one. There are some great, options out there to stay weather aware. We hope that you watch us, of course, but at the same time, just anybody out there that's receiving up-to-date information and not relying on, some channels of maybe TikTok or Instagram. Look, go to a credible source for information. Make sure that you know where you're getting your information from. Clearly, we've got some thumbs up here from Julia, Gianna, and London from their living room. I don't think we have.
I like the heart. She almost positioned her head so that heart is like right over top of it.
Oh, look at that.
You see
Love
that?
it. And then we are also as well fans of the pets that join us.
Oh,
Lexi
yeah.
in St. Aug. Yeah. If you don't want to show yourself, show your pet. And this one makes me laugh because it's Lexi in St. Aug, and it's a hot dog costume. Says Goose is back again for Milton, but now he's got his hot dog costume on. Thanks again for everything you guys do. Always watching from St. Augustine.
It's getting close to Halloween.
Yeah, that's right.
He doesn't look too happy, though.
For us and for our pets as well, our dogs, cats.
It's like he's licking his chops. I want a treat for this.
One more video question before we get closer to wrapping up this live stream, and then some more selfies as they roll.
Hey Eric,
as well.
hey JB. I live in downtown St. Petersburg, and as you can see, there's a massive construction project right next door out my window. Should I be concerned with some of the winds that we're going to get here in downtown St. Petersburg?
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely be concerned with the wind there. It looks like she's very, very high up. But yeah, as far as construction goes, I'm sure they're not really going to leave things that can blow in the wind, right? You would hope not. And she looks high enough up that if there's anything heavy that could blow in, a Category 3 wind, it's not going to blow up that high. Again, it really depends on what kind of structure you're in. She's not really asking about evacuation. She's asking about the wind. So a Cat 3 wind downtown St. Pete at 120 miles an hour, gusting to 140, definitely not out of the question.
All right. We appreciate the Q&A, the video questions that have been coming in. We have others. There's more. We just don't have time in this session. If you sent in a video question, you might want to come back at 2 o'clock. We're going to answer more video questions at 2 o'clock. So your video question that you submitted, it might not get answered in this hour, but in the 2 o'clock hour, we will be back. In the meantime, let's just get into some of the selfies that have come in just the last few minutes. Let's see. We've got joining us. Oh, look at this. This is Charles, aspiring meteorologist Charles.
I think we had him
keeping an
before.
eye on the storm.
We
Look
had
at
him
that.
before, remember? With Helene, I remember him.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Yep.
Coming back for more Tracking the Tropics with Michelle sending this in from Naples, Florida. We love to see it. We've got this one coming in from Kono and Shady watching the show. This is Nicholas in Hudson. Look at that. They look a little confused, Eric.
Yeah, I grew up with 2 German Shepherds, so really love those kind of dogs. And they're saying, why aren't you feeding me? What are you watching here?
Well, right. There's better things on TV. What's going on, folks? Eric and I have to step away from the microphones. We will be back, of course, in the 2 o'clock hour. So taking a 1 hour break. Of course, we've been streaming here live since the 11 o'clock update. We will be taking more video-based questions, more hashtag-based questions, and spotlighting a whole lot more on Tracking the Tropics as Hurricane Milton. Again, the topper on this stream was that it's now a Category 5, going to weaken as it gets closer to Florida, much to our benefit. However, Tampa remains in the middle of the cone with a lot of the Tampa Bay area still in that shaded red in a dangerous area with this particular storm. As the storm gets closer, we get more model consensus. We'll have a better idea as to where this is going, and we might have a whole lot more at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock Eastern is when the new NHC track drops. I want to bring you into our Forecast HQ, everybody. Our Forecast HQ will stay up over the course of the live stream. And if you're joining us on YouTube Live, on WFLA.com, the WFLA app, this is going to be up, and you can continue chatting back and forth in the chat, in the comment section, and we will be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you for joining us here on Tracking the Tropics. For Eric, I'm JB. We'll see you in an hour.
Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists, this is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
A storm of monstrous strength that will undoubtedly rewrite the history books. A storm that is headed directly for the state of Florida. Hurricane Milton gaining strength in the 2 o'clock advisory that just dropped about 15 minutes ago from the National Hurricane Center, up to 175 mile per hour winds at Category 5 strength. We are live here on Tracking the Tropics in your hurricane headquarters to break down exactly what the latest is with this storm. Hello and welcome back to the live stream, folks. JB here with you on Tracking the Tropics with meteorologists Eric Stone and now Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli, breaking this down here for you guys. Before we get into the Q&A, before we get into what we do, we were just talking about basically the historic sort of implications here with the storm. What are we looking at here?
So I was saying before, thinking about it in terms of a person's lifetime, this is going to be one of the most, if not the most impactful things that happens to you. It's going to be an inflection point in your life, depending on the exact track of this storm. And you'll speak about your life as before Milton and after Milton. And I say that because I worked in South Florida, and people 30 years later still talked about their life before Hurricane Andrew and after Hurricane Andrew. So this is going to have a tremendous impact on the Bay Area. And we want everyone, and I think they are taking it seriously, guys, because we just had Helene, and who would have thought that Helene was going to be a warm-up to Hurricane Milton, and in many ways it will be. But again, it depends upon that exact track. National Hurricane Center has it right down the middle of the bay right now. 10 miles further north, it's an absolute catastrophic disaster for everybody in Pinellas County and Hillsborough County. 10 miles further south, the biggest catastrophe is in Manatee and Sarasota counties and points south of there.
Eric, what's the latest that we're seeing at 2 o'clock?
175 mile an hour wind. We kind of figured this was going to happen, and if I had to guess, I'd say it's going to go up even up toward 5 o'clock, 185, 190 at the very most, because the pressure's just been dropping so rapidly. Once the winds do catch up with that pressure, I think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to. Someone texted me and said, I think it's going to be 200 miles an hour. You know what? Either way, it's one of the strongest storms ever in the Gulf of Mexico. And again, we are expecting a lot of weakening out of this between now and when this makes landfall. So, yes, it will still be a major hurricane, but we're not expecting the wind that you're seeing right now to come through the Bay Area.
So the 5 o'clock update is going to be dropping in approximately, I would say, 2.5 hours from now. It usually comes out just in advance of 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Central. That is going to be a significant update as we get a track update from the NHC, and we're going to see whether or not this storm is going to speed up, slow down. Is the track going to nudge to the north, to the south? Are we going to have a smaller cone with more model consensus? A lot, Jeff, is going to become more clear at 5 o'clock. This is a smaller update. Eric, Jeff, can you guys just kind of take us through these graphics for people that are just joining the live stream in this last hour?
I think it's worth mentioning, as we do that this storm is a lot like Wilma. Wilma was a tiny little storm with a tiny little eye. And that's why, if you were listening to myself and Eric last night, we talked about this likely getting to a Cat 5. Small storms have it's much easier for them with small eyes to become these monster hurricanes in terms of their intensity. So it's not a surprise. But like as Eric mentioned, it's so important to say when you're staring down the barrel of a Cat 5, 175, and probably soon to be 185 or 190 mile an hour storm, that you realize that it's truly going to weaken. It is not coming here as a 5. It is probably not coming here as a 4. It's very most likely going to be here as a 3. But the thing I think we need to remember is the wind field is going to expand. So it's a tiny storm right now, kind of like Charlie was a tiny storm. What's going to happen is the energy is going to redistribute itself outward. That will allow the storm to become bigger. That will allow the storm to hit a larger area, but the core won't be nearly as strong as it is right now. And I'd say that because I want people to know we're not going to get a Cat 5, but the impacts from the surge, Eric, they could be, even though it'll be a Cat 3 when it gets here, it's likely going to be a Cat 4 type surge.
Yeah, so what we're talking about is significant weakening because of a jet stream in the wind shear. So right now, it's under the perfect conditions. Not much going on, not much going against the storm. But once this jet picks this system up and takes Milton to the north and to the northeast, there's going to be significant wind shear. And so that's why we're expecting this storm to weaken substantially from what could be 190 mile per hour wind to make landfall around 125, which is about a 65 mile per hour difference, right? And again, the latest consensus models, Jeff, have been a little bit further to the south, one going right through the Bay and one going right through Manatee County. But again, you still have a lot of models that are slightly to the north of Tampa, and then you have an envelope of models that are in southwest Florida and into the Fort Myers area. And earlier, Jeff, we were showing the model trends, of course, which the GFS is finally a little bit further south. Remember last night?
It corrected, but the Canadian also corrected north, so they're starting to come together.
A lot of the other ones have corrected to the north as well, and so we'll just bypass the GFS versus Yo. But this is the interesting one, Jeff, and this will update soon. This is our in-house graph model. Takes it really far north, and then all of a sudden,
it looks like it's going to be Manatee County.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden it moves it almost due east and into Manatee or Sarasota County. So again, the models, Jeff, still not in agreement, but also look how late this takes it
2 p.m. Thursday.
Into Thursday morning into the early afternoon.
So can I hop in here for 1 second, Jeff? Because I want to ask you about this particular. We were talking about this a lot earlier, and I really wanted to hear your take on this. This to me is end of the fourth quarter of the football game. You're down a touchdown, and my goodness, you need to just heave it up and what's called a Hail Mary pass, right? This is the idea that the storm would be approaching, and then all of a sudden, perhaps at the last moment,
take a wobble.
Well, that brings up really Wobble Tracker. Let's queue up Wobble Tracker here, Jeff. And why don't you take us through the scenario and whether or not you think that that's possible.
I think it's completely possible. Look, if this storm looks like it's still headed for near Tampa Bay, within, 15, 20 miles of the mouth of Tampa Bay, then within hours of it getting to the bay, if that's the case, within hours of it getting to the bay, it still has the chance to wobble 20 miles. We saw that with Helene. We've seen that with almost every storm. So if a storm's coming in, it's going northeast, and then all of a sudden it wobbles east, well, now it goes south of the Sunshine Skyway. Or if it wobbles north by 20 miles, it hits Pinellas County. So that's why we have the wobble tracker on our site. And in all honesty, this becomes a vital tool with situations like this because, Eric, we've been saying this, if it still looks like it's headed towards or near Tampa Bay, 12 miles north, it hits Paso Grill. It's a disaster for Hillsborough and Pinellas County. If it goes 12 miles south into Anna Maria Island, all that water does not get into the bay, and it's a disaster for Manatee and Sarasota County, but it's not for Hillsborough and Pinellas. So the amount of extra people that are impacted in homes and property damage and all that stuff is just by a 12-mile change, which could happen in a wobble and not just in a track recorrection.
And in that 12-mile change, Manatee and Sarasota are still going to get devastating storm surge, whether this makes landfall at Anna Maria Island or this makes landfall at St. Pete Beach. The big difference is the people that live in and around the bay and coastal Pinellas County.
Everybody at the track and south of the track will see that Cat 3, Cat 4 storm surge. So if the storm goes well north of you, you're still going to get storm surge. Just to know that if you're south of this track, you're the one that's getting the storm surge or near it, right over it.
Anything else as we progress through these graphics? Anything else you'd like to show, Eric, before we get into the Q&A?
Do we have the storm surge graphic? So the National Hurricane Center is calling for a widespread, 8 to 12 feet of surge up and down the coast. That is not going to happen. What's going to happen is that surge, the highest surge, is going to be south. So you see there, 8 to 12 feet in Pinellas, 8 to 12 feet down in Sarasota. That could happen. 5 to 10 feet on the Nature Coast. If the storm comes on shore in Clearwater or south, that 5 to 10 feet on the Nature Coast is not happening.
Nope.
So these numbers are just very preliminary. They're going to need to be adjusted. Oh, and by the way, if the storm does come on shore in Indian Rocks Beach or Madeira Beach, that 8 to 12 probably becomes at least 10 to 15 feet in the bay. So these numbers are going to be fine-tuned. But the bottom line is clearly the National Hurricane Center is trying to say that there's going to be deadly surge in many parts of our coast. Do not try to ride this one out, folks. You will not survive the surge that is coming from Hurricane Milton if it heads towards you.
All right, let's transition now to the Q&A section of the program. We know that there are tons of questions out there, and if you missed our previous stream, we have new ways for you to be able to ask your question. Tracking the Tropics, we've been doing it for years with just hashtag-based questions where you use a hashtag on your screen, hashtag Hey Eric, hashtag Hey Jeff, hashtag Hey JB, with your comment on Facebook Live or YouTube Live, and we can spotlight your question. We are also going to be transitioning to video questions. Yeah, selfie video questions that are coming in on WFLA.com/report it. You can scan the QR code on your screen. This is a tool that is, what we really use this tool for is to get your weather reports, your damage reports from around the Tampa Bay area, from around Florida, whether it's flooding video or if it's a down power line or a down tree covering a roadway, closures. But really today what we're using it for is to be able to spotlight your video questions that are coming in. So if you'd like to send in a question and kind of cut to the front of the line with your question, we're getting less questions via video than we are via the hashtag system. So just scan the QR code here or go to WFLA.com/report it to send in your video question. But our bread and butter, what we normally do with our Q&A, is take your hashtag-based questions, and we'll start here with Anthony. Hashtags for all three of us. Do you think this storm has the potential to go through an eye wall replacement and get bigger?
Well,
Jeff and Eric?
it'll definitely go through an eye wall replacement. Several of them, whether it gets bigger or not. In area of wind area? Once it does interact with the jet stream.
Yeah, I mean, so when you go through eye wall replacement cycles, usually what happens is you get an outer eye wall that forms, the inner eye wall decays, and so that makes the core larger. And yes, it redistributes the energy a little further out. So even if it didn't go through an eye wall replacement cycle, and it's likely to go through one or two for sure in the Gulf, even if it didn't, it still would be expanding its size larger. And it's going to go through a couple of eye wall replacement cycles, at least one.
Adam wants to know, hashtag Hey Jeff, does the Treasure Coast need to evacuate?
I'm going to answer that by saying not right now. Not right now. There's no reason you need to leave today. In fact, everything I've seen pushes this storm to Wednesday night, and some of our models are Thursday morning. You have all of tomorrow to make that decision. No need to make that decision today or even tonight. Unless you're in a very vulnerable state, you're right on the water, it's going to take you time to move, perhaps elderly people. If you need extra assistance, yes, maybe. But other than that, there's no need to make a decision right now about leaving the Nature Coast. This storm more than likely is going to go south of the Nature Coast, which means the surge is not going to be nearly as high as what's said right now by the National Hurricane Center.
Let's go to Stephanie next. Hashtag Hey JB, hashtag Hey Eric. Maybe this has been asked, but what about Temple Terrace for the wind? Should they evacuate? We're close to 75 in Fowler. One-story house built in 1987, not in a flood zone or being told to evacuate.
Yeah,
Eric.
of course. I'm obviously not worried about storm surge, but, it all depends on what kind of windows you have, what kind of roof you have, do you have roof straps? It all depends on whether your house can withstand a Category 3 storm. Temple Terrace, I wouldn't be surprised. You're going to be right in line with this. 110, 120 mile an hour wind gusting over 130 for, a prolonged period of time. So it really depends on whether your house can handle it. If you've got storm shutters up and you are going to hunker down, I would make sure you put those up. I wouldn't want exposed windows, especially if you don't have the hurricane glass. If it were me, I would evacuate.
Let's go next to Kristen on Facebook Live. Hashtag HeyJB. Tampa, Zone A, town and country area. Should we evacuate? If we decide to stay, what can we expect? We have older animals and family of 5. Jeff, you're shaking your head.
I'm saying if this storm still looks like it's coming at Tampa Bay, you cannot stay in town and country. You have to leave. But you don't have to make that decision today. You can make it tomorrow morning. The reason why I say is you'll have tomorrow to leave, and actually, truth be told, it's looking more like even Wednesday morning, at least for a few hours, you can leave. But I'll tell you this. Last thing you want to do is leave too late and get stuck on the roads in a hurricane, okay? But town and country, Zone A, that's a no-no. But you can wait a few minutes to make that decision until we get more data. Would you agree, Eric?
Unless they tell you to leave. But yeah, if this moves to the south, you're not going to see the storm surge, right? But if this stays on track or moves slightly to the north, then it is going to be devastating 10 to 15 foot storm surge. So I wouldn't chance it. I would want to get out, especially. I mean, you're going to have winds well over 100 miles an hour, gusting 125, 135. I don't think I'd want to be anywhere in that, especially a one-story house or anything even smaller.
Yeah, you have to think about your house, the integrity of your house. Is your house capable of withstanding winds of 120 miles an hour? Are you in a mobile home? If the answers to that are, yes, I'm in a mobile home, or no, I don't think my house is really built that strong, then yeah, seriously think about leaving.
All right, guys, we're going to transition now to our reported video questions that are coming in. This provides us a couple different things. One, some additional context. If you can't type in everything, or if you have a lot more of a story to tell, or even, I'm about to show everybody an example. We had somebody do a little bit of show and tell for us and kind of show us exactly, what is outside of where they live, and kind of give us a better idea visually as to where they are and whether they are in a vulnerable area. It also allows us to, show the human side of this story. We talk so much about the numbers and the science, but being able to show the people that are in the path of the storm, obviously tremendously important to us. So we want to show you wherever you are watching from. So again, go to WFLA.com/reportit to send in your questions. And we're going to actually start with a video question. Well, actually, no, hold on. Let's show some of the faces from the previous stream. Jeff, I don't know if you saw this earlier.
I didn't, but I heard good things about it.
Was Julia, Gianna, and London watching Tracking the Tropics?
Oh, wow. Holy
we can
cow.
show
In
selfies,
London.
you guys, provided that Tracking the Tropics is on in the background.
Did they evacuate to London?
No,
That's pretty far.
Well, is that the joke?
It's a joke. I'm
making sure, because sometimes I don't know if you heard it.
I'm just being, I'm being my dry humor self.
Yep, got it.
I would like to evacuate to London.
Yeah, why not?
Let's see here. We've got... Yeah, this was from earlier. Lexi sending in a photo of her dog. This is Goose.
Goose.
And then this one just came in a few minutes ago. This is Tatiana joining us from Clearmont with her pup. This is Jelly Bean.
Jelly Bean.
watching Tracking the Tropics. They are watching from Clearmont. Can we give Clearmont a quick word? What can Tatiana expect here?
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead. You go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, and we had a question about Claremont, northwest of Orlando. Definitely hurricane force wind. As we talked, Jeff, this could ride I-4 straight across the state all the way through, Daytona Beach to the Space Coast. So if you are anywhere near that eye, especially in the northern eye wall, definitely hurricane force wind. And I would be surprised if somewhere in the Orlando area did see wind gusts close to 100 miles per hour.
Which means lots of power outages. Folks across the state should be planning to not be without power for days, and some of us for weeks, unfortunately.
All right, so we're going to show, and I want your take on this video question. We're going to start here with a question that came in from downtown St. Pete in the last live stream. It's interesting because the person who sent this one in, and this is from Melissa, she's near an area that is under construction in St. Pete, and she sent in this
The cranes.
video.
I'm very worried
Hey Eric,
about the
hey
cranes.
JB. I live in downtown St. Petersburg, and as you can see, there's a massive construction project right next door out my window. Should I be concerned with some of the winds that we're going to get here in downtown St. Petersburg?
Yeah, my answer to that is yes, and I was thinking exactly that. As I was driving in to work, I was thinking, I hope they take those cranes down, because I saw them in Tampa, but they're in St. Pete. They're everywhere. There's building going on. I got to be honest. I don't know if there's a way to deconstruct those cranes and get them on the ground, because I lived in New York City and I've seen cranes tumble. And it's that, to me, seems very dangerous. 120-mile-an-hour winds on a crane in St. Pete. I don't know what they're built to withstand, but it seems dangerous to me.
Any thoughts, Eric, before we move on to the next video
it
question?
did look like she was higher up, which is good. She looked like well above those cranes. But yeah, if there's any other debris, I would expect them to get it out of the way. I mean, that's just the right thing to do.
That's a great question. Also, another thing, too. Listen, if you have balconies at your condo building, get the stuff off the balconies, get it inside, because it will become flying projectiles and hurt people on the ground or in other buildings across the street or whatever. I was looking out my balcony this morning thinking, I hope those people in the building across from me take their stuff off the balcony. I did that earlier this morning. Got to do that, because things are going to be flying all over the place.
If you're sending in videos to WFLA.com/report it, I mean, do a little show and tell for us. As you're talking, show us exactly what we're talking about here. Melissa did a good job showing the construction site right behind her. This is the more details you can provide, both, verbally and also visually, the more Eric and Jeff will be able to answer questions, and we'll get a better idea as to how we can help you. Let's go next to Philip in North Fort Myers. Let's listen in here.
Hey guys, we're over here in Moody River neighborhood in northern Fort Myers. We're all bundled up over here, but we will be stuck in the house for this hurricane. My main question is, should we be worried about storm surge or flooding? Again, we are in the Moody River neighborhood, which is just across the street from the river pretty much. So if you could help me out with that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, I went to a wedding reception at Moody River several years ago. So, you are going to be pretty far south, but storm surge is going to go through the Caloosahatchee River, which, of course, is the river that he's on. So there will be some sort of storm surge there, depending on how far south this goes. But again, the given track right now, definitely a few feet of storm surge, even into the Caloosahatchee River and into parts of North Fort Myers. Of course, the strongest wind will still be well off to your north.
You know what I'm noticing, Eric, and JB, while you load the next question, or I'm noticing on all the models, you showed it on our graph model. If you want to pull it up at some point, you showed that the storm was moving northeast and then it tries to hook east. Well, I see that with the Icon model. I see that with the European model. So the models are starting to show this track northeast and then hooking east. So where it hooks is going to be just so paramount as the system begins to move into the area. And that's why I think it's going to be almost a minute-by-minute thing. If this, like I said, if this storm is still positioned towards the bay, even 5-6 hours before the storm, we're going to be like, well, right now it's pointed at Manatee County, but if it wobbles at all, it could head into the bay, or vice versa. It's headed towards Pinellas. If it wobbles at all, it could head south of the bay. So anyway, the point is models are showing this trend towards Can you show it one more time?
Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll show. So right here, it's moving almost due north, just east of north. And then it starts to curve a little bit to the northeast. Okay, but still, it's pretty far north. And then look, right there, you see it
right
moving.
there.
And now it's moving almost due east.
Yeah, that's a big
right towards
big change.
Sarasota.
European shows the same thing, but it shows it 50 miles north of there.
I know.
So therefore, the European brings it on shore around Madeira Beach, St. Pete Beach, Indian Rocks Beach. So the models are starting to show this new thing, which is go ahead.
No, because you're saying models, but so I'm curious because I want to be clear.
Yeah.
This is our
in-house model.
WFLA in-house model. So does anybody else have access to this model?
It's the IBM model, but only but it's not available to the public. It's only available to people that subscribe to the IBM feed. So it's not our own proprietary model. It's the IBM model, which we subscribe to. So not everybody has access to this. And in fact, the public doesn't have access to it at all. Only TV meteorologists that subscribe to it.
Very interesting. I'm sorry. So you can continue that point.
But in this particular case, this would, if the graph is right, it would bring the storm on shore probably Manatee Sarasota line, right around the SRQ airport. You know?
Yeah. And I mean, I don't necessarily agree with this timing because it would be Thursday around noontime, right?
Yeah.
But maybe if it's a slower moving storm, it is going to move more south and east.
Look at how big it is by that time.
Yeah.
Okay, so for instance, these are gusts. So these are not sustained winds, but look at the purple. Those are 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts, which if you extrapolate that storm another 4 hours inland, right, you move it inland, now you have 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts all the way from Naples, probably almost to Crystal River. Not quite, but almost.
Yeah.
That is, so the wind field is about 350 miles across, the tropical storm force winds, when it reaches us. Right now, the wind field is 165 miles across. 165, so we're looking at double the wind field. A little bit more than that, actually, when it makes landfall. But I'm going to be watching very closely for this northeast movement, and then if the models are right, it could then hook east. But where does it hook east? That's so important.
We will return to the hashtag-based questions in just a few minutes. We're trying to balance now video questions coming in and people typing in their questions into the Facebook Live and YouTube Live comment section. I'm monitoring it all here. While they're speaking, I'm looking this way and just checking all the questions that are coming in. We'll next go to, let's see here. Thank you to Philip in North Fort Myers for the very specific question, by the way. Next up is Greg. He's joining us from Largo, Florida. Let's listen in.
We currently reside in a Zone D evacuation zone in Largo, Florida, but we are thinking about...
Hey guys, the beginning. We're going to come back.
In Largo, Florida, but we are thinking about heading up to Spring Hill. Do you think that being in a evacuation zone D should suffice enough to stay, or should we proceed to head north to the Spring Hill area? Thanks.
I think we basically, and I think Eric's going to agree, is we basically tell people to not evacuate unless you need to, which means we evacuate from water, not from wind. Now, a D evacuation zone is a close call, and really that's the call of emergency managers, not necessarily the call of us. But I'm getting the feeling that a lot of people are leaving today, a lot of people leaving tomorrow. I think people are just leaving, you know? So I'm not going to tell you to leave or not to leave. I'm just going to say, use your gut feeling on this. You know, if you feel unsafe in your home, that's what I would say. Then go. Because some homes are built like fortresses.
Right.
So it really is going to come down to your individual case and whether you feel safe in your home or not. But remember, if you stay, emergency personnel will not be able to get to you if there's any kind of issue in your house, glass breaks, you start bleeding, God forbid you have a heart attack or a medical issue, no one can reach you.
Let's move on next. Thank you for the question there, Philip. Next up, we are going to have, let's see, this comes in from, I'm sorry, no, that wasn't Philip. Philip was in North Fort Myers. That was from Greg in Largo, Florida. Mm-hmm. Next up, we have Rachel in Plant City, Florida. Let's go next to Rachel.
Hey, Eric. Hey, JB. Thank you for all you do, first of all. My question is, my son just got off a cruise in Miami. I'm currently in Plant City. He was supposed to come to my home, but I requested that he stay down there with his family in Miami, Wilton Manors area. Now I want to make sure that if the storm does take a southern path towards Sarasota or below, that Miami would be out of the cone. I know with the winds going in the eastern direction at the bottom of the storm, it'll push the surge away from Miami, but I just want to make sure that I made the best decision for him in staying in Miami rather than coming home to Plant City.
Oh yeah, definitely.
No, that's a great call.
I
right?
would say guaranteed stay. You know, and I tell people evacuate. Go to Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Sunrise, Coral Springs. You know, go into Southeast Florida.
Yeah, 100%. Wilton Manors is right near Fort Lauderdale, and you're going to be fine. He's going to be just fine there. So great question.
All right. Next up, thank you, Rachel, for the question. And again, very specific, very helpful. Next, let's go to Josh is joining us. Let's see here on WFLA.com/report it, joining us from Jacksonville.
Hey, JB, Eric, and Jeff. Live about 10 miles from the beach in Jacksonville, Florida. Just wondering what kind of about 10 miles inland. We got to worry about trees falling. We got a bunch of large, tall pine trees behind our house. Just wondering if we should be worried about that. Thanks.
Broke up a bit there. Did we get it, or you want to play it back?
Yeah, and
okay.
I tend to think that Jacksonville is far enough north to avoid the kind of winds that would cause a lot of problems. Although, sometimes trees are weak, so
Right.
I think you have to assess the strength of the trees that you have. I think tropical storm force gusts are likely in Jacksonville, maybe almost hurricane force, but I have a hard time seeing that taking a lot of trees down. But of course, the trees that are weak would come down. But that's what you're looking at in terms of winds. It would be high-end tropical storm force gusts, I think, but probably not much more.
So yeah, and I mean, this
Yeah,
would be tropical storm force wind, period. And
Mhm.
of course, I don't have this extended to Jacksonville, but you can see the wind field really expands with this in time. So yeah, like Jeff said, any kind of weak, rotted, dead trees that may be blown over in a 60, 70 mile an hour gust at most, you might have to worry about. But if it's a sturdy tree, whatever, you're still going to get some wind gust out of this.
Okay. We'll do one more video question. We're just doing the seesaw thing, everybody, right now. So we're bouncing back and forth between video questions sent into WFLA.com/report it. And then we're also taking hashtag-based questions. So we will take one more video question, but we are coming back to the video questions. We're here with you on the live stream this was an hour-long session. So we are halfway through right now. We have another 30 minutes to go in the Q&A. And I know, Jeff, you had to hop off to check
At some point, I'm going to hop off, and Rebecca's going to hop back on. It's really just up to Rebecca when she's ready. You need like 5 minutes, Rebecca? Okay, take your time.
Maybe one more video question.
Yep, that's fine.
And we'll get to this one that's coming in, and it comes in, let's see here. That was from Josh from Jacksonville, and he had Tracking the Tropics on in the background. Appreciate you watching there, Josh. And next one is from Jamie in Northport, Florida. Let's listen in to Jamie.
Hey JB, hey Eric. Just wondering what you think the wind will be like with this hurricane compared to Hurricane Ian. For the Northport area around I-75, will the winds be comparable? With people living in different structures, just wondering how we might do compared to Ian. Thanks.
I think it'll be somewhat similar because, of course, Northport will be on the south side of the storm. But I want to hear your thoughts too, Eric.
Remember, Northport was 4 hours in the northern eye wall. I mean, it was the most intense wind in the northern eye wall, and you're going to be pretty far away from even the southern eye wall. So,
Hopefully.
Yeah, I mean,
it depends on the track.
Along the given track right now, I would say probably, your winds aren't going to be really near what it was for Ian. You were in the maximum wind when Ian went through, and our Jack Royer was there for several hours reporting, and that was the worst. That was one of the hardest hit areas because you never really got into the eye. You were constantly in the eye wall for about 4 hours, so that wind and rain just kept pounding, and it was well over 100 miles per hour. Here, if you do get 100 mile per hour wind gust, it will be a lot.
It'll be in and
less.
out.
It'll be
in and out.
brief. Yeah,
it'll be in and out. All right, so I'm going to be leaving, and Rebecca's going to be moving in.
All right, Rebecca Barry in, Jeff Baradelli. You will be here. I don't even want to say out.
Nobody's out.
So Terrence, offer a wave, by the way. Terrence Middlebrooks hanging out. Everybody saying hi on Slider Cam. It's a packed house in here because look, this is what people are talking about right now. Rebecca, welcome in. How are you?
I am marginal.
Right. I think we're all marginal. No
Yeah.
one's good right now. Rebecca is always on the you're on the positive side of things, but you're kind of marginal right now.
I'm super marginal right now. I live Zone B, and yeah. Right now, it looks like worst case scenario for Tampa Bay. I'm hoping that changes considerably.
Well, we appreciate your expertise and your experience being put to good use here and helping out people.
Thank you.
But folks, let me be clear. Everybody you're going to see on this live stream, we all live here, and we live in different sections of the map, and we are all concerned. I'll be honest, one of the reasons that we were late on the 2 o'clock advisory being here on the live stream, because I was doing, making extended plans with my family to get everything sort of ready where I live. So we're all in this together, but, just hoping that you guys are doing okay as well. Just
I'm worried about trees in your neighborhood. They're not staying under trees, are we?
No.
Okay.
In fact, we're
okay.
I don't think we're staying.
Okay.
I don't think we're staying. Let's go to Steve. We're getting back to Facebook Live and YouTube Live comments. Rebecca will get back to video questions here in just a bit. Steve wants to know hashtags. Wow, doubled up on the JB there. That's a first. That's strange. We're now, by the way, entering hashtag Hey Rebecca in, and we'll really look for
One of
hashtag
them's
Hey Rebecca.
Jeff Baradelli, and one of them's JB.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Oh, look at that. You're You're in rare form. We've been at this, so you're coming in with
I'm all fresh.
You're fresh and ready to go.
3.
Okay, so let's answer the question here from Steve. Is there a concern for storm surge inland Manatee County near the Manatee River, specifically in the Parish area?
Yeah, especially if this, hits just above, Manatee County into where that track is right now. But, depending on how much surge you had from Helene, expect at least double that with this one, maybe even more.
Rebecca,
Yes.
anything to add there before we move on to the next one?
Nope, that was accurate.
Okay, Jimmy, hashtag AJB. Is Brandon going to need to evacuate?
I had a friend I was just texting back and forth with. She lives in Brandon, kind of near the mall, and I said, if you don't have a big oak tree over your house and you're okay with living in without power, you can stay. And she lives in a what you would consider a traditionally built home. I wouldn't recommend that for mobile homes or other older homes that may have some construction worries with the high wind speeds, but I think that she's going to end up staying, and I'm sure you would give similar advice, Eric.
Yeah, definitely. It really all depends on whether your house can withstand in the Brandon area the possibility of a Category 3 wind event, over 120 miles an hour, and realistically, we could see gusts over 130 to 140. So if you live in a sturdy structure, especially if you have hurricane shutters and you put them up, then I'd say, okay, well, that's kind of up to you. The one thing I would never do is, tell somebody to stay when the possibility, even if it's 1%, that something, isn't right with their house or with their health to where it could potentially harm them.
Yeah, none of our meteorologists here are ever going to, tell you. I mean, look, we're going to err on the side of caution always. Better safe than sorry. But I mean, we're talking about people's lives being at risk here. So, look, there's so many questions about evacuations. We have an entire growing list of evacuations and evacuation orders on WFLA.com. We want you to use WFLA.com as a resource so that you get to the latest information. We are constantly getting information from all of the county EOCs, right? Every time they have a press conference, a release, a tweet, a Facebook post, whatever it may be, we're updating WFLA.com. It's kind of your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about evacuation. So if you're looking specifically for evacuation guidance, I go there. But if you want more context with evacuations, maybe we have a lot of people that are near a mandatory evacuation zone, like teetering on the edge, like, hey, Rebecca, should we evacuate? And we're always going to be more safe than sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, not evacuating also is a question of how long you can live without power comfortably, because this will create a swath across the state of extended power outages. This storm's going to be strong even as it moves inland. It's going to maintain that hurricane's force strength. Now, it's a pretty compact wind field right now. We do expect it to expand a bit as it approaches the coastline, but it's just going to make a swath of darkness and no power. And, the cavalry is normally sitting on I-4 or up I-75 waiting to rush in all the linemen from all the other states. But we're splitting resources. Most of those out-of-state linemen are up in the Carolinas right now, where they're dealing with even worse and more extended power outages from Helene. So we're splitting resources here with this so we can expect a slower response.
Yeah, Vanessa, I see your question. I have to. There's only really one time when I can get Vanessa's question in. Vanessa, you're up next after we get to Jesse and Tina. Jesse, hashtag, hey, JB, 5 miles inland, Venice, Nokomis area. What would the storm surge be there, Eric? I know you know that area really well.
I mean, you're 5 miles inland, so you're not obviously going to have to deal with that direct storm surge. But if you are along the coast in Venice, I wouldn't be surprised, at least 6 to 10 foot of storm surge. If this thing moves a little bit further south, you could be in that 8 to 12 foot range anywhere in Sarasota County, really.
Let's go to Tina. Hashtag KJB. What about Lakewood? We've had a lot of questions about Lakewood Ranch. So it's our first time addressing that area today. Rebecca, any thoughts about Lakewood Ranch?
I think you should be prepared for hurricane force winds. Lakewood Ranch is a relatively new development, and the homes and neighborhoods that I've been to in that area seem very well built and very robust. Most of those homes in one neighborhood had their own gas power generator with natural gas, and so it would just automatically switch over. And so I think you're going to be fine. There is a creek that goes through Lakewood Ranch that could see some higher than normal water levels, but as long as you're not medically dependent on electricity, I think you're fine.
I think that this is one of those questions where, if I'm not mistaken, Jeff's ears are going to perk up because he's going to want to perhaps have a say on this next question, because usually we've gotten this question before in Tracking the Tropics, and usually it's one that we just kind of push off to the side because it's not really worth debating too much. But with the historic sort of strength of this storm, it's worth at least taking the question and putting it on screen and posing it to our meteorologists. Hashtag KJB. Can we ever actually witness a Cat 6 for the first time ever? Let me point out, on the Saffir-Simpson scale, there is no Category 6 hurricane. It maxes out at a Cat 5. People have long wondered if the scale would ever, given what is happening in the world, with storms getting stronger, will there ever be a time where establishing a Category 6 is even worth a conversation from the Meteorological Society across the country and around the world?
I don't think so, because, if I were to add a Category 6, I would probably start at 175. I'd probably say 175 plus, right? But how many of these actually make landfall at 175 plus? So, obviously, I don't think this is going to be a thing. Maybe 20 years down the road, when, people grow up and kids grow up and they say, hey, this may be something, but we're going to have to see. But for now, I don't see this happening.
I think Category 5 is sufficient enough at this point in our storms. It's really hard for it to stay at that strength too, and that's a lot of times why you see storms reach this strength and then start to fall apart a little bit.
Yeah, we've always received this question, but
Yes.
when we're talking about a storm that is on our screen, and I'm still, my eyes are honed in on that 175 miles per hour and a pressure at 911 millibars, we're talking about a massively strong storm here. So, again, we're worth the question here on Tracking the Tropics for sure. Destiny's been patient on Facebook Live. What about Sarasota? Destiny, I wish that we had some more info here, because Sarasota is a relatively large area. She says she has 4 kids. We know there's a lot of folks in the area that have big families. Can we give some general advice for Destiny about Sarasota? I know it's hard.
Obviously, if you live along the coast, you want to get the heck out of there. If you live in an RV or a modular home, mobile home, you want to get out of there. If your house is sturdy enough and you put up the hurricane shutters and you take everything out of your yard and you don't have dead trees and whatnot that could potentially fall into your house, there's really a lot of factors there.
Let's go to... Terrence just passed me a question. Are you, you can
That's
join
the
YouTube
VIP
and
question.
you can join Facebook and YouTube and type in your question, so you're literally cutting to the front of the line to ask your question. Terrence just passed us. We have to have smiles in here every now and again when it's appropriate. And so he just passed me a note that said, how fast is it moving?
9 miles per hour.
9 miles per hour. Let's talk about how fast it is going to move as it gets closer to Florida. What can we expect?
Yeah, I would say 15 to 20 once it gets closer to Florida. But, as Jeff and I were talking about earlier, it does look like it slows maybe a tad right before it makes landfall. It takes an easterly turn on some of the models. But still, I think it's going to be 15 or more miles an hour.
Terrence here is asking that question. We want a faster storm. We want this to just breeze over the state, do its damage, and be out of here as fast as possible. We do not want this to stall, linger. While
It won't do that.
Okay, so that was where I was going with this. Chances that this slows and causes, just unspeakable damage to the area.
Nope.
Not going to happen.
No, it's getting pulled up by a couple of different factors that causes the forward motion, and so there's really nothing that would stop it. There's no blocking high pressure on the other side of the state that would cause it to stall out or stop. It's kind of getting caught up in a front, and it's going to race across the state and then continue to race out into the open Atlantic.
Terrence, you satisfied? You good? Okay.
Well, no, we're thinking 15 or 20 miles per hour when it gets here.
Yeah.
It starts to feel the effects of that front and gets kind of caught up in it. To me, the questions in the track come to when it starts to make the turn, because right now it's going due east. And so at some point it has to turn northeast. And a lot of times those turns aren't very precisely predicted. And so that's when we could see a potential track shift or at least tightening up when it makes that turn.
And especially turning northeast. And then we saw what our in-house model turns it more to the east after. Right.
Yeah.
So there may be two turns that we're watching. And so it's very difficult to pinpoint those two turns. And even a couple hours off will have a great impact on the track.
I'll provide some perspective here, and then maybe this gets to what you're asking as well. For people out there who doesn't know, is 9 miles an hour fast for a storm? Well, Helene was racing at 23, 24 miles per hour, and that was booking it. So you're saying we expect speeds closer to Florida around?
I'd say 15 to 18.
So that's kind of average,
yeah.
right? So
I would
maybe
say
a little fast.
I would say 9, 10. Right now is the average. Like this storm has got the perfect conditions, is moving at the perfect speed over the perfect warm water with a perfect amount of energy, low wind shear, a ton of moisture, and that's why you're seeing 175.
Okay, so good that it's going to be above average speed as it gets closer to Florida. Kayla says this is her first rodeo. What can we expect in the Ridge Manor, Hernando County area, you guys?
Is Ridge Manor, Rebecca, along the coast, or is that a little bit further
inland?
inland?
Doing a little Google right now.
Yeah, I think it might be a little further inland.
It looks to be a little further inland.
Yeah, so you're not going to deal with a surge. But, the north side of the storm is going to be the worst. You're going to see the most amount of rain on the northern side of the storm, right? And if you are in the northern eye wall, which I don't expect that area in Hernando County to be, but that's where the strongest wind will be. But I wouldn't be surprised if you saw 6, 8, even 10 inches of rain out of it.
Let's go 2 more and then video questions. Dusty, hashtags for you both. Bartow, Polk County area.
And so you have to be worried about the potential for a few spin-up tornadoes and some hurricane-force wind gusts. Power outages will probably be pretty widespread in Polk County.
And we've seen, Rebecca, so many spin-ups that happen to be inland this year with Debbie and with Helene. And it seems like DeSoto, Hardy, Polk County, maybe inland Manatee, inland Sarasota. That's where these spin-ups have been. So we'll be watching that.
Chai Cole, Hasty, hashtag KJB. What about Wesley Chapel? You know what's interesting about Wesley Chapel is that we might be in Wesley Chapel. Folks, we're located in downtown Tampa, right?
On the river.
On the Hillsborough River. I'm going to really quickly, if I can, I'm just going to show everybody a look at where we are located. I'm going to show you the camera that is located, I think, about 60 feet up from here. And there it is. So you see the river? We're on it. So, of course, we have backup plans. And one of them include going to the Wesley Chapel area. We might be streaming from Wesley Chapel. We hope the Stream Center is a long-term option for us, but of course, we can't preach things here on stream and not have our own plans, multiple plans for multiple different types of outcomes. So all day long here at WFLA, management here at the station, and as part of our parent company as well, all these conversations are taking place about what is best for us to be able to get our signal out. And so we are discussing backup plans too. But back to Chai Cole's comment about Wesley Chapel. Obviously, this is an area that we're paying close attention to, no doubt.
Yeah, I'm worried about power outages in Wesley Chapel. I'm worried about damaging winds, but I'm not worried about surge.
Yeah. Let's move into video questions again. WFLA.com/report it is where you can send in your video questions. Let's bring back up the track on our weather computer and route that in. And let's go to the video questions that are coming in. And this next one, it comes in from, last up we had Jamie. That means that next in the queue we have Eric and he's watching from Texas. Let's go to Eric in Texas.
Eric, AJB. I'm traveling to Orlando Monday on the 14th, and I was just wondering what impact the storm could have on the theme parks. It looks like it says it could pass and be in the Atlantic Ocean by Friday. And do you think it'll be safe to fly in after the weekend?
Theme parks are always going to be, big part of the state of Florida. So what do we say here for Eric in Texas?
There's so many employees at those theme parks that clean up debris and really get those theme parks going, maybe even the day after. I wouldn't be surprised if, if not Thursday, definitely Friday, those theme parks opening up, let alone on Monday. So I think you'd be fine.
Let's go next to, let's see who we've got up in the queue on WFLA.com/report it. Eric from Texas, thank you for your question. Next up is Chris. And I think Tyrone? Or no, joining us from Tyrone in Pinellas, St. Petersburg area. Let's just get to the question, and perhaps that will answer what I'm getting at.
Hey, what's going on, WFLA, St. Pete, Pinellas County? What's up, guys? Shouts out. I live on 22nd Avenue North. I'm not in a flood zone. I'm not in an evac zone. Not really worried about surge. I am curious about winds. I live in a block house. It's got all hurricane windows and hurricane straps, but I am curious if I will be safe to hunker down in a home like this during these winds. So if you guys could give your best opinions on the winds and things like that, that'd be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, St. Pete, I'd say worst case scenario, you could see sustained wind over 120 miles an hour, gust to 140. That'd be borderline, but, you've got the hurricane glass, you've got the roof the brackets and whatnot. Like I said, I don't want to tell anybody in Pinellas County that it's okay to stay there. I don't know about you, Rebecca, but I'd rather be safe than sorry and go somewhere that's not in a direct path of this.
Yeah, Pinellas just makes me nervous because you might not be able to get out at a certain point. The bridges will be closing. A lot of the areas do flood around Pinellas. Even if your house is not in a flooded area, you might not be able to go where you need to go if you were to get injured or if something were to happen. And also, I can't imagine you keeping power with the current track in Pinellas. And look like a gamer chair, so I would go find somewhere fun to game.
Well, and not only that, but as Jeff talked about before, you have a vehicle that is, if you don't have a garage and you've got a vehicle in the elements and you hunker down at your house, maybe your house will be safe, but is that car going to be safe? Projectiles being blown into that car. I mean, you don't have much of a chance.
Next up, let's go to, and a big thank you. That was Chris in St. Pete. Next up, we have Luke, and Luke is joining us from Bradenton.
Guys, calling in from Ohio. My mom has fortunately evacuated back home to Ohio, but has a modular home in Bradenton, near the Sarasota airport. I was wondering if you could speak about the potential damage in this area. I just know she's very concerned. Thank you, guys.
Another case of somebody having family here, but being, calling in from out of state.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that she evacuated, first of all. Anybody in a modular home, I could even say all of Manatee County, a lot of Sarasota County. Like I said, I have a friend that's in Naples that with Ian, and Naples was pretty far away from Ian, the roof got ripped off. And I saw several roofs getting ripped off of modular homes, carports as well. There's going to be a lot of damage to those type of places.
Let's next go again, taking your video questions on WFLA.com/report it. Let's next go to in the queue. That was Luke, concerned about family in Bradenton. That means the Duke in Apollo Beach. You are up next. Oh.
Hey everyone, this is Duke. We're putting up the shutters here on Apollo Beach. We're really wondering if this is going to be a 3 when it hits. Let us know what you think. Can it really slow down that much?
All right. How about that's Duke joining us, everybody from Apollo Beach. Did you guys hear the question?
Yeah.
Okay,
Duke,
you did, Eric? You got it?
Duke, you make good mayonnaise. You know that?
Eric, I was distracted by the cuteness of the dog that I didn't hear the question.
Well, she's putting up hurricane shutters at her house in Apollo Beach. As long as she's not in evacuation A, B, or anywhere that they tell you to evacuate, If this storm moves to the south, you're not going to have to worry about storm surge from the bay anywhere near Apollo Beach. But she was basically asking, do I think that this storm is going to weaken into a 3 and it's going to make landfall as a 3? And I do think it is going to weaken, and I do think it's going to make landfall at most as a Category 3. But again, that's still 120 miles an hour, gusting over 135. But, you're in a stable house. You've got hurricane shutters up. If you're far enough away from the water and your house can withstand that wind,
WFLA.com/report it. Please send in your video questions, and we can, of course, take them on screen. We'll get back to the hashtag-based questions here in just a few minutes. In the meantime, what we're going to do is go back to some of the video questions that are coming in, and one more time, just a look at Duke.
So cute. So adorable.
Remind you at all of Coop a little
Yeah,
bit?
a
It looks
little
like it would be a really good friend for Coop.
Oh, Coop and Duke would have fun.
Oh,
Speaking of Cooper, what is going to happen to that cute?
Coop update.
Okay, so Coop and the captain have finished putting up the hurricane shutters at our house.
Okay.
And we are locked in a heated spousal debate that they should evacuate.
I bet he wants to stay, doesn't he?
Yes,
Yep.
So a little disagreement in the Rebecca Berry household.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And since I win all the arguments, we all know how it is.
Don, Godspeed, my friend. Cooper, cutest pup, Rebecca's pup.
Yeah.
Duke and Cooper here would get along. If you haven't seen Coop, we shared a post on Instagram. It's just adorable how cute Cooper is. Next up, let's go to this says question for Jeff. Maybe we can pass. Where's the lav mic? We could. All right. Maybe if you want to hop in, this is a video question for you specifically, Jeff. So maybe we can get this one. My mic. It comes in from Kristen in Zone C.
You can have my mic.
Yeah, just kind of sit in here for this one, or bring around a chair, or sit around, or however you want to do it.
Okay.
And let's get to.
I'm listening. Sorry, I'm definitely crowding in on Rebecca's space here.
Let's get to this one from Kristen. Listen in.
Hi, I am located in Zone C in Hillsborough County. I'm a couple blocks from Bayshore Boulevard. They have issued mandatory evacuations for Zone A and B, but not for Zone C. I am, maybe a street away from Zone B and trying to figure out whether or not I should evacuate. During Helene, I did not get any flooding at all. There was not even really flooding of my street, which is more typical for heavier rain, but we didn't really get a lot of rain with Helene where I was located in Tampa. So I'm trying to figure out, should I evacuate? I think my inclination is to stay. Just because of my building is super strong. I'm not concerned about any wind. The only concern that I have is around water and flooding. I do have a second floor in my building, so I can, move to the second floor should I need to, but my building is built to code, so I want to say it's like 5 feet up off the ground before the first floor can even begin. And then again, I am in Zone C, not B or A. So just looking for some clarity. I would love for like a meteorologist to tell me how I should be thinking about the risk associated with my particular area.
I could tell that she's a little bit overwhelmed there, and I understand a lot of people probably are. That is a tough decision. I think it boils down to, do you feel safe? You clearly feel safe from the wind. I don't know if there are storm windows on your building. I assume the answer is yes, because you tend to seem like you're going to be safe. I doubt highly that if you're in a Zone C and the first floor starts 5 feet above the ground level, I doubt highly you're going to get water in your building. But remember, if there is 5 feet of water outside, nobody could get to you, and you're trapped. So just picture it that way. You seem fairly nervous. If you have the ability to leave, I would say go ahead. I mean, that would be my answer.
And in that 5 feet, is that where your car is parked? Is your car parked below to where, if this thing does move slightly to the north, all of a sudden water might not get to you, but it might get to your car. You also have to think about that too.
I appreciate the question coming in. Again, that's also true as to why the video questions are so helpful. We don't get to see or even hear, that sound in their voice when it's typed in. into our comment section, Rebecca. So clearly there are some nerves out there. It's to be expected.
Absolutely.
I mean, we're trying our very best here to keep everybody as safe as possible, but just stay with us for good information. I'm just pressing the buttons here and making sure that our meteorologists are teed up and ready to go, but they are going to point you in the right direction. It's the best team I've ever worked with, so they're going to point you in the right direction. We're going to keep everybody as safe as possible. You know what? Let's get in one more video question before we go back to the hashtag ones, and this one we will get in, and this one comes in from Angela, I believe, in Newport Richey. We'll get to Angela, and then we'll come back to the hashtag-based questions. For folks, type in on Facebook Live your hashtag, hey, Rebecca, Eric, JB questions now, and we will spotlight them here in just a couple minutes. But first, we're going to get Angela into the queue next on WFLA.com/reported.
So I am in coastal Pasco. Right across the street here, I have a canal that does not connect to the Gulf. We will be evacuating across the state to Titusville. I do know that there will be hurricane winds there, but it will be significantly less than it is here. I'm just curious about what you're thinking as far as coastal Pasco with about 1.5 miles between my house and the Gulf. So I am in coastal Pasco.
Looping back. So
right across the street here, I have a canal that
coastal
does
Pasco,
not.
especially 1.5 miles in, we are not looking at a storm surge event. Even the GFS model is now pretty much over the Pasco, Pinellas County line. So this storm would have to move toward Hernando and Citrus County for you to even experience any kind of storm surge. And you're 1.5 miles in. You're not near any waterway that connects to the Gulf of Mexico. But wind definitely going to be an issue. Again, even if this makes landfall in Sarasota to Manatee, you will see hurricane force wind gusts. But the current track, in Pasco County, depending on where you're at, if you're in Newport Richey, 100 mile per hour plus wind sustained, gust over 120. So wind definitely an issue. But again, Rebecca, she had said that she's, going eastward to Titusville. So she's not really concerned about her safety. She's concerned more about the area 1.5 miles in from Pasco. So again, you're not going to deal with a storm surge, but there will be a lot of wind damage, a lot of rain, a lot of power outages.
All right. With that, guys, we're going to get back to we have about 12 minutes left with Rebecca and Eric. Does that sound about right?
Sure. I'm a little out, at that same time, I have a cut in downstairs.
Okay, so I'll get you out of here, but a little bit before that,
Yeah.
Let's get some hashtag-based questions in. Let's switch now to hashtags. Use hashtag Hey Rebecca, hashtag Hey Eric, hashtag Hey JB, and we can feature your questions on stream like this. Carrie Greenwood with, I want to know the answer to this one. When do you think we're going to get track model consensus? And what that means, what Carrie is getting at, is, we've had the spaghetti models that are showing, a wide swath of range, from basically Tampa Bay down to our south, more towards even south of Sarasota County. Mm-hmm. I know Eric's bringing up the graphic now. When do you think that these are going to align more and we're going to have a better idea as to where the storm is going to hit?
I had hoped by the 12Z model runs, because we had so much Hurricane Hunter aircraft data getting into them today, but it's a little tighter right now than it was.
Yeah,
it's not great.
it is. You can see now the consensus models right through the bay, and you've got just as many models to the north as you do to the south. You don't have that envelope of models through Fort Myers and Southwest Florida. See, the whole thing is, JB, with Helene, it was rather easy for the models because there was one feature to the west, there was one feature to the right, and it had to go right in between those two features. It didn't have a choice. And again, here we've got one feature to the left, nothing to the right. So is that feature, the jet stream to the left, is that going to cause it to curve further north faster? Or is it going to ride along the front, which again is still to the west, and cause it to go a little bit further south and further to the east? It's still a couple days out, and I don't think the models are really going to be in agreement until this thing starts to move northeast because of that jet stream.
Yeah, see, Helene, I remember thinking, my goodness, this is so weird because 4 days out,
or at least 3 anyway.
It might, maybe I don't know. I feel like the earliest models that came out, the cone was so narrow, and there was such tremendous model consensus 3+ days out. Here we have, a storm that is going to be impacting the area within 48 hours, and we're still trying to. This feels more normal as far as being 48 hours out and just not being entirely sure, right, Rebecca?
Yeah, I feel like this forecast is more like Ian's. We have a general idea of where it's going, but it's going to absolutely come down to the 9th hour as to when it makes that jog to the east as to who gets the storm surge and who just has to deal with the hurricane winds.
Eric, can you bring up? You have an ability to do a Google search there on that computer, real quick.
Yeah.
Can you bring up just Google Hurricane Ivan, because that's the next question, and I want you to be able to have some info there in front of you. Big Luigi on YouTube Live, #KJB. Any thought if this can behave like Hurricane Ivan from 2004? Storms in the last,
Don't
5 or
even bring up 2004. That was Charlie, Francis, Ivan, Jean.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And I just wanted to make sure that we had, info at our fingertips, because we can remember storms really well the last 5, 6, 7 years. But
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. 2004 sounds like you remember pretty well.
Well, I remember it because it was every 2 weeks we evacuated for a hurricane, and we're dealing with a hurricane. I was a meteorological intern at that point at a station across the street for Charlie, and then I went to finish my senior year in college in North Florida, and Charlie, Francis, Ivan, Jean, it was just back to back to back to back.
So, yeah, the Ivan track was one where, it went through the Caribbean, hit right around Pensacola, and then it kind of went back into the Atlantic and then came back towards southern Florida to the Miami area, and then went to Louisiana. Kind of did a loop, right? Now, this is going to get caught up by a very, very large feature, right? A very strong front that is actually going to bring us great weather on the other side of this hurricane. So there's no chance that this is going to meander out into the Atlantic, do any kind of loop or anything fancy like that, like Ivan and a couple other storms have done. This is going to be taken by the front and be quickly propelled into the Atlantic, well away from us.
Let's get to the next question in the queue, and it comes in from Dawn Matthews. You're up next, again, with #Hey Rebecca, #Hey Eric, #Hey JB. Oh, no, wait. Dawn is on the other. There we go. #Hey Rebecca. I live in Hudson. What can Pasco County expect to see as far as surge and wind? I'm in zone C.
So along and to the west of 19, we'll most likely see storm surge flooding in Hernando County. And so if you are in those areas, you need to look at the evacuation maps. And if they call for you to evacuate, you should leave, because if they're calling for you to evacuate, you can expect water in your home, or to be cut off from being able for emergency services to get to you. In other words, your home may be high enough so that you don't feel like you need to leave, but if something were to occur, everything else is so flooded around you that people can't get to you. And the worst case is 120 mile per hour, 100 mile per hour sustained winds and gusts higher than that. Hoping this track tightens up a little bit and we can give more specific answers, especially over the next 24 hours.
And I'll get you out on that. Meteorologist Rebecca Barry, what are you going to be paying attention to really in the hours ahead? I mean, the 5 o'clock update's big.
The 5 o'clock update's big. Based on the 12Z models, I don't think they're going to change much.
No, I've looked at some of them, and they're pretty close.
The Euro is a little bit further south than it was earlier.
GFS is back to normal now.
Yeah.
GFS, last night was Nature Coast, and Jeff and I were thinking, what is going on here? So now it's more like Pasco to Pinellas County. But the rest of the models have been pretty, although the icon did move to the north.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I'm paying attention to the first turn that it's going to make. Right now it's moving due east. When it starts to make that northeasterly turn, my confidence in eventual landfall will get a lot tighter, because turns are hard for everyone to forecast. And if you were to look at just the raw satellite data right there, it looks like it's making the turn now.
Looks like it's going to dip south towards Mexico slightly, but maybe not. But it's wobbling.
Well, they say. So remember, last night I said, let's see when this thing has a southerly component, right? So it was starting to move east-southeast earlier. And the 2 o'clock advisory has this moving due east. Now, the track, for some reason, is dipping this back to the southeast, right? And I kind of wondered, well, is it finished that southeastern movement? And is it going to keep on moving east the rest of the way? And you could easily see on the wobble tracker that this is not a wobble. This is a constant easterly movement. And this right now is staying north of the track.
That's a wobble off the track, no doubt. You're looking at a wobble.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if I want to call it a wobble, because it's a constant motion. It's not like it's kind of moving and then correcting itself. it stayed east and it's staying east, but the forecast track is for it to be southeast, right? And it's not following the forecast track. It's staying straight due east. So let's see if it continues to move due east. And it's very, very easy to see with that well-defined eye over the next couple of hours.
I find that it to be interesting, right? The storm itself isn't wobbling. The storm is almost moving perfectly west to east.
Yep, it is. It is.
And the National Hurricane Center track, you see that dip slightly to the south. It's just not really, it's not making that dip south, at least not yet.
It already did make the dip south. And the thing is it going to dip south again? Or, I mean, I would be led to believe it would stay more of an easterly track. I did think it would dip to the south, but I didn't think it would make a couple dips to the south. Either way, this thing is going to follow very closely the track, and it does appear to be slightly to the north right now.
Meteorologist Rebecca Barry, you'll see her tonight on WFLA News Channel 8. Thank you, Rebecca, and you'll see her on future editions of the live stream here on Tracking the Tropics. Back to you and me.
All right.
We've done this once or twice.
Yeah, fourth or fifth.
How many storms have we covered? I'm losing count.
A lot. I mean, was Ian the first? Ian and Nicole. I mean, that was when really the stream in here was amped up, right? 2 years ago was when you had all this huge setup and we could really go crazy with this. So I think Ian and Nicole, we had Adalia last year. We had Debbie. We had Helene. I can't think if we had anything else besides Adalia last year. Did we have another storm that we did? I can't remember if there was a second storm last year. I think it might have only been Adalia. I think that was the only one. Do you remember, Jeff, if we were impacted by anything other than Adalia last year? Yeah, it wasn't anything that we were doing wall-to-wall streaming. So, but it wasn't anything that warranted, several days of this. So I would say, JB, this is probably the sixth one in 2 years.
We've done a lot of live streaming here together. We have a lot of experience. Just dealing with storms. Our Max Federate weather team is equipped to guide you guys in the right direction, and hopefully I can get to as many questions as possible. And with that, we're going to get next to WFLA.com/report it. Scan the QR code on your screen. This will be more of an important resource in the days ahead as we get in your damage reports, your videos, your pictures that we will be spotlighting on stream in the aftermath of the storm. Please use Report It safely and responsibly. Today, we're using it to get your video questions in from around the Tampa Bay area, and people also using it from out of state to ask about their relatives in the Tampa Bay area. So next up in the queue, and we'll bring Angela back on. Hold on a second. Kill the music. All right. Angela was last up in the queue, and that means that next up we have Edward coming in from Zephyr Hills. Let's listen. Oh, hold on, Edward. That's my fault. Hold on, Edward. We're coming back. You're
Pretty
right.
much
I had to mute it.
Hi, guys. We just moved here from New Jersey, and this is our backyard. Pretty much a little worried about that one right there, but we just bought a townhouse, me and my wife and our two little ones, 7 and 11 years old, and we bought a townhouse, and this is how it looks like. It's pretty new. It was built last year, but we live in Zephyr Hills, off of 301. Should we evacuate?
So you see those fences.
We've got the sandbags here.
Yeah, you see those kind of weak dividers. Zephyr Hills is expected to pick up, winds over 100, wind speed close to 100 miles an hour, and wind gust over 120. So I do expect that those, I don't even know what you call them, JB. They're dividers between, your little section of your outdoor patio or whatever you want to call it, and your neighbors. I do expect those to be really, I hate to say it, ripped apart and blown. If it's a relatively new townhouse, those trees were on the other side of the street. So trees falling, they weren't going to fall into the townhouse. But things may be blown here and there. Zephyr Hills, I wouldn't say, depending on if you have the storm-proof windows, you may not need to evacuate, but you're definitely going to lose power, and you're definitely going to have some debris, flying around. So whether it's the safest to stay, I don't think anywhere in Hillsborough or Pinellas County, I would say, oh yeah, it's safe to stay. You're going to be fine. I don't feel that that's appropriate for me to say. I'm trying to keep people safe. If somebody's going to ask me whether they should leave, I'm going to err more on the side of probably rather than, oh, well, Zephyr Hills, I think you'd probably be fine where you're at. But again, do you feel safe where you're at? Does your family feel safe? Do you have a place to go that could be, maybe out of the major hurricane force wind? Obviously, he's prepared. He's got some sandbags there. I don't know exactly, there's not really waterways that you have to worry about. Does that place typically flood when you have 6 inches of rain on a rainy season day? If the answer is yes, that means you're going to flood because Zephyr Hills could see 8 to 12 inches of rain.
All right. Next up in the queue, thank you to Edward from Zephyr Hills. I think we have Kathleen from St. Pete. Let's listen in.
St. Pete, off Candy. I want to ask the question that I think a lot of people want to know, but I think most people are afraid to ask. Is it safe to step outside when you're in the middle of the eye to look at the eye wall and kind of experience the calm? Because we've seen videos. Most of us have never experienced the inside of the eye. Or should we just hunker down inside and wait for it to pass?
So I love that. As a crazy meteorologist, and I'll level with you, and I don't want it to happen in this case.
Okay. Make sure you carefully consider the words coming out of your mouth.
As a kid, and as I was in college and whatnot, and of course I was up in New England, I've always dreamt of walking outside during the eye of a hurricane just to see, oh my gosh, it is sunny, yet I'm going to get nailed in about 15 minutes with, category whatever wind. Whether it's safe to go outside, first of all, you don't know when you walk out, you don't know what you're gonna encounter, right? There could be power lines down, there could be debris right in the way. And you don't know how long, if you lose power, which you probably will, you don't know how long that eye is going to be over top of you, right? I would never advise someone to go outside in the eye, even though myself, if the eye comes here, JB, I'm going to say, hey, I got to take a 2-minute break. I got to step outside and see this. It's kind of like that solar eclipse, right? But I would advise people going out, to say, oh, wow, I'm in the eye of a storm. If you do it as soon as the wind calms down and just go out for 30 seconds and come right back in.
I'm going to let the meteorologist give the advice on that question. And I am just going to say, be safe. And also to, how are you really going to know that you're for sure in the eye wall? What level of confidence are you going to have where it could be worth, your safety? Just be safe out there, folks. I know that witnessing a weather phenomenon is an extraordinary thing. Just be safe. I'm going to err on the side of Eric's advice and just err on the side of caution. That's all I'm going to pass along here with that one. But Kathleen, for what it's worth, I appreciate you being brave enough to ask a question that
great question.
Yeah, that is maybe on the minds of a lot of people, but it wasn't on my mind. If the eye is over WFLA, I'm not going to the 4th floor and looking at it. I'm not. We'll be here on stream and hopefully with power, and that's so. Will I be looking at the eye wall? Now, I flew with the hurricane hunters into Irma. I've seen the eye wall. It is pretty majestic, but again, I saw it from tens of thousands of feet in the air. It's a different experience. Just please be safe. Bottom line is, let's be safe out there. Next up, we have in the queue, this is from Essence in Pinellas County, Florida. Let's next go to Essence.
Hi, my name is Essence, and we are in North Clearwater on the Dunedin border.
Oh, and just to suggest, my name is Priya.
Okay. So just curious, we've got our hurricane shutters put up. We're above, I guess, flood level. Our community is elevated. And so just wondering, Priya, what are you doing? Just wondering if we, we'll probably lose power. We lost it for a day with Helene. But just curious, do you really think this is going to hit Pinellas? Or do we think now that the tracks are really moving more south? Obviously, I don't want anyone to be hit. Just wondering what you all think.
Got to keep the little one safe.
I
there.
know. How
Yeah.
cute. I almost missed the question because the little one was so cute, right? You know what? Define the word hit. A lot of people think, well, the center of the track means I'm getting hit with a storm, right? But the damage goes several miles north and several miles south. So really anywhere in the cone is where you're going to get hit, so to speak. So in Pinellas County, being even closer to that center of the track, whether it does meander off to the south in the coming days or stay right where it is, I would say, yeah, Pinellas County, you're going to get hit. So again, you're far away from the coast, right? So that's good. You've got the hurricane shutters up, so that's good. The question is, and she does seem to feel pretty safe, she doesn't really have panic in her voice. The question is your roof, constructed to where you don't have to worry about, because I have friends with Ian that their roof actually lifted off the house and got slammed back down. And so, do you have that extra reinforcement on your roof, or are you confident that that roof isn't going to lift at all? So the wind is going to be an issue, whether you get, quote, hit with the center of the track, or if you're 50 miles north of the track, still, you're looking at 100 mile per hour wind, 120 mile per hour wind gust, at least, right? And maybe even more than that. In the northern eye wall, this is where it's going to be the worst, with the rain and the wind. So again, good news is you've got the storm shutters up. You're hunkered down. It sounds like you're in a concrete, sturdy home. The only thing I would be concerned of is the roof and trying to get out. And again, I can't stress it enough, your cars, your vehicles. So many people say, oh, I'm fine. I'm going to be fine out of this. And then all of a sudden, a stop sign or a traffic light. I can't tell you how many traffic lights in Fort Myers were completely blown off their wire. And that's why they're on wires, some of those traffic lights, because they don't have the poles that are going to come down. The wires are meant to withstand X amount of speed wind-wise, and those traffic lights get blown down. If something gets blown into your vehicle and you don't evacuate, you may be fine in your house. But if you have maybe two vehicles, your cars and trucks, whatever, could be totaled. So you definitely want to take into consideration flying debris at 100+ mile per hour wind.
Let's next get to in the queue. Hey, that was a great question there from Essence. And friend, I missed the name. We'll continue on with the questions. What if you don't have the means to drive out of the area? What if you don't have a vehicle? I believe that's the subject of the next question that is coming in, and this one is coming in. I'm sorry. That's the second question. Let's get to this question here next and listen in here live.
Hello guys, I'm Nick. I live here in Carrollwood, and I just wanted to ask you, these apartments are made out of just wood. There's no concrete bottom or top. It's just all wood, 2-story. And I just want to know, how safe is a place like this to stay and ride it out, or should I leave to some other place, maybe go to Miami, go north? What do you guys suggest? Thank you.
So
Thanks for the question, Nick.
I lived in Fort Myers for 10 years. I've got so many friends, people that are like my family there. And I saw homes that were near the beach locations, and the homes that were basically wood homes aren't there anymore. They're gone, completely gone. The concrete houses are all there, right? And not just at beach locations, but in other areas. So if you're in one of those apartments and Carrollwood, getting 120 mile per hour winds, I would definitely say it's not safe. I would say go down to Miami, or if, you want to go north, look at your GPS, right? Look at and see how long it's going to take. Because I think a lot of people, JB, are probably going to go north. They see this cone and they think, wow, there's a lot of Florida that's in this cone. So they're going to go north. Maybe they'll go into Georgia.
Yeah, but go northwest. Don't go northeast.
Well, right.
You know what I mean,
but,
right?
Right. But you got to go north before you can go west. So
I guess so. You're
Basically,
right.
what I'm saying is, go north to I-10 and then go west.
Mhm.
Or if it seems more feasible, go down 75. Take if Alligator Alley is just clogged, take. You got 60, you got 70, 72, State Road 80. You got a lot of roads that go west to east, right? And take one of those roads and then get on 95 and go south. But tomorrow would be probably the last day that you could make that decision. Maybe Wednesday morning, but I wouldn't even want to chance it for Wednesday morning.
Here's the thing, too. You drive north, you're getting to the Helene impact area. So a lot of the areas that were hit by Helene are, probably not going to be the best place to stay if those are some of the areas that are still recovering from the impacts from Helene. I'll give everybody just if it were me, let's say that, circumstances with me personally were different and I were just leaving the area. If I were to head north, Destin is the spot I would go. Destin, Florida is the place, not only, just throwing it out there again, I'm thinking, for if circumstances were different and I just need to get out and get to a great place, Destin's a great spot to maybe just have some fun. It's a beautiful beach town. There's great restaurants, a lot of hotels there, so plenty of rooms, you would imagine, hopefully available now that we're past peak season. So if you're looking to evacuate in the northwest direction, I know the Panhandle well. I lived up there for a long time up in Mobile, and I would go to Destin a lot. It's one of my favorite towns. Highly recommend. If you're going southeast, that's probably the more of a, probably more logical for a lot of people going southeast. Look, you're looking at the Fort Lauderdale, Miami area, and really the extended area there in South Florida, and riding out the storm in that direction.
Yeah, and the catastrophic damage from Helene is basically northeast Georgia, extreme eastern Tennessee, and western north of South Carolina. So, you could easily go up I-75 to I-10, and the interstates are all open. My friend just drove here from New Hampshire down, and he went through Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. He took I-75 from eastern Tennessee through Georgia and all the way down here, and didn't have a problem with the interstates. Yep. So look at this.
Yeah. So a shout out to one of our YouTube commenters who said, "JB, check out Wobble Tracker because we've got movement." And clearly we've got something here, Eric.
Well, yeah. And you know what? The last couple frames, it almost looks like
a north.
It almost looks like a slight wobble to the north. And I call that a wobble because, again, like you say, if it wobbles once here, if it wobbles 3 times, but if it continues in that same direction, I call it a movement, right? So I don't see, I see at the last little second, I'll point out right there, it's slowly moving, maybe slightly north of east. So we'll see what this means in the track, because obviously the southeastern motion of this, I think, is now, said and done. And I don't know if it's going to move any further to the southeast. Maybe it's already starting to feel the influence of whatever's going to take this thing further to the east and then eventually to the northeast. So again, only time will tell, but you can definitely see quite a bit of a deviation from the track.
This is interesting. I was going to begin a wrap for this hour, but I want to see if we can just extend this out for a little bit longer, Eric, because I want to see if this deviation continues. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, Rebecca, are you okay with graphics? Do you need me to come make graphics, or you're okay? All right.
Okay. We're gonna stay on stream another, what you want to call it, 10 minutes?
Yeah.
I want to see if this continues.
Yeah, and I think it's going to take at least another 30 minutes to an hour to really see if this, what I want us to do, JB, is I want us to come back on before the 5 o'clock update, because obviously they're going to adjust the track, right? So JB, when they adjust the track, you're not going to see the quote wobble or the quote, or the movement north of the track, because it's going to be a brand new track, right? So I want to come on before right before that track updates and then see how far off it is. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because it's really going to be hard. Once the track updates, we don't know how many miles or how far the eye is above what the old track was. Do you see what I'm saying?
I know exactly what
It's
you're
not
saying.
like we could put the old track back and say, well, I mean, we might be able to, but that's just, a pain. It'd be easier just to come on before the new track updates and say, oh my gosh. So, because it's crossing a longitude line, okay? I'm not sure which longitude line that is. That is the, you see the squares, the latitude, longitude. So it's right about ready to make complete center of the eye on that longitude line. I want to see in the next hour, because what is it, 3:30 now? I want to see at 4:30, 4:40 if it still stays to the east because the track is to the south. So is it staying to the east to where it's really, really, really far away from the track? Because it looks like over the past 30 minutes or so, maybe even an hour, it's deviated from that old track. And then once the update comes in, the old track will be the new track, and you won't be able to see that wobble until 5:30, 6:30, and in the future.
Yeah, I'm waiting for this to update. When you see a time, see everybody gets to 3:30 Eastern. Look at the clock there, or the timestamp rather. Waiting for the next frame, basically the next satellite image to come in that will provide us with some context as to whether or not.
And it might be, it's probably going to be 10 minutes.
Right. That's why
at
I
3:40.
said,
I see what you're saying, but it's going to be so minute. It's going to be really hard, to kind of see.
We're laser. I don't know. Well, look,
Yeah,
look,
we are laser focused.
but we'll come back to this. What I'd
Yeah.
like to do, everybody, is continue to get some questions and comments on screen. We will come back to Wobble Tracker. Thank you to the commenters who said, hey, JB, check out Wobble Tracker because there's some interesting developments there. That is streaming all the time on WFLA.com. You don't need for us to, go back to it. You can always, that's probably how the YouTube commenter spotted it, was because they were watching it obviously on WFLA.com. So if you want that up all the time, don't blame you. In fact, I should have a monitor up here that just has it up in real time. I mean, we do have one that's over here, but you know what? I'd have to reassess our screen
This big
strategy.
one, I mean, that would be something if we could.
Oh, you know what?
Then we could just kind of take a look over and say, ooh.
How about we put Wobble Tracker on that screen?
Can we?
Yeah, we'll do that for 5 o'clock. Our next live stream, we're going to make that happen. Next up in the queue.
Hey, WFLA team. I am watching Hurricane Milton from Los Angeles, California. My entire family live on the Barrier Islands in St. Pete Beach. What I'm concerned about is those people whose cars were totaled from Helene, and how will they be able to evacuate if they don't have a mode of transportation to get out. Thankfully, my parents were able to get a rental car, but I'm hearing that there are 0 rental cars available in the area. So how is everybody else expected to evacuate? Thanks.
You remember our Eagle flight over all
I don't
of the
think I'll ever
vehicles
forget.
that got damaged or destroyed in Helene? Guess what? You really need that car right now, and if you don't have it, you're in big trouble.
I think a lot of people that did lose their cars also lost their unfortunate place to live out there. And so I think there may be fewer people that are out there without a car now because they had to migrate inland. They had to go somewhere else. But boy, that's, if you don't have a car, I don't know what the status of public transportation is from St. Pete Beach to Clearwater Beach.
Well,
are there buses going? Or?
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously public transportation, Pinellas County. I would look, perhaps we'll get something up on WFLA.com to support some folks out there that don't have normal access to their, to vehicle transportation. Rental cars are going to be really hard to come by at this stage.
You know what some people don't think about? Like U-Hauls?
Yeah, I swear I was just about to go in that direction.
Like Home Depot and Lowe's, you can rent pickup trucks,
yeah.
vans. And of course, the main use of that is to move things, right?
But you might need to move some stuff.
You
I
may
mean-
just want to, if Hertz and all the rental car companies don't have any rental cars, you think about U-Haul. Even if it's a 10-foot, 15-foot box truck or whatever, it's something to get out of harm's way. So it's another alternative. I know there's Turo is out there. I mean, there's all sorts of different things.
All right. Next up in the queue, we have. Thank you for the question there, Katie. Hopefully, we were able to get. I don't know if we really provided a great answer.
Well, we
but-
provided alternatives. Nobody really thinks about U-Haul, Home Depot, Lowe's,
and also too just calling up friends. I
Well,
mean,
that too, yeah,
I mean,
of course.
teaming up as best you can with your neighbors.
But if buses are going, they're still going to be going today and most likely tomorrow. I don't think the bus schedule is going to be disrupted, at least through the beginning of Tuesday. They probably have some precaution later in the day.
Oh, hi, WFLA.
Lewis in
I'm
Tampa.
new to the area. I just moved here. I'm a musician, and I have some guitars and cellos and other wooden instruments. I'm just a little bit concerned about the humidity and how bad it's going to get. Can you weather guys let me know what to expect? Thank you.
Well, yeah, humidity would be the least of my concern. It's going to get bad. I'll level with you. It's not going to be a pretty sight. There are storage units everywhere. They're indoor, climate controlled. Even with loss of power, a storage unit, you're not going to deal with the humidity aspect of it, right? If it's enclosed, even if it is without power. I know it's kind of late to think about, can I get a storage unit, but that might be one option. Otherwise, if you're, well, obviously if you're near an evacuation zone where there's storm surge, I don't like having valuables on the first floor, on the floor, even if somehow rain gets in or whatnot. I would want my valuables to be higher up, right? So cabinets, kitchen cabinets up higher. Not that you're going to have to worry about that, but again, if you're evacuating and God forbid the roof gets blown off or you have roof damage and water's coming into your house, maybe you can secure those objects somewhere in an enclosed area high up off the floor.
Okay, 340 satellite images in. For those, I mean,
yeah, again,
it's
going to be hard to see. It's going to take 2 or 3 or even 4 satellite images to really see a trend. Still, the center of the eye isn't quite on that longitudinal line. It'll be interesting to see once it does cross that line, that to see if it's closer to the latitude line, which are the lines that go east to west, left to right on your screen.
We'll pay attention to this in the 4:30 half hour, and maybe we do hop on stream a little early to pay attention to Wobble Tracker.
Yeah.
Let's get in a couple of final questions and comments, both with hashtags and with our video system. Report it as well, and we'll get to as many of these as we can. So next up, we've got in the queue. We'll see here. Andrew's question is, I don't know how this got coded in incorrectly, but it's a looping question from Andrew. Let's listen.
Catastrophic surge in Pinellas. Sending love from Austin, Texas. I have 2 questions. One, when can we expect bridge closures, especially the Skyway, but also the Cross Bay bridges? And 2, I remember as a young child growing up in Tampa Bay, I was told that under a high enough storm surge, Pinellas County turns into 2 islands. Are we at any risk of that kind of catastrophic surge in Pinellas?
So the first question, definitely on Wednesday, probably not early in the morning. The Skyway will probably close first, and then the other bridges from Tampa to St. Pete, Hillsborough to Clearwater, will close shortly after. And we saw, JB, all the water being pushed up, what was it, on the Howard Franklin?
Mm-hmm.
One of those. And I was
It
surprised.
was the Howard Franklin.
Yeah, and I was surprised, JB, that people were still driving. I was surprised it was still open because water was literally coming over the tops of people's cars, crashing into the rocks that were, right on the shoreline there. But I would say the earliest time of tropical storm force wind would be sometime late morning on Wednesday till about lunchtime. That would be the earliest that they would close. Definitely by early to mid-afternoon, guaranteed. As for the second question, have you heard, Jeff, about a catastrophic storm surge in Pinellas County creating 2 islands? Yeah, so as Jeff would say, because I hadn't heard that, 15 foot of surge, the potential is there, the likelihood is not.
Okay, let's bring it back to WFLA.com/report it for one more question in this session, folks. We are going to take more video questions, and video questions that have been submitted in the last few minutes we'll likely get to in the 5 o'clock live stream hour. That's when we get the major track update. Folks, if you're watching now, you're going to want to be with us in about an hour from now. That's when we get the track update. That's when we get, that's what we call a major update on the 11s and 5s. And if you're invested in what Milton is doing, we get our biggest update of the evening coming up at 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 Central, and we will be here live on all platforms to break down what the NHC is saying and what the new model data looks like. So let's bring it back here. Oh, wrong button. Here we go. That's better. And let's bring in the next question. We had Katie on earlier, and the next one comes in from Troy in Marietta.
I want to thank you guys for doing this.
Hold on. Bring it back.
Hey, Eric and JB. This is Troy from Atlanta, Georgia. I want to thank you guys for doing this. We're able to keep tabs on our family and friends who are down there in Florida, going to be facing this storm. Just curious, what's the outlook for Safety Harbor? I have an aunt on Philippi Bay, 1 block from Philippi Park. What's the expected storm surge if the bay takes a direct hit?
Yeah, if the bay takes a direct hit, a worst case scenario could be 10 to 14 feet. Otherwise, if this does move a little bit further to the south, boy, I tell you, it is going to be life-changing if this is further to the north. If it's further to the south, we're going to see that water being blown out of the bay, and so many fewer lives and property will be impacted if this holds to the south. But again, it's really dependent on the track. Either way, we're looking at some pretty strong Cat 3, at least Cat 2 hurricane force wind and gusts well over 125 miles an hour.
All right, a couple of hashtag-based questions, then we got to wrap up and get ready for the big 5 o'clock update, folks, because we'll be back on stream, Eric and myself, in about, I would say, an hour or less from now. But let's go to Favela on, I don't know if this was Facebook or YouTube. I believe it was Facebook. What are the odds it hits land as a Cat 4 or Cat 5, Eric?
Yeah, pretty unlikely. The jet and the wind shear from that jet is really going to weaken this quickly. If I had to say, if it wasn't a Cat 3, would it make a Cat? I mean, Cat 4, it's pretty close to that at 125, right? So I think once it got to 130, it would be very, very close. But I still think it's going to be. I still think it's going to be a Cat 3. I think it's really going to weaken. I know it looks really, really impressive now, and to me, it's a spectacle. To look at. It's like, wow, this is amazing. Look at this. But I do sense that this is going to weaken, and it's not going to be anywhere near as strong as where it is now. And you know what? This still could strengthen. I wouldn't be surprised if this went up to 185 to 190. And then
that surpasses Rita.
Right. It's going to be very, very close to at least 185 because that pressure is super low. That's why the 5 o'clock update is going to be key to see, but it's not going to last. And when it does go through an eye wall replacement, it tends to lose 10 to 15 miles per hour. And I just don't think it's going to regain that strength because of the wind shear that's coming in from the north. So I think once it strengthens even more, in my opinion, at 5 o'clock, I think that's about the strongest we're going to see between 5 and 8 o'clock, and then we'll start to see it level off and even maybe decrease a bit by 11 o'clock tonight. But still, it's what happens when it interacts with the jet. It's not what happens right now, because we're still a good 48 plus hours away from landfall.
Little hurricane trivia. I was curious how many storms, have made it beneath 900 millibars in recorded history. Anybody without Googling, first person up that can name the storm that went lowest on the millibar scale in recorded history. Yeah, there is a storm, at least one. I'll have to look up others, but
I don't think there's more than one. I think it's just one.
Well, there's one storm that made it down to 882 millibars. And I'll wait for our commenters to join in. I'll see if anybody gets it. I mean, look, it's Google search away. But
yeah. I talked about it earlier.
The year for that storm,
it was
by
almost
the
20
way,
years ago.
That's right.
In a very, very busy season.
Our comment section lighting up. It was Wilma.
Yeah, they got it right. Yeah,
Back in 2005, 882 millibars.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Chances that the pressure drops into the 800s at 5? Or what?
I mean,
my goodness.
It has been dropping at times 9 millibars an hour.
So outside chance.
There's an outside chance. Now, I do not think this is going to get lower than Wilma. If it did, I mean, this would be like a record-setting 200-mile-an-hour storm.
But again,
if it got
still
lower than Wilma,
weakening before landfall, which is the big thing.
And see, I think a lot of people are really going crazy and panicking and say, "Oh my God, what's going on here? The sky is falling. We are going to be obliterated. We're going to be like Asheville. There's nothing." Trust me. Even if this gets to 190, 185, it's so far away, and it's definitely going to weaken. So whether this gets higher or not, let's see. Yeah, see, the center of the eye still hasn't made it to that longitude line yet. But you can definitely see, and it looks like about 30 minutes worth of right there. Oh, now it has. So there's the new. Yeah, it is moving north. Look. There it is. Because you can see almost the top of the eye wall.
No, you're right.
On that
right
little,
there.
on that cross between the latitude and longitude line. See it? So this thing, and so that's why I say it is key that we come on, I would say, JB, close to 4:30 because...
Well, we have a hit in the 4:30.
Good. I don't want to miss it. I don't want this track to update and then we say, oh, how far was it at the furthest point? Do you see what I'm saying? Because I want to see, and I mean, I'll be watching, but I want all of us to be able to see how far north the eye is at 4:33 or whatever they, a minute before they hit the button and they trigger it, because I want to see how far north this thing is, because that dip to the south, I don't think it's going to happen now. And it's hard to say. Normally I could say, all right, I see this northerly trend. It's going to move so far to the north. All right, I'm excited. But any wobbles here, I don't think are going to make much of a difference. It's when the jet stream really picks this up and takes it northeast, like really, really straight northeast. That's when I'm looking at, to get excited to say, all right, it hasn't picked it up northeast yet. Maybe this is going to stay south of the bay and the water's going to be rushed out of Tampa Bay. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I can't really get excited. This is just fascinating for meteorologists all across the country and all around the world. They're looking at something unprecedented, right? First of all, it's a storm that came from the Pacific. It was a tropical depression in the Pacific, and it crossed over a little piece of Mexico, and it made its way, and you can see on your screen on the bottom left, that's where it started out. And it moved northwest, it moved north, it jogged to the east, it went northwest, it went all over the place. A squiggly line, right? And then it finally got its act together, and it started that easterly motion, went southeast, still expected to go southeast, but now you see it's going east and maybe even slightly north of east. So it's a very fascinating thing to look at now, and you say, wow, this is a strong Cat 5. But a lot of this is really meaningless, because Once it interacts with the jet stream, that's when we're going to get a better idea of where this is going and how much strength this is going to lose.
When does it interact with the jet stream?
Not until tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, not until tomorrow.
The real-time wobble tracker streaming on WFLA.com. You can find it. It's a Google search away. We'll also make sure that our moderators add it to the comment section. The wobble tracker is live throughout the duration of the storm. It's interesting. This northward-ish, twist there towards the end of the satellite runs. Interesting. But then also I look at the screwy nature of the past track of the storm and how it just being all, it looks like a 4-year-old took a crayon and drew the past track, and it looks like it's just going all over the place. Is that to be expected?
Yeah.
It makes, so it just could be another scribble.
JB, sometimes it's hard to find the center of circulation in the beginning, right? When the storm is first starting out. It was meandering. It really had no steering in the Western Gulf. You see it moved north, then it jogged east, and it moved northwest. But it wasn't even a depression yet, through a lot of that. And then it was a depression, and you say, okay, I think the center is here. Oh, no, maybe it's a little bit here. It's very, very disorganized. Now you can clearly see, obviously, where the center is, where the eye is, and you can see that eye is clearly to the north of the forecast track. All right, so again, let's see around 4:30, maybe 4:40, if they haven't updated the track yet. Let's see if this eye continues that easterly motion, which I think it will. I don't know what's going to cause this to move back south. Maybe as the jet gets close to it, it may nudge it slightly to the south before it picks it up to the northeast. That's a possibility, but we're not seeing that over the past, hour and a half or so.
Let's bring up the graphic that we're going to leave our audience with, the Milton Forecast HQ. Okay, Eric and I are taking a break off the microphones, but we will be back in approximately 43 minutes in advance of the 5 o'clock update, just to look at Wobble Tracker and provide a little bit more insight there. Again, the Wobble Tracker streaming live on WFLA.com. You can send in your video questions to WFLA.com/reportit. As a reminder, in the back end of this week, that's when we're going to get storm videos and damage reports via video and pictures sent in to WFLA.com/reportit. We'll be spotlighting them on stream, but today we're using it for video questions. You can still submit them to WFLA.com/reportit. And then, of course, we'll leave up the very latest computer model data that show, again, max wind speeds 175 miles per hour, the pressure at 911 millibars, and movement at east at 9 miles per hour. Eric and I are taking a break. We will see you in about 42 plus minutes when we return on Tracking the Tropics. Again, the 5 o'clock update is less than 1 hour away. Hey everybody, JB and Eric here with you, standing by for a live hit on WFLA News Channel 8, your NBC station in Tampa, Florida, listening in for the control room. Control room, do you have us? Yes, how far out are we? All right, 3 minutes to hit.
Cool.
Thank you.
Yep, yep.
Questions ready. Yes, control room, we have you. Yes.
Yeah, we're ready.
We are ready for the hit. And 4.
Yes.
Yes, we got that, Patrick. Thank you. You'll see us in just a moment. Eric, first we're going to talk about Wobble Tracker.
Okay.
Thank you, control room. Folks, stand by for a live hit on WFLA News Channel 8. Yeah, Paola, good to see you, and welcome, of course, to just a lot of questions coming in on social media into tracking the tropics. But my goodness, one thing that we've been paying attention to here in the Stream Center is the real-time Wobble Tracker, Eric, which is streaming all the time on WFLA.com, and we've paid attention to the Wobble Tracker here recently.
Yeah, that's right. And notice the track of the storm, the eye, is well to the north of the track. So it's really wobbled eastward. And the last couple of frames here, right about there, you see it curve even more to the north. So it's going to be interesting to see how this affects the 5 o'clock update on the track.
Let's show you some of the questions that have been coming in on social media, again, on the WFLA Facebook and YouTube pages. Let's go to Carrie on Facebook Live first. Hashtag HeyJB, when do you think we're going to get track model consensus? People want to see those models start to agree, Eric.
Right. And even right now, as we just saw on the Wobble Tracker, the hurricane track from the NHC, it's not even following that right now. So I think once we start to get that northerly turn from the jet stream pulling this storm up, I think we'll see a little bit more in agreement with the models. But for now, they're still pretty far off, and that would happen sometime on Tuesday.
We see here in the center of our screen that it's reaching as a Category 3 really quickly. We need just a quick answer because we've been told to get back to the studio. What are the odds it hits land as a Cat 4 or 5?
I think there's going to be a lot of wind shear as it interacts with the jet stream and moves to the northeast. So I think this is really going to significantly weaken. I think the chance of a 4 is very low, maybe 20%. I think more likely a 3.
That weakening significant for the Tampa Bay area. We'll send it back to you in the studio. Oh, they're the wrong full screen.
They did?
Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys. All right, back here with you on Tracking the Tropics. We're live on stream still. Eric, let's bring up Wobble Tracker. We were talking that before the 5 o'clock update drops, which is expected in the next 15 minents.
It could be any minute, really.
Really? I mean,
yeah.
So let's pay attention closely to Wobble Tracker here. Now we can break this down without, producer, letting us know that we had to wrap. So let's really break this down here.
So now you see that it is to the right of that latitude line, almost on top of the longitude line, which again would be slightly north of the east. And the track, as you can see, was taking this to the east-southeast. So a slight dip to the south over the next hour or two, but instead it actually took a slight opposite dip to the north. So it's very interesting to see how this is going to affect the track. It may wind up meeting the track somewhere later on tonight as it gets closer to the Yucatan. But we'll see if it keeps on this east-northeast track or if it does straighten out to the east. But I don't see this as a wobble. This is a constant motion to the east and then slightly to the north. And we'll see if it does wobble back to the east or if it's an actual movement to the north.
What could this mean for Wednesday?
See, that's what's tough. I don't think the jet stream is picking this up yet. I just don't see that happening. If the jet stream was picking this system up already, then it would take it into the panhandle, right? I just think this is an easterly movement. The models didn't really have this moving southward for a long period of time. and you see that it moved, I think, a little bit earlier than maybe what the models were projecting. So I still think it's going to be on an east-northeast track through tonight, and then once we get into tomorrow, we'll see if that jet stream picks us up to a more northeasterly movement or a more northerly movement. There's so many variables going on right now that you can't really say, well, now it's moving north of the track, so that means in the end it's going to make landfall north of Tampa. It's too early to tell.
We have added Wobble Tracker centered up here. As we were saying, man, it'd be really great if we could see it around the clock. Well, now we have it. And so you at home, wherever you're watching from, can bring up Wobble Tracker in real time. It's on WFLA.com. It's on the front page of our website. It's also a Google search away. Just Google WFLA Milton Wobble Tracker. I think it should be the first result if you punch that in. Let's see if we can make that happen. WFLA Milton Wobble Tracker. I'm going to say it's first up, and it is. Published 6 hours ago, and will maintain. Oh, wow. The Hill has it. A lot of people are starting to pick up the Wobble Tracker. It's very interesting. Eric, we are going to get ready, of course, for now the 5 o'clock update. Folks, a reminder, this is going to be a major update on the 11s and on the 5s. Major updates come in. They usually drop in the minutes before the top of the hour. So we'll have access to it first in our weather computers, as do meteorologists really and local television stations across the country. And then, of course, we will be able to break it down as soon as we begin our live streaming coverage. So we're going to be relaunching the live stream across all platforms. YouTube Live, don't go anywhere. Trackingthetropics.tv, our app. Facebook Live is going to be restarted. But YouTube Live, you don't have to go anywhere. WFLA.com, you don't have to go anywhere. If you're watching right now, basically what I'm saying is you're in the right place. You don't have to go to a new link or a new stream or anything like that. We'll just be back here with you in about 15 minutes time to break everything down. But we're going to get ready for the 5 o'clock advisory. It should be significant. Will the wind speeds go up from 175 miles an hour? Will the pressure drop beneath 911 millibars? Will the movement speed change at all? And will they, actually, Eric, really fascinating, will the movement change from east by northeast?
Yeah, I don't think it has to be so. If you picture a circle, east is 90 degrees.
Yeah, probably not.
East is 90 degrees. Northeast is 45 degrees. East-northeast would be like 23 degrees. I think this is moving at maybe 10 degrees, right? Again, it's 10 degrees off of moving straight to the east. So I still think it's gonna. I still think it's going to be classified as east. But I do think that the wind speed's going to go up at least to 185, and I do think that the pressure will be 904ish, maybe 9 something. Who knows? Maybe it will dip below 900, but I do think it will get worse before it gets better.
We will be back in just a little bit. Again, you're watching the Milton Forecast HQ on WFLA's Tracking the Tropics. The 5 o'clock update. Dropping soon. We'll have it for you live here on stream.
Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists, this is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
The major 5 o'clock track update is in, and aside from further strengthening, which we'll talk about in a moment, the biggest change that we are seeing, Milton's arrival time to Tampa Bay changing yet again. Could this storm actually arrive in the early morning hours of this Thursday? We're going to break it down here from the Stream Center on Tracking the Tropics with meteorologist Eric Stone. I'm JB. We've been breaking this down over the course of the entire countdown there, and my goodness, check this out. Thursday, 2 a.m., Eric?
Now remember, that storm is inland by a little bit at 2 a.m., right? You see the line. I would say this is landfall somewhere near midnight or so, but definitely more than the 10 o'clock as earlier. But again, the one thing I'm noting is the track, and unfortunately, it has shifted to the north a bit. It's right now looking like Paso Grill, St. Pete Beach area, which again would be, one of the worst case scenarios for Tampa Bay itself. This would push in 10 to 14 foot of storm surge. But let me back this out so you can get an idea of what's going on here. 180 mile per hour maximum sustained wind. It is now expected to hold Category 5 status all the way through 2 o'clock Wednesday morning at 160 before interacting with a jet stream that's going to take this to the northeast. And then, see, there's another turn. So you've got one turn to the northeast, and then you've got another turn to the east, just north of Cape Canaveral. So it's going to be interesting to see how long it turns to the northeast and when the easterly turn takes place. So we're actually watching for two turns here. I mean, this is a very, very complicated situation. That's why the model plots are a little bit off of each other. Again, it's interacting with a jet stream. That's going to be the first turn. It's going to take it to the northeast. Then it's going to interact with a cold front that's going to take this more east than north and take it across the state. That's what we're watching. The models right now, not much has changed. The average model, which is the black, the consensus model, is pretty much right through Tampa Bay. So even though the track may be slightly north of that, that's because earlier the models were slightly to the north. Again, we're not seeing much of a shift, but either way, the cone takes this just to the north of the bay itself, just by a couple of miles. And again, the models have moved to the north slightly since this morning. The GFS model has come down from the north slightly south now in Pasco County. And again, the average or consensus of the models taking this very, very close to Tampa Bay.
Hold on, Eric, hold on a second. They just updated the track via Wobble Tracker, and they have noted the corrected deviation. This is a course correction that we're watching here. So that's the new NHC track, and it does show that dip towards Mexico, that southern dip that we
Gone.
were talking about earlier. It is gone.
And,
So
and
now
that's
it
what
is
I
coming
figured.
across.
And remember,
the,
yeah, so that's what we talked about. I said, I wonder if that dip to Mexico happened already, and now we're going to have a more easterly track. And if you look at the cone, it didn't really shift much, even though you see the eye is was definitely north of the previous track. The cone hasn't shifted much yet. It's all going to depend on whether the jet stream takes this more to the north or takes this slower to east-northeast to a northeast motion. And then once it interacts with the front, is the front going to keep this storm south into Manatee and Sarasota County, or is the front going to, is this going to kind of buckle through the front?
This
Now-
is the in-house model.
Now
Has
this should
been,
this should have just updated about
That's what I was gonna ask, yeah.
4:30. Okay, so let's take a look here. Oh boy. Okay.
That's a notable change.
So this is what we're gonna do. I am going to.
That's a okay.
Yep.
So
So what I have to do is I have to take this out of play.
yeah, take the
That way I'll be able to do. Okay.
Okay, hold on one second, folks. I want to explain
This is
why that
huge.
was our reaction. This is
Because the last model run at 8 o'clock in the morning, it was still offshore. All right, so let's see where this makes landfall.
the previous run of this model, folks.
And you're
had
seeing it
moving
first
to the
with
east.
me. I don't even know what it's going to do. So now it's moving. Oh, it's moving east. No, it's still. Oh no, it takes it
right into Tampa Bay.
Oh, it takes it right over the Skyway Bridge, right about 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. But notice the wind field has really decreased. Look at that. So you see the area of 125 mile an hour wind gust, right? As it gets closer to land, the wind gusts are just not there. I mean, you see now the wind gusts to 125 are only on the west side of the storm, and now they're completely gone. So this is over the eye right there at 4 in the morning is over WFLA downtown Tampa. And
we are in the eye in this model.
at 4 o'clock in the morning, right? And then it moves right over Lakeland at 7 a.m., and we're still seeing wind gusts 75 to 90 miles per hour.
That's the eye intact over Lakeland.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't say intact. So see how the eye is blue? Because that's clear air. Okay, so it's still blue. Yeah, the eye is still intact over Lakeland. And look at this. Oh, it's on the East Coast. It's in Cape Canaveral. Look at that.
So
the eye never fills in according to this model. Wow. OMG. Wow.
Folks, this is our in-house model at WFLA.
Now keep in mind,
as of the most recent model runs that we had up until this update, it had a pivot to, Bradenton, even into Sarasota, sort of at the last second. And the reason why I don't want to make it sound as if that we are. The reason why this is such a big deal is because of all of the potential storm surge into Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay, in and of itself, is this vulnerable nook in the section on Florida's Gulf Coast. It's a little bit of a different dynamic versus, the actual coast itself, down, towards St. Pete Beach, here in Pinellas County, the Pinellas beaches, or the, Sarasota County beaches. It's just different because of the fact that the bay in and of itself has so much property on it.
Here we
and
go.
So there's going to be
your phone's probably going to start lighting up here.
Yeah, here we go.
I think the sirens are going to start going off anytime now.
If your phones
We've
start
got
going
hurricane,
off,
yeah, all the warnings are coming in right now. Yeah, I'm surprised that we don't have. Last time we were on air, and the warnings, it was beep beep. Storm surge warning all over the West Coast. Hurricane warnings. There it is. You're a little delayed there, buzzer. Yeah. Oh, it's because the storm surge warning hadn't come out yet. So let's go. So what I'm going to do is, and we're gonna do this
There
on
it
the
is.
fly.
Yep.
We're gonna get. Let's see. I got to open a browser up here.
these evacuation notices are now going to grow.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
no
Oh, yeah.
doubt, folks, that and look, I don't want to I'm just trying to give everybody advanced notice because hours can make a big difference with a storm like this. And so expect the evacuation orders. I would imagine that at local EOCs, the conversations are being had right now as to how to expand the evacuation notices that are going out and have already been distributed in the respective counties of Florida's Gulf Coast. And so just be, mindful of the fact that, look, this is one model, the WFLA model, and the previous runs of this model did not show the storm, basically going directly into Tampa Bay, which would be catastrophic impacts for the bay at large. But I want to go back, Eric. Can you bring back up the forecast cone, please? Because the cone hasn't narrowed considerably. There's still a lot of movement that we could have in the coming, hours and days. Look, the cone itself still extends from Crystal River all the way down to between Northport and Naples there on the map. I mean, that's a considerable amount of possible variation that we still have. But has to be stated that right down the middle of the track is Tampa, and the track doesn't just go through, Tampa Bay itself, but the I-4 corridor into Orlando, and then maintaining Category 2 strength, even Category 1 strength to Florida's Atlantic coast. So,
well, that's what we figured, though. We figured that almost to Cat 2, somewhere around Cape Canaveral and the Space Coast. I'm just reading the new the hurricane discussion, and there's going to be 2 more Hurricane Hunter planes that fly into this later this evening. So that will give more detail for the 8 o'clock update and the 11 o'clock. And they don't think it's done strengthening. They're forecasting 185 miles an hour.
People are asking about this in comparison to Irma, which was a hit in the Tampa Bay area. A reminder about Irma. Irma moved across land in southern Florida and had all of that land interaction that weakened it before it arrived in Tampa. This has the potential to maintain. Now, it's going to weaken to a Cat 3 ahead of a midnight-ish landfall somewhere in that time frame on Thursday morning, according to the latest update. However, this is coming in at such an angle into Tampa Bay that the storm surge scenario. Can you bring up storm surge scenario 1, Eric? We need to highlight this again while we have.
And what
this
I'm trying to
audience.
do is, I think Jeff might have just updated this.
And in the meantime,
I was looking for an update.
Look at Wobble Tracker again.
Oh yeah, they did. So the National Hurricane Center just updated the storm surge potential. And remember, this is what I had said: 10 to 15 feet. Remember, all along I said 10 to 15 feet, 10 to 15 feet. And if it does take this path, 10 to 15 feet in the Bay Area, as well as Manatee County and all of Sarasota County. Again, if this moves to the south of the Bay, then the storm surge is going to be not much whatsoever, obviously, in Tampa Bay itself. But the 10 to 15 foot will still be Manatee, Sarasota County, and maybe even into Charlotte County. This is brand spanking new information here. I'm going to look to see if I see anything else that hurricane. Yep. So it looks like the hurricane warning is for all of our counties here in the Bay Area. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is something.
The area in pink here is going to experience potentially catastrophic impacts from this storm. So, folks, look here at this map. Screenshot it on your phone if you have to. Send it to a family member or a friend. I've had conversations just earlier today, with certain people out there that I know in my extended circles, and I'm sure everybody out there knows, similar to what I am talking about here. We have friends that will downplay a storm. That will say, look, it's going to be okay. It's all being overhyped. It's all being blown out of proportion. I'm going to say, tell that to the people that just got catastrophic damage from Helene. I would encourage somebody that is downplaying. If you're in one of the areas here on this map, I would I would encourage you to talk to somebody in the path of Helene, all the way up through the Carolinas. I really, we have to communicate the seriousness of this storm. And for so long, Tampa Bay has dodged the proverbial bullet, okay? So many storms going back decades. I've talked to people in this area for the longest time. They say, oh my goodness, guess what? It's always going to miss Tampa. You know, mention burial ground, superstition. I get it. I understand that. However, this storm is to be taken seriously.
Yes.
There's still possible deviation to the north or the south. But right now, this is the reality of the situation. This is what is realistically possible with 48 hours plus to go before we actually see the arrival of this storm. A lot of time to go. There could be deviations north or south, but things are looking ominous for the Tampa Bay area. And at this stage, there's no more saying, okay, you know, everything's, look, bottom line is you have to take this storm seriously if you're in that area.
Whether it does move north or south, if somehow, I don't know how, but if somehow Tampa's spared from this, then there's obviously something, you know, there's obviously something that we don't see, JB. You know what I'm saying?
Let me point out a narrative. Somebody I had talked, it's gonna be a Cat 3 at landfall. That's not what's concerning about this. It's not necessarily the strength of this storm that is most. I mean, look, it'd be way worse if it was hitting us as a Cat 5. Don't get me wrong. We are grateful that it's not going to plow into Tampa Bay,
Imagine if it was
Florida.
180 like right now.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, I wouldn't know what to do.
We are looking at 125 mile per hour, maximum wind speeds at Thursday at 2 a.m. Grateful that Mother Nature is giving us 2 categories down. Thank you. But however, look, bottom line is that the angle in which this storm is coming in. Can you bring up storm surge scenario 1? I'd like to highlight the realistic possibilities
and
here.
the one thing I want to do.
Do you not have the graphic?
I do have it.
Okay.
The one thing I also want to do, we've been talking about the 3-hour point in time in regard to wind with the European and the GFS model. Now that our in-house model takes this storm all the way out through our area, I want to check live with you for the first time and see the preliminary wind gusts.
Oh, there's more.
Yeah, this is probably, these are tropical weather statements, hurricane warnings, surge warnings we got earlier. For the first time with you after we show these scenarios, we're going to take a look at our in-house model that shows not every 3 hours, but every hour, right? And so it's a better resolution, and I think we'll have a better idea of what kind of gusts that we can expect with this. But this is, unfortunately, right now on the given track, this is the scenario we are expecting. We are expecting water to be blown into Tampa Bay, all right? And that worst surge update is really 10 to 15 feet, okay? It's not 8 to 12. It's 10 to 15.
We just haven't had a chance to update the graphic.
Right, because all this is coming down right now. We're doing this live on the fly. These graphics will be updated, obviously, but 8 to 12 feet is devastating. 10 to 15 feet, again, catastrophic. If it does hold this path, that right now is right around St. Pete Beach to Paso Grill. Again, this would be the worst case scenario for Tampa Bay itself. Scenario number 2 would be if this thing tracks a little bit further to the south, which, again, this would be so much better for Tampa Bay because the water would be pushed out. And people say, yes, it's devastating for Manatee and Sarasota County, but I'm telling you, the track it's on now is devastating for coastal Sarasota and Manatee County. There's not going to be much change within that 25-mile difference in track for Sarasota and Manatee. They're still going to be in the 10 to 15-foot range, regardless of if this moves 25 miles south. The huge difference is homes and folks along the bay, from the southeast portion of the bay all the way around to Pinellas County along the bay, will fare exponentially better if this storm stays to the south. But that 25-mile jog to the north on the track doesn't just affect Sarasota and Manatee. They're going to get it either way. but it affects everybody in and around the bay, and that's huge.
We're located at WFLA, of course, in Tampa, Florida, downtown Tampa, right on the Hillsborough River. I'll show everybody a live look here at where exactly we are joining you from. We'll route in this source. This is 60 feet above our head, our tower camera here, and it shows. Just look, we come to work, Eric, and we have a stunning view of the river. We see the river walk. We live in a beautiful city. However, we are in a vulnerable position here at WFLA and so many others in Tampa. If you're along the water, if you're basically within one of those flood zones that are being evacuated, you're in a precarious position now because, of course, of this most recent update and the most recent updates that have come in over the last several model runs. However, you have to heed the evacuation orders that have been provided. If you're wearing a mandatory evacuation order, you have to evacuate. It's really that simple. It's for your safety. Look to all of the people to the north in Florida's Big Bend and beyond, people that lost their lives because they did not evacuate as a result of Hurricane Helene. We are now hitting a more densely populated area at landfall than we had with Helene, and this has to be taken with the highest amount of importance, with the highest amount of concern. We really encourage people to take this as seriously as possible and heed the mandatory evacuation orders that are coming in.
100% of the people that perished in Helene here in the Bay Area were because they were in an area that was told to evacuate and they chose not to. 100%. Well, I can't say 100% because of the person that lost their life in the sign. But besides that person, everyone that lost their lives was in an evacuation zone that were told to evacuate and they didn't leave. I mean, there's so many people down at Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel, Pine Island with Ian. Thought they could ride the storm out. 16 foot of storm surge. That'll never happen. Never happened before, right? Well, this never happened for, 100 and something years? But you know what? If it happened once, it could happen again. And if it holds this track, it's going to happen again. Whether I think it's going to move south or not, you need to prepare that it's going to hold this track, right? And if it doesn't and it moves south and the bay is spared, thank God. But we have to prepare for the worst case scenario.
Can you bring up the 5 o'clock advisory track again? I'd like to. We're going to start to spotlight your questions, folks. We know that there's a lot, I'm sure by now, hundreds if not thousands of questions in the comments. I haven't had a chance to look at the comment section, so if you have dropped a comment in the last 20 minutes, I'm just telling you right now, it's not in the queue. I'm going to start paying attention to the comment section now, Facebook Live and YouTube Live. If you use hashtag HeyEric, hashtag HeyJB, I will add them to the queue. We'll get them in. We'll get to video questions on WFLA.com/report it. We also have to make an on-air appearance on WFLA News Channel 8 in approximately, 28 minutes, Eric. So we're at 5:50 roughly. I'll get an updated time here for you. But folks, you can start typing in your questions now. I will look at them. I will ask you this, Eric. If this is arriving later, Thursday, 2 a.m., doesn't that mean this is slowing down? Like the forward momentum that we were hoping to get so that this would just push across the state as quickly as possible. A slower storm is worse for us.
So what's happening is it's moving slower, and it's actually not moving slower now. It's moving at 10 miles per hour. But between Wednesday early in the morning, as you can see there, and Thursday early in the morning, it's expected to move slightly slower. All right. And I say slightly slower. I think overall, so maybe it was projected to move at 20 miles per hour and then hit land and move about 18 miles per hour. It's still projected to move a good 17, 18 miles an hour over land, but now it's more uniform before it reaches us. It's like the jet stream doesn't whip it up north and then slow it down a little bit. It's still going to move quickly. It's still covering a lot of land in 24 hours. And then as I put this cone out even further, so there's 12 hours. Look at the movement there, okay? Look at that, JB.
Mm-hmm.
Tampa at 2 a.m., way off the Space Coast at 2 p.m. So don't let it fool you. Just because the time's arriving later, it just means it's not going to be lifted up as quickly in the Gulf of Mexico. But once it gets into Tampa once it moves across the state, JB, I'm telling you, this thing is going to move fast.
Let's get to some of the questions and comments that are coming in, of course, on Facebook Live, on YouTube Live. The way that it works, if you've been with us here before on Tracking the Tropics, I pay attention to the comments that are coming in with Facebook Live and YouTube Live comments with hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric. If you use that with your comment, we'll spotlight it on screen just like this. And what we'll do also as well is take video questions on WFLA.com/report it coming in here momentarily. Jacob wants to know, hashtag HeyJB, is Milton more likely to make landfall more towards Tampa or Sarasota? Jacob, that's the big question, and we're breaking that down literally right now, Eric.
Yeah. We can't let one set of model runs, define where we think 48 to 60 hours, where this is going to make landfall. But we look at the trend, right? Saturday, the models were a little bit further to the north. Sunday morning, they were a little bit further to the south. They've been trending a little bit further to the north, okay? So they've been going back and forth, all right? This cone is very, very similar to the very, very, very first cone that came out from NHC, okay? The chances of this being right that far out, the chances are low. But, again, we have to prepare whether this makes landfall in Tampa Bay or this makes landfall in Sarasota. I mean, this is going to be a historic event, right? Even if we don't get the storm surge in Tampa Bay, we are going to experience wind that Tampa Bay hasn't seen in generations. So whether this is closer to Tampa Bay or closer to Sarasota, the only saving grace would be the storm surge, but it's still going to be very, very windy.
Let's go next to Secrets on YouTube Live, hashtag HeyEric. Or would Orlando ever evacuate?
I don't think so, because, again, you evacuate really from storm surge. You evacuate from water. You don't evacuate from wind. But, again, mobile home parks, RV parks, trailer parks, whatever you want to call them, if you're in one of those, okay, you want to evacuate. Because along I-4, which is very close to where this storm is headed, almost all the way, right? It's very close. There's several mobile home parks, and the wind, those kind of structures cannot withstand a Category 1, even a Category 1 hurricane, let alone 120 miles an hour, gusting to 140. So Orlando may not tell you to evacuate, but if you don't feel safe, don't ever feel like you have to be, the big, strong person that I'm going to stick around through this. Listen, I'd rather you be safe. I'd rather you feel safe. And if you're not in a sturdy structure, I'd rather you get out of there, no matter where you're at.
We've got, we'll bring it in a little bit closer from Orlando and go to Polk County for Mike. A lot of questions about Polk County coming in now. Hashtag Eric, how bad will Polk County get? I mean, we're still talking about a Cat 3 over Polk County, no?
Oh, yeah. And as I showed before, and, maybe me bringing the other graphic up is better, because we were talking about this, about, can we, let's see, I think Jeff just updated this, that we could actually pinpoint, towns on the map here. So, I mean, you look at Lakeland right here, and the eye going right through Lakeland with 90 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts and sustained wind of hurricane force. So I think in regards to cities and towns, JB, as we talked about before, we may not even need our other weather computer for now. We can just look at this graphic and say, okay, look at Newport Richey, 90, 100 miles an hour. I could back it up. Look at the black. Look where the black is at. Brandon, Valrico, well over 100 mile per hour wind gusts. Much of Polk County, 90 to 100 mile an hour wind gusts. And that does include Lakeland, as it will be right in the eye.
All right. It's, I'm just thinking about all the people that I know in the path of this storm. And
yes,
it just, it hits you, man. I have a lot of phone calls to make, people to talk to, and, we're making, look, Eric and I, our entire weather team, making preparations. I mean, you could have seen it in Rebecca's eye earlier. We're all just, we have concerns here too. I mean, look, there's bring up the cone again, Eric, and I think we have to be responsible and remind ourselves that this is still more than 48 hours away. And look, this forecast cone is still very wide. And it wasn't, remember how narrow it was with Helene? It was bizarre how narrow this was during Helene. But I'd like to, there was a question here that I really wanted, to spotlight, and it comes in here from Ray, because storm surge is going to be significant in the area, but you were talking about 10 to 15 feet of storm surge.
Yeah.
How far inland can 10 to 15 feet of storm surge go? It depends on elevations. No?
It does. I would say, most likely no more than a half a mile, but definitely no more than a mile. With Fort Myers Beach, 18 foot of storm surge went in about a mile. I mean, that's a lot when you think about it. A whole mile, right? The Gulf of Mexico made it a mile inland. That's nuts, right? That was 18 foot. We're talking 10 to 15 feet. Half a mile to a mile, definitely. Problem is, you got a lot of rivers, and you got rivers coming out of Tampa Bay, rivers that lead into the Gulf of Mexico. Those rivers swell, okay? And some of those rivers go across the state, right? Alphi River goes pretty far. Manatee River goes pretty far. Mayaca, Peace River go pretty far inland. Yet, you're going to have storm surge, Caloosahatchee down in Fort Myers. You're going to have storm surge that is pushed, if it takes this track, pushed into the bay, pushed into the rivers, and you may say, well, I'm a long way away from the coast, but the river's in my backyard. Unfortunately, the river overflows, and you get a storm surge over the river.
We talked a lot about Tampa. How about St. Pete? I mean, look, now St. Pete, downtown St. Pete, you're right on the bay. A lot of St. Pete is within a couple miles of the bay itself. So St. Pete, one of the beloved towns outside of Tampa in this region, it could be significant depending on if the track holds.
Right. What's interesting about this is if the wind is out of the southwest, like with Helene, St. Pete, the flooding in St. Pete it was bad when we had a southeast wind because it was pushing water from the bay northwestward, right? Southeast to northwest into eastern Pinellas County, so St. Pete area. If this is a southwest only event, there will be storm surge in St. Pete, but most of the storm surge is pushed into the bay, and it's going to really affect people in the eastern and northern portions of the bay a little bit more so. Obviously, there will be storm surge in St. Pete, but I think the worst of it will be here in downtown Tampa, Davis Island, Town and Country, Oldsmar even, and Apollo Beach, Ruskin, that area on the eastern shores of Tampa Bay, and then eventually St. Pete and eastern Pinellas County.
All right, let's transition now, if we may, and let's bring in build music. WFLA.com/report it. What we can do, of course, with Report It is feature your video questions. Look, Report It in and of itself is going to be a significant tool for us on the back end of this week. Report It is our tool for you to be able to send in damage reports, photos, and videos. We ask that you do so safely and responsibly. Do not put yourself in harm's way for a photo or a video that you could send into the news or send to your friends or family. It's not worth it. Be safe first. But if you have something to share, a flooded street, down power lines, if you have something that you think that we should see and share with our audience, you can send in videos and pictures to WFLA.com/report it. You can scan the QR code. What we've been using it for today is video questions. And what we're going to do now is spotlight some of the video questions that have been coming in from around the region. So first
Hello,
up
you
in
guys.
the
I've
queue,
been watching you guys for a while now. Following
hold on
you.
a second here. It's right here. Let's listen in.
Hello, you guys. I've been watching you guys for a while now, following you with the news and the weather. Currently watching you now. Just wondering, I live in not Hillsborough, Citrus County, and I live in a modular home on Zone X. Last time it rained during Helena, the 19 got flooded. That's about 10 minutes up the road from us, but we didn't get any water. Just wondering if we need to evacuate during this time because of the higher winds and more rain during this storm. A little bit nervous because this is my first home with my husband, so I just want to make sure that we are okay. We got a bunch of family with us too, so we just want to make sure that we're all packed and prepared just in case we need to evacuate. But from what I see on the map, we're kind of in that weird cone section, so I'm just wondering if we will be okay. Thanks, you guys, and hope you guys stay safe.
Thank you, Alyssa. Alyssa sending in that video to WFLA.com/report it. Joining us from Homosassa, Citrus County. Eric, what can we provide for Alyssa and her family?
So you see the damaging wind, 60 miles per hour or more, okay? And that's going to be an extended period of time from, Citrus County, 1 a.m. through 7 a.m. So you may have 6 hours of really, really strong wind. And if you live in a mobile home, modular home park, and like I said, I saw so many carports get just ripped off. I saw so many roofs get lifted up and just gone. And those roofs are attached. Unfortunately, when you have a mobile home and a carport, those roofs are attached to part of your home. So part of your home, the roof gets taken off. And then you got rain coming in and everything is destroyed, right? It's not a pretty sight. I've seen it. And again, with 60 to, in my opinion, hurricane force wind of 70 miles an hour, 75, gusting even higher than that, I would say you're not safe because even though you're far enough away from the water, you're not far enough away from the wind.
Let's go next. Thank you, Alyssa, for the question. I hope that you and your family are as safe as can be up there in Homosassa. Let's next go to the queue and go to Trevor joining us from Oldsmar. Hello there, Trevor.
Hey, everyone over at WFLA. First off, thank you for everything you guys do. I know we really appreciate it. Just a quick question. I live in the East Lake Woodlands area, and we're all kind of curious what we should be expecting. Helene did a pretty good number on some areas near us, so a lot of my neighbors are kind of wondering, they're a little nervous about what we should be expecting with Milton. Thanks for everything you guys do, and I hope you guys stay safe.
Yeah, thank you, Trevor, for sending that in to report it. What do you got, Eric?
Yeah, so I mean, East Lake, what is barely northwest of the bay. I think they're far enough where storm surge wouldn't be an issue. But I mean, look, you're almost in the eye. You're so close to the eye there in East Lake. So I wouldn't be surprised, especially as you be on the western side of the storm, wind gust easily over 100 miles per hour. Yeah, a lot of wind damage.
This next question, I'm told, it comes in from Donald. It has to do with patio furniture, and I have a bit.
Take it inside.
I have a PSA to share, but let's first up next get to Donald and his question. Let's listen.
Hey, WFLA weather team, question for you. I have outdoor patio furniture that is lashed to the side of my building. That was okay for Helene. Is that going to be okay over here in Pinellas County, Milton, or should I try to figure out some way to bring it in somewhere? Thank you.
Did he say where he was at?
Well, it says St. Pete.
Oh, yeah. Come on. This compared to Helene, this is two different animals. Helene had maximum wind speed, for the most part, in the 60s. There may have been one hurricane. No. You're looking at 100 mile an hour. If there's a way you can bring that in, the hurricane will unlatch it for you, unfortunately. I mean, St. Pete, this is looking at 100-plus mile an hour wind and 120 wind gusts. Outside furniture doesn't have a chance.
PSA, not only does outside furniture not have a chance, your Halloween decorations do not stand a chance. Not only that, They are dangerous. There are a lot of things, little tiny parts on advanced Halloween decorations. I'm talking about the electronic stuff that can be hazardous, that can blow apart in a storm of this magnitude. And before you know it, you have flying debris, not to mention debris that could fall into floodwaters and also be hazardous for a variety of different reasons. Take down your Halloween decorations as soon as possible. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Bring in your pets. I know that they're already in my neighborhood. Some majestic Halloween displays. I mean, covering the entirety of a front lawn, the entirety of a front facade of a home. It's immaculate. It's beautiful, and people stop by and take pictures. It was a lot of work, I know, but you got to take them down. And Halloween is still enough of a ways out that you'll be able to have plenty of time to get all of your stuff back up. It's unfortunate that you have to redo your work. Take down your Halloween decorations. I cannot stress how important that is given the magnitude of this storm.
And take anything down. Anything that's outside is going to act like a projectile. And if it's blowing at 100 miles an hour, it's not a good idea.
All right, next up in the queue, video questions coming in to WFLA.com/report it. We're going to go back to hashtag-based questions and comments coming in shortly. But in the meantime, let's get to coming in next is Susan. It was a question for Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli, who's downstairs on studio. Let's listen in.
So I'll be moving to Tampa this Saturday. Call it perfect timing. I'll be driving there from New York City with my cats all the way down through the East Coast. I'll be taking the I-95. It's going to go through Jacksonville to the Interstate 200 to the I-75 straight into West Chase. So I'm scared that when I get to Tampa this weekend, there'll be a lot of flooding, no electricity. It's just the worst timing. What are your thoughts on this? Any takes, opinions, advice? I don't know what to do, guys.
JB's got hearts in his eyes because he sees two cats.
Well, I love those two cats. Reminds me of my two cats at home.
Yeah,
but let me share this. Wow, I feel so terrible for you, Susan. And look, it's not the best time to be coming down and moving down here. What I would do is make a very slow road trip out of it, perhaps, or delay. No, the first thing I would do is try to delay it. I'm assuming with your scenario that you have to be out of New York for reasons that that you're moving. With these circumstances, I would either take your time coming down here, see the sights in some beautiful other areas, maybe avoid Asheville. Sorry, folks.
95 should be fine up and down.
Avoid the Helene impact area. Maybe come down the coast, whatever it may be. Just look. Bottom line is you don't really you don't want to leave and head to an area with this much uncertainty on Saturday. Be very mindful of the real conditions out there in Tampa Bay and the greater area, the impact area for Milton. But right now, I would do everything that you can to stay where you are in New York and wait for things to improve. It could take weeks for us to be back up on our feet or longer.
We don't even know, JB, on Thursday if we're going to be able to, drive out of here. We don't know what kind of debris is going to be on the roads. We don't know telephone poles that are down, wires that are down, water and electricity, obviously. There's a lot going on with down power lines and water on roadways. And, that just mixing those together with anything else that could be on any various roadways, it's going to take a long time to clean up if we've got 120 mile an hour wind gusts right here in Tampa. And I don't know where in Tampa she's moving to, but if she's moving anywhere near
the water,
where storms, a lot of people, they love to, I'd love to live near water too. But I'm telling you, that storm surge is deadly, and you don't know what that's going to do. I pray she didn't buy a house anywhere near, somewhere that has that storm surge.
Fingers crossed for you, Susan. And yes, do love the cats. I hope they make it down here safe and sound. Traveling with cats can be stressful. Please be safe on the roadway. Next up.
Hey guys, this is Don in the Villages, Sumner County. What can we expect in terms of wind speed and rain here?
And he's got Tracking the Tropics on in the background there. Sumter
great.
County, real quick. Can we just hit on the Villages pretty quickly?
Yeah. Villages, hurricane force wind speed, 80 miles an hour, gust over 90. For a several-hour period of time there, and a lot of rain, 8 to 10 inches at least.
Don, I hope you and folks in the villages are as safe and sound as possible, given, what we're looking at, what we're staring at here. Please be safe. Next up.
My wife and I live in a mobile home senior community in Brooksville off of Cortez Boulevard. Should we be concerned as far as evacuating, even though it is a manufactured home, it's still anchored with several hurricane straps and pretty well built. And how high would the winds be in this location?
So
thank you,
Dennis from Brookridge.
Right.
Eric, what do you got?
So, I mean, you're looking at wind gusts up to close to 90 miles per hour in Brooksville. You may not be concerned about the mobile home being strapped down. I'm more concerned about your carport and your roof, and the roof from the carport being attached to your mobile home, and that whole thing flying off. I would, if it were me, I would go to every mobile home community and say, if you can get out of there, please do.
And my phone is blowing up with people now. This
Oh, yeah,
5 o'clock
it's-
update was
yeah,
significant.
yeah.
I cannot believe. I just looked down at my phone and people I haven't heard from in a really long time.
I need to sit in a room for an hour, and I still don't have, whether it's the Facebook, no matter what, text, email, social media. I can't get to everybody. I just can't do it.
Let's try to get through the final questions in this queue. We have tons of video questions coming into WFLA.com/reported. We'll try to get to as many as we can on stream. Our WFLA news team obviously located in the newsroom in that direction. They are watching the videos and basically filtering them into me. Let's come back and show everybody the most recent videos that are coming in. And next up, we will go to, that was Dennis in Brookridge, which means that next up we have Marina in LaBelle, Florida.
Okay.
Let's go to this one next.
Hi, my name is Marina. We live in LaBelle, which is a little bit east from Fort Myers. We worry if we should stay or just move down to Miami. What is your recommendation? Thank you.
So we're
mean-
looking at about 50 mile an hour gust, 50 to 60 mile an hour gust in LaBelle. I know the area pretty well. There is the Caloosahatchee River is very narrow and it does run through it. I don't expect any kind of surge that far inland whatsoever from the river. There may be some flooding, but you're going to be on the better side of rain. And 50 to 60 mile an hour, I think you're probably going to be okay. But if you do have the opportunity to go to Miami, it's only not even a 2-hour drive. Just to be safe, I would go down there. But as far as the wind gusts go, I just don't think it's going to be really, really bad in LaBelle.
All right. Next up, we got 2 more, then back to hashtag-based questions. Actually, no, we have to get ready for the hit. Our hit on WFLA News Channel 8 on broadcast will be simulcast here on the live stream. So we'll be talking to the control room here in just a moment to get ready for that broadcast hit. In the meantime, I will continue to try to get these final 2 video questions that I have, kind of ready and loaded in the queue. And we'll go next to Samara in Lando Lakes. Let's listen in here.
Hi, I'm Samara from Lando Lakes. We're at 54 and 41. My question is, I'm a little embarrassed to ask because I don't know if it's true, but if a weak point is made in your home, like a window breaks or something like that, and wind from the storm is able to get into your home, but not able to leave, is it true that it will create some sort of pressure build up in your home and could potentially lift the roof or do structural damage from inside your home? We are a 2-story home. Our home was built in 2005, so I believe it does have roof straps. We have one slider that I'm a little nervous about. We don't have shutters, and so I'm just curious if it is westward facing, and I believe the winds are coming from the north. But I am curious that if wind were to be able to get in, obviously if wind were to be able to get in, that poses a lot of issues. But if it were able to get in, does it have the potential to do like roof damage and things like that from the inside out, or is that not true?
I think that's with
Wow, it's a fascinating question.
That's with a tornado.
Yeah.
Because with a tornado, the windows get blown out and there's more of a suction motion with a tornado, right? With a hurricane, it's more straight line wind. So I would say no, it's not going to take your roof up if your window gets blown out. But I mean, blowing glass and any other debris that's outside that is going to get blown into that window, into your house. Plus, the rain is all that water from the rain is going to get blown in your house. And you're going to have mold and mildew damage and whatnot. So I don't see this being, because a house isn't like an airplane, right? It's not pressurized like an airplane is pressurized. So if you open a window of your house, it's not going to all of a sudden, suck that wind in and it's just not going to do that. She's really thinking of a tornado.
We're getting ready for our hit on WFLA News Channel 8. We'll come back to video questions. Actually, let's see if we can sneak one more in. Can we sneak one more in before the commercial break? And then, because I know Rebecca's on air right now, and then we're coming up next. So let's see if we can sneak one more in. And this one comes in from Brandon in Auburndale.
Do you know what the hurricane will look like when it hits Auburndale?
Oh, okay. Well, we wanted a quick question. We got it. I mean, that was 2.5 seconds.
I can show you. So Lakeland, Auburndale's right near Lakeland. And what it's going to look like is a good 75 to 90 mile per hour wind gust, hurricane force wind of 75 miles per hour. And the eye is going to move almost right over Auburndale. So that's what it's going to look like.
Okay. We're getting ready for our hit. Eric, can you take us through really quickly as we get set for the update coming up here at 5:50 on News Channel 8? Actually, I believe it's now 5:54. Can you take us through the 5 o'clock advisory and what we have learned in the last 90 minutes?
Yeah, so basically the storm has strengthened a bit. It's now 180 miles per hour. We kind of figured the storm would strengthen, and I wouldn't be surprised if it does strengthen at 8 o'clock and right around 11 o'clock. But then I think that's going to be the peak before it starts to interact with a jet stream late tonight, early tomorrow. And what that's going to do is create wind shear, and that's going to weaken the system a bit. It's at 905 millibars. That's a pressure, and it's very, very, very low. The lower the pressure, the higher the max winds and the stronger the storm. Still moving at 10 miles per hour. Was moving at 9, so maybe moving a little faster now. But the cone showing 175 miles an hour tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, and weakening only a bit, still a Cat 5, 12 hours later at 2 a.m. Wednesday. And then once we get to 2 o'clock in the afternoon Wednesday, we see another 15 mile an hour drop. 2 a.m. Thursday, a 20 mile an hour drop. The wind shear is really going to take its toll from maybe a 185 down to a 125. So that's 60 mile an hour drop. But still, even though it's dropping that much, it's still a Category 3 major hurricane. The other thing to note is the track is now just north of Tampa Bay itself, right around St. Pete Beach, Paso Grill area, which means water would be blown in to Tampa Bay, a possibility of 10 to 15 foot of storm surge. Once it makes its way off the East Coast, right around Cape Canaveral, that's what this model's showing, or the forecast track is showing near the Space Coast. It could still be a Category 2 storm and bring storm surge north of Cape Canaveral.
WFLA Control Room, do you copy? Do you have us? All right. We are still simulcasting on stream, so we're going to have to balance, obviously, our stream audience and the broadcast hit. How far are we till the broadcast hit? Oh, I know, but how much longer do we have in this break? Is there an idea how much longer we're in this break for? Oh, 2:20. I only heard 20, so the 2 got cut off. Thank you, Control Room. Appreciate it. Folks joining us, we're going to be doing a hit, of course, live on WFLA News Channel 8, your local NBC station right here in Tampa. If you turn on your NBC station right now, you're going to see Eric and I. But, of course, if you have us on Facebook Live or YouTube Live, you have us right there in the palm of your hand. Let's, in the meantime, as we wait for the hit to come in, let's look at real-time wobble tracker, and things are staying on that line, rolling right on top of it there, Eric.
But at the last second, look above the 5. It looks like the eye is above that number 5. It's riding the southern end of the eye. It still looks like it's off the track just by a tad.
So, ooh, that was an update.
Okay.
See that black frame there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Yeah, slightly, not much. But, I mean, you're not going to see much in an hour.
Yep. What do you got, Cole? Okay. We'll get into questions in that time, Cole. Thank you. We'll stand by for the hit. And then after that, folks, we'll be resuming our coverage here. But Eric, I got to get you some food.
Yeah.
Eric,
I'm going to have to.
Eric, folks, has been working through this without much of a chance to really eat.
Or rest. Or relax.
So
but
I got to
fine.
get you off stream, Eric.
Yeah.
So
that's fine.
So to our audience, perhaps we're going to try and get Jeff or Rebecca up here for a little bit longer. But Eric, I know that we have a really long week ahead of us with coverage.
We
so
do.
I got you haven't eaten all day.
No. And last night was a late night because our football game had a lightning delay. And so by the time our newscast was over, it was about 2 a.m. So we'll get some food and well-needed rest and be right back tomorrow morning.
All right. So we're getting ready for a hit on WFLA News Channel 8. The real-time wobble tracker streams all the time on WFLA.com. It's a great resource to monitor the progress of the storm in relation to the NHC's track. And now we're getting ready for a hit on News Channel 8. Okay. Oh, wow. Look at that. More emergency alerts coming in while we're simulcasting on stream, Josh and Jen. We got to get to these questions really quickly. We've got 2 in the queue. And let's go to Becky on Facebook Live. Is surge, how far inland water will it be pushed? I think is what, generally the question is, Eric.
I mean, it really all depends where you're talking about Tampa Bay. It could be a few blocks. It could be a quarter to a half a mile. Ian, the storm surge was about a mile in from Fort Myers Beach.
And we got one here from Deese Brown. #KJB, is there a possibility that this could make landfall as a Cat 5?
I don't see this storm staying a Cat 5 for 48 to 60 hours. It's going to be interacting with a jet stream as it's steered northward, and that's going to create a lot of wind shear and a lot of disruption from this storm. So it still will be a major hurricane, but I don't see it being as strong as it is now and nowhere near a Cat 5.
Here on stream, we're paying attention to that arrival time of in the overnight hours into Thursday. So if you want to join us on stream, we're live right now on Facebook Live and YouTube Live. We'll send it back to you. Thank you, Control Room. All right, back here with you on stream. And Eric.
I'm telling you, you can see on that wobble tracker, you can see that the eye is definitely north of that 5. Very interesting to see what this is going to do to the track in the long run.
So the wobble tracker is streaming all the time on WFLA.com. Let's see if we can get to some more questions and comments that are coming in with our hashtag system. And then, Eric, I'm trying to get a meteorologist in here to take over for you.
Yep.
Let's get in Jessica's comment. #KJB, what about Manatee County? Manatee County is in a spot that's really right towards the center of the cone itself, Eric.
Yeah, and what's really good about this graphic is it shows the wind coming into Manatee County. I mean, 120 right there. Coastal Manatee County, 125 to 135 mile per hour wind gusts. And that's pushing storm surge water onshore. Look at that. And then once we get into, the overnight hours, it's still pretty strong, 90 to 100 miles per hour in Manatee County, or even more, right on the southern eye wall. So you're going to have very, very, very strong, damaging wind, well over 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts, sustained over 100.
Let's go back to the queue and try to get to as many questions and comments as we can. And we're here juggling a whole lot in the Stream Center, so everybody kind of bear with us for a moment. Ashley Miller, you're up next on Facebook Live. I'm hot loading these in directly out of the most recent comments coming in with #KJB, #Eric. Ashley, you're up. How about Brooksville, Eric?
Yeah, we talked about Brooksville, and you can see it here. Worst case, right about early in the morning on Thursday, we're seeing wind gust 75 to 90, even up close to 100 miles per hour in Brooksville.
All right. Paying attention to the most recent model runs on Wobble Tracker here. Does it move? I'm trying to figure out what to make of these developments with that dip to the south, not necessarily occurring as the NHA once said.
Yeah, but they also didn't say it was going to dip south before it did, and it did. So I think that dip south just occurred a little bit sooner than later, so to speak. But it really does look like it's continuing to stay north of the track. Right there, you can see it's well above that 5. So again, I wouldn't be surprised if this is moving slightly north of east, and we will see if it continues over the next several hours and into the overnight hours.
Let's see. In the comment section, let's move over to YouTube Live and see what folks are using hashtags on YouTube Live. You know, I have family that just loves Cocoa Beach. Cocoa Beach is one of just the, oh man, it's just a beautiful spot. If you're a surfer, you love Cocoa Beach. Rick Shot, what can we expect in Cocoa Beach on the East Coast?
Yeah,
Eric?
so that's a little bit further south of where this is gonna, kind of where the eye is going to go. But still, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if you had Hurricane Cat 1 wind gust at Cocoa Beach. Being on the south side of the system, at least, you're not going to have any storm surge south of, say, Cape Canaveral. But again, it is going to be pretty gusty come Thursday morning at Cocoa Beach.
Let's see. Going back to the comment section, let's see what we've got coming in presently. Nico is in our comment section on Facebook Live and wants to know specifically about Riverview.
Yeah, so and that's pretty close to where I live, just southeast of Tampa. Now, in Riverview itself, if you're close to the bay, it all depends, because you could see storm surge on 41. If you live close enough to the bay and it holds this track, there's going to be several feet of storm surge, and the eye is pretty much going to go right over the bay and almost right through Riverview. So again, you're going to have strong wind, 100 miles per hour or more, gusting over 120, and the possibility of storm surge from Tampa Bay.
Moving into, so Peggy wants to know specifically about Ocala. Just kind of load this one up here and bring this one into the queue if we can. There's Peggy. I got you, Peggy. What about Ocala, Florida?
Yeah,
Eric?
Ocala, a little bit further to the north. I would say I'd say you're probably going to get hurricane wind gusts over 75 miles an hour, but sustained wind over 60. Again, modular home parks, RV, trailer parks, is going to be probably the most vulnerable, unfortunately, even as far north as Ocala.
Let's continue on. Pasco, Newport Richey, Zaira, wanting to know about specifically Port Richey. Look, coastal community, spot that could get hit pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, we're not expecting as much storm surge at all there, being on the north side of the storm, but see the whites and the blacks. That's a good chance of 100+ mile an hour wind gusts. So again, you're going to have a lot of wind damage in that area, and obviously power outages. I don't even really need to say it.
Let's go to Elsie. And Eric, we've got a meteorologist coming upstairs, so we're about to hop. Get you off stream here in just a moment.
That's fine. I'm okay.
Okay. Elsie, hashtag KJB. I live about a mile from Lake Manatee Dam. I don't know where that is on a map. I got to tell you.
I don't either.
That's one where I'm gonna have to look that one up. Elise.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm Googling it. Hold on, stand by. Well,
I mean, it's got to be the Manatee River, right?
Oh wait, no, there it is. I see it. Look at this. Yeah. I learned something new today. It is on the northwest, really the westmost end of Lake Manatee.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, especially with water being pushed into the Manatee River.
Can you zoom in on the map? Because I can actually almost like show you where it is. It's interesting. I don't know how much zoom capability you have on this particular model,
Hold on a second. Once I
north of 64.
I need to. Yeah. Oh, okay. We've got the actual wind. We actually have the wind gust right here, 101 in Sarasota.
Wow.
So that helps. Yeah. Hold on a second. Let me. It's all right.
He's loading it, folks. Hold on, stand by.
Yeah. We're getting it. We're getting it. So Manatee. So there's Manatee County right there. I don't think we're really going to be able to see exactly where. Yeah, it's not going to show the river. Is it right in this general area?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's more to. I don't think we might not be able to see it. It's more to the east.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so
it might not populate on the map.
No, it's probably not going to.
Okay.
No.
Sorry about that. We'll try to,
But this is what I wanted to look at. I wanted to look at the wind gusts. So, I mean, you start to see the wind gust approaching 100 miles an hour along the coast and in and around the bay Thursday around 1 o'clock. And it looks like Bradenton showing a wind gust of 107, Sarasota 102, Clearwater at 92, 94, 96. Boy, still 100 mile an hour in Sarasota 3 hours later. Clearwater nearly 100 mile an hour. Tampa in the eye at this point. And then Tampa's wind gusts almost 100 miles an hour.
Wow.
Boy,
when was the last time Tampa saw triple digits?
Oh.
I mean, do we even know?
Probably 100, that storm.
1921?
Right, exactly. Yeah.
1921.
Yeah. That's crazy. That is crazy. I mean, look at that. Even Bartow at 103, and that's in Polk County.
Wow.
So
we're just not used to seeing these numbers in Tampa Bay, folks.
No,
these are the models that we look at all the time, the computer graphics that we see all the time, and just seeing it change to triple digits in this area is mind-blowing. Yeah,
triple digits in Polk County, in Bartow. And that's going to also, that's going to be in Lakeland as well. You can see all the white. Anything in the white to black is borderline 100 mile per hour wind gusts. Anything in the black is 100 to 125. And, the blue kind of disappears. You see it a little bit right here in coastal Manatee, northern Sarasota counties, maybe extreme southern Pinellas County. You see the, you see that blue, but you don't really see it on land much. It really, really weakens as it moves into the bay. But you still see the black, especially on the western side of the storm. So it looks like the strongest wind is really going to be on the western side of the storm.
Eric Stone, we're going to swap you out for meteorologist
All right.
Rebecca Barry. Eric,
Thank you.
Can we get a thank you in the comment section for Eric, who's just been a warrior for us today? He was here late last night because of lightning delays on Sunday Night Football, causing the WFLA broadcast get pushed to 1 in the morning?
1:20ish or so.
So
yeah.
Eric's on short sleep, is barely eaten,
Yeah.
and he deserves a lot of love in our comment section.
Thank you, Rebecca. And we'll be here tomorrow, and you and I will have the 11 o'clock update. And and this time we'll know there's pizza in there, and I'll grab some.
Yeah. My goodness, we missed the note about lunch being provided. So we're, Rebecca, what gives?
Been down in the broadcast studio.
No, not what gives with you, but we were. I don't know. Did we miss the email about food being like lunch being?
I don't know. I didn't know.
No one knew.
I ordered a salad.
Rebecca Barry, everybody.
Pizza game.
Welcome her into the stream center, Rebecca. We were live for the 5 o'clock update when it came down. What stood out most to you about changes with the 5 o'clock?
Not enough. not enough changes. I wanted to see, of course, a system that maybe we could say that we weren't going to get that catastrophic storm surge in the bay. That's what I wanted. That's not what I got. So unfortunately, it's still worst case scenario straight through the Tampa Bay area.
Yeah, and so let me point out the two things that stood out to Eric and I most. One, our in-house model, the graph, no longer takes it, that southern turn.
Yeah.
And also as well, the arrival time got
slowed
pushed
down.
back.
Yeah, and so that gives people more time to prepare, more time to get where they need to go. So now it's been pushed back almost 12 hours over the past 24 hours. So that's how much it slowed down. Because this morning on our morning conference call with corporate, we talked about how, it's 6 hours later than we thought. And now, it's another 6 hours later than we thought. And so I was initially a little happier this morning because I thought we would be seeing a daytime landfall, during the afternoon on Wednesday. But now it's an overnight
Another
landfall.
storm that's going to hit at night.
Yeah.
There's got to be somebody keeping track of a nighttime versus daytime arrival time for a major storm. And so my phone is blowing up. Everyone is it the same for you? Phone calls, texts? I mean,
yeah, I don't know what people think I do on days like today, but they certainly think I have more time than I do because I get every personalized forecast request on the sun. So.
And we're doing our best to provide, obviously, information here on stream. Let's get right into it if we can. We'll get to one more hashtag-based comment. Then we're coming back to WFLA.com reported video questions. Jordan wants to know just about Clearwater in general. Obviously located right on the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, Clearwater, if this track follows, is in trouble. You're going to get 100-mile-per-hour sustained winds. You're going to get that 8 to 15 feet of storm surge, just depending on where you are in location to the eye. If it goes south of you, you'll get no surge, but still looking at very damaging winds in Clearwater.
Let's go to the video questions that are coming in. Rebecca, again, these are coming into WFLA.com/reported. You can send in your selfie video questions, and later on in the week, send us in your weather reports. Do so safely, of course, but any damage reports, down trees, down power lines, flooded roadways. Show us, document it for us, and show us what happened with Milton in your neighborhood, but please do so safely and responsibly. Wait for the storm to, of course, leave the area, and then you can let us know on WFLA.com/reported what you think, and we'll show it here on the live stream. Today, we are using it primarily for video questions that are coming in, and next up in the queue, it looks like we have Elaine joining us from Seffner, Florida. Let's listen in.
Hi guys, this is Elaine. I live in Seffner, Florida. First of all, thank you for all you do and keeping us all informed. Really appreciate it. My question is I live in Seffner, Florida, and I was wondering what I could expect for effects here in my area and what direction the winds would be coming out of. Is it safe to stay where we are or should we evacuate?
All right, Elaine, thank you for sending that in to report it. What do we got for Elaine and Seffner? Rebecca, what do you think?
I think she could probably experience hurricane force winds. It'll probably still be a Category 2 as it's moving down I-4 there. You don't have to evacuate unless you're worried that the structure that you're in couldn't withstand those hurricane force winds. We typically say run from water and hide from wind, meaning evacuate if you're in a storm surge zone. But if you're just going to experience the winds, most homes are safe. The exceptions are RVs, travel trailers, modular homes, mobile homes. Those are all not safe in winds like this. Or if you're in a particularly old home, if you're in new construction like I am with hurricane straps and built off of the base, my home will most likely survive. I expect it to be damaged, but I think you could live inside my home.
Let's next go to Ryan on WFLA.com/reported, sending in this video question.
Hey guys, I'm in East Florida on Barrier Island, south of Cocoa Beach. And I'm wondering how storm surge would affect the East Coast with this storm. If you're on a barrier island surrounded by a banana river and then the Atlantic coast to the east, if this is coming from west to east, what exactly does it look like when the storm exits to the east? Thank you.
I believe you have a graphic ready to go for Ryan here, don't you?
Yeah, I pulled up our wave heights forecast to just kind of illustrate it. So he's over there along the East Coast. And so leading up to it, see how I'm backing it up. We're going backwards now. See those strong easterly winds? So they're having higher than normal high tides tomorrow and the next day leading up to the arrival time because it's driving a higher volume of water up against their coastline. So they're going to already start to see coastal erosion and rip currents and higher than normal high tides. But as the storm crosses, their winds pick up quite a bit and shift to more southerly in that area. And then as this storm exits, it could push it will start to push the water away. And so they're going to experience the worst of the storm surge during high tides leading up to the storm approaching the coast. And so tomorrow and maybe even Wednesday morning is probably their highest high tides because once the storm pushes past them, the winds are offshore.
All right, next up, what we've got in here is checking the queue, and it's going to be, we were talking about Clearwater a moment ago. We've got Danielle joining us from Clearwater. Let's listen in to Danielle.
Hey JB, hey Eric, this is Danielle tuning in from Clearwater. I'm in Clearwater, like right on the edge of Dunedin. I'm not in an evacuation zone. Every time I look it up, it says nothing, just gray, no evacuation zone. So what do you think I should prepare for? And even if I'm not in an evacuation zone, should I still evacuate? That's kind of what me and my family are wondering. We have tons of animals, so it's kind of hard to evacuate, and the only place we can go with all the animals that we know of so far would be down in Naples. So what do you think? Any suggestions would be great. Thank you for all that you do, and you guys
All right. So this is a really powerful tool for us to help people understand the potential water above ground in your area. So starting now, what I would like to do is if you live in a coastal area or an area on the bay itself, type in hashtag Hey Rebecca with your comment. I'm just solely going to look for hashtag Hey Rebecca for this exercise. Tell us where you're living, and Rebecca can zoom in on the map here and tell you what you can expect as far as water rushing in from Milton. So Facebook Live, YouTube Live, starting now. Type in. Now, is this just Tampa Bay or is this all of Florida?
I think our map will do all of Florida. Let me zoom out. It takes it a second to load, so don't get excited and think you're not having any storm surge because it takes a beat. I know I loaded it for all of our counties.
Yeah, look at this going all the way up past Bayport.
And you can see that most of the area to the west of 19 will be underwater by at least 6 to 9 feet.
All right, so let's get into it and let's show some areas. Hashtag Hey Rebecca, and we can zoom in on the map to show you exactly what we're talking about here with this new tool that we have from Max Fender 8. Let's go to Lily. Hashtag Hey Rebecca. Can you zoom in on Brandon, Rebecca?
Yeah, and I talked to my friends that lived in Brandon. They were trying to decide, I wish you could play theme songs because the theme song would be Should I Stay or Should I Go? But not much of Brandon floods. And so, a couple of these tiny rivers, over near Palm River Road and Adamo Drive, but Brandon itself, high and dry.
All right, next up, let's go to Facebook Live and Kristen. Hashtag Hey Rebecca. Gulfport, Florida. Can we zoom in on Gulfport?
Absolutely. Hold on 2 seconds. Just answering our chief here.
Yep, because I know I only have you for a short time, so...
Yeah, we're still in shows downstairs, and so I'll do the 6:30 by myself, and Jeff will come up here. And so we're headed over to Gulfport. We're going to cross the bay, and my heart broke when I saw Shore Acres up to Feather Sound 6 to 9 feet there. Just really, really sad. But down near Gulfport, and so if you're closer to those marinas, we're looking at 6 to 9 feet there. All the way up to Gulfport Boulevard, where we'll see 3 to 6 feet, and then you can see 0 to 3 feet there as well. I don't know exactly where she is in Gulfport, but...
Yeah, guys, here's the thing about this tool, which is really, obviously fascinating, is that you can, don't put your street address on the comment. I don't think that that's advisable social media behavior.
Street,
yeah, give us a cross street of some kind. Zip codes don't really help us. Just give us a cross street of some kind. We'll try to look it up as best we can, but we can go hyper local with this and show exactly what the water could look like really at your property. So let us know. But again, it's got to be in our comment section with hashtag Hey Rebecca.
And if you don't want to wait on me, there's an article on WFLA.com broken up county by county with zoomed in maps of this.
Yeah, WFLA.com, a great resource for you to kind of check in and find out what it's looking like in your area. Palmetto? Can we go to Palmetto for Jacqueline?
Yes.
Hashtag Hey Rebecca. And let's see here. Again, we don't have a specific area. I think this came in before our call to action there.
And I'm scrolling intentionally a little slow so that people can get an idea as we go past things, how it's going to look. Good news, the cough's sticking around.
Yeah, I know.
It's going to make it through 2 hurricanes.
Man, that's wild.
So Palmetto's a lot worse than Bradenton. Unfortunately, it's a lot flatter. And so you can see most of Palmetto will see 3 to 6 feet of water. It's weird because with this storm and with our elevation, there's not much in the 6 to 9 feet. It jumps straight to 9 to 12. There's no orange, And so a lot of Palmetto out to Memphis Road in that 3 to 6 feet, and then up into the red near Mana Vista is where the red is at 9 to 12. But the high spots in Palmetto are right here. This big cross street. I'm zooming in until a street name pops up, hopefully. So that's Palm Lane, all the way out to. Yep, couldn't get any street names to pop up, but if you know the Palmetto area, that's where it is.
Let's see if we can find Berlin Drive for Shelley in Port Richey.
Port Richey.
And so I can help you here because I have Berlin Drive kind of popped up.
Okay.
And we can show
We're going to go on. And so keep in mind, it takes a second for this map to pop on. So if you see your area go by and there's no map, that doesn't mean you're not going to see storm surge.
It's just east of the bayou there. So I'll wait for you to kind of get north. And
Tarpon Springs has a lot of flooding. I was looking at that
Look at Tarpon
earlier.
Springs, Town and Country, into Oldsmar. Yeah, Port Richey, a lot of reds here. And okay, see
Basically-
Bay Boulevard?
Yeah.
Just south of Bay. I mean, basically within 2 blocks of Bay Boulevard there.
Okay.
And right next to 19.
Right next to 19. And so right there is where you're looking at moving from the 9 to 12 feet down to the 3 to 6 feet. And I mean, it's just within a house or two is going to make the difference there along Bay
Wow.
Boulevard.
Yep. I mean, look at how far inland that is.
Yeah. And so in Port Richey, water could cross 19 is what we're looking at.
That's. Have we ever seen water cross 19?
Not at the 3 to 6 foot level because that floats cars.
Right. I mean, these models that are coming in, we've never seen this before in our area. So,
I mean, if we had had this technology during Hurricane Charlie, it would have looked like this.
mm-hmm.
This is basically, a repeat of what they thought Hurricane Charlie would do if it lined up perfectly and funneled water into the bay.
All right, let's continue on and try to show some others. We're not going to be able to get to them all, folks, but we'll do our very best.
And if we don't get to you, WFLA.com has zoomed in maps county by county of these.
It's also 6:24. What time do I got to get you out of here?
You get me for 2 more minutes.
All right, so let's try to get in one more then. Bassem, can you get a Ruskin? 41 is the point of reference here.
West Chase, Town and Country, all by the airport. Really terrible.
In fact, hold on. Let me bring this back up because what we're looking at here is look at MacDill Air Force Base. Look at Gibsonton, Apollo Beach. God, look at that.
Tamiami Trail is going to be under 6 to 9 feet of water if this storm moves down the center of this path. So this is
Ruskin.
If this moves, the maximum surge you could see if you're just to the south of the eye. I think Tamiami Trail is probably 41, right?
Yeah, hold on. I can check for you. 41 in Gibsonton. No, yeah, it's the yes, it is. Correct. US Highway 41.
Okay.
Goes north and south there, and that's it.
Yeah, so most of it's in that 6 to 9 foot range, unfortunately, for Ruskin.
Well into that 6 to 9 foot range.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not even on the edge of it.
Nope.
Parting thoughts, Rebecca. We will try to bring this tool back.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
Again, featured on WFLA.com. What do you got?
I am very worried at this point. If the storm takes the center of the track, it will funnel unimaginable amounts of water into the bay. If we see any changes in the track, we will be updating the effects that you will see because not everyone will see that 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. It'll be along and to the south of the eye wall by about 40 miles. And so that's what we're forecasting for. So understand that only a couple of areas will see what we're talking about in terms of storm surge, but I am worried about wind. I'm worried about the split resources because a lot of the power crews are up in the Carolinas from Hurricane Helene that won't have as quick of a response as we're used to restore power. So I think people need to be prepared to live without power for at least a week. And this is just going to be one that we have to watch. Unfortunately, it's too soon to tell who's going to see the effects, and I'm hoping for some positive changes in the track.
Praying for you, friend.
Thank you.
Yeah. So just thinking of you and everybody at home.
Thank you. I'm going to head up downstairs, and I will send Jeff back upstairs. Okay?
Yeah. Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli up next here, folks, on Tracking the Tropics. Let me brief everybody on our live stream coverage plans because, of course, we are juggling so much here at WFLA. Not to mention, we have to figure out, while we've been here on stream, we are, discussing things on our end. This was a question that was very prevalent in our comment section around 5 o'clock when the update came down, asking us, hey, are we going to evacuate? We're located in downtown Tampa, and we, on that map, we're probably going to get considerable storm surge. So, look, I'm going to be completely honest with our audience. I'm always honest with our audience. I'm always, a straight shooter. Give it to you as I have it. And the way that it shakes down is that I've been here on stream with you, and during the 5 o'clock hour, I understand station decisions were made. I don't know what those decisions are yet. I don't know how long we'll be able to be in the stream center. I don't know if here's the thing. WFLA is located in a very large facility. We're up on the second floor in downtown Tampa on the Hillsborough River, but we are on the river. That's problematic for us. We're in a very sturdy facility. And of course, we're here with you during Helene, but this isn't Helene. There's not. This one has considerable strength like Helene, but it's now, hitting a very densely populated area in Tampa and the surrounding communities, including us. And so there has not been any decision funneled yet to me, to my ears, as to what the plan is, what the strategy is. Will we be able to stay here on stream with you on Tracking the Tropics? I guess we're going to find out. We, of course, preach safety on this live stream all the time. And we are going to, of course, live by those words. And those words are at the foundation of what we do, with encouraging people to be safe and to make the best decisions for, themselves and their family. And WFLA is a family. And we're going to, of course, make the best decisions for us and our team. Our bosses have communicated that our safety is of paramount importance, and we will, of course, continue to stream here for as long as possible. And if there's any updates about us moving to a different location, which is entirely possible, moving away from Tampa Bay itself and getting more inland, I'll pass that along here on stream. That just has not yet been communicated to me. Those decisions might have been made already. I just have been here on stream with you answering questions. So for everybody out there that has expressed tremendous concern about our team, that really does mean a lot. We appreciate it. We are equally, if not more, concerned about all of our friends, family, all of our viewers, readers, watchers, wherever you are in the Tampa Bay area or beyond. We care about this place. We love this place. And so we are thinking so much about you, just as much as you are thinking about us. So we really do appreciate all the kind messages that we have received expressing concern for the WFLA family. So we look here at the 5 o'clock advisory. Movement speed, 10 miles per hour in a eastward direction. Max wind speeds, 180 miles an hour. I mean, I think that puts it right tied with Rita as the most powerful storm with max wind speeds in the Gulf of Mexico ever. I'll have to triple check that. We were kind of going through the weather history book, so to speak, and trying to figure out if this is the strongest storm to ever be in the Gulf of Mexico, at least on record. And we believe this is tied with Rita, but we will have to do a quick fact check. And you know what? Right on cue, the person who could best illustrate whether or not this is the strongest storm we've ever seen in the Gulf of Mexico, Chief Meteorologist Jeff Berardelli. Jeff, thoughts?
The third strongest.
Okay.
The third strongest. In fact, I think I even have a graphic for that, but I have to load it up. One thing that we just found that I was looking just now at the latest information, hurricane hunters have found a pressure in the 800s. So instead of being 905, the pressure looks to be 898, which would make it the fourth strongest hurricane in Atlantic history if you're measuring it by pressure. So the strongest hurricane since Hurricane Wilma.
The pressure found by the hurricane hunters?
Pressure found by the hurricane hunters is 898 millibars, which may not mean much to folks, but just to put it into some perspective for you, 898 is an extraordinarily strong storm.
Which weather computer do you want to drive here, Jeff, if any?
I'm on 3 right now.
Okay.
I'm on 3. So I'm just loading some stuff up. So let me put let's put the track up for now, and then we'll kind of discuss, JB. So do you have any questions? Have people had what's the most common question that we've been getting?
I think probably the most common question that we've received, other than everybody asking, is the storm going to hit here? Insert town here. I think the biggest question that we have had is whether or not this storm can maintain its strength and hit us as a Cat 5.
No, it's not going to happen. And I'm glad you asked that question. And I've been talking about it on air. I start every hit by saying, this is not coming to us as a 5. But one thing I can tell you, judging by the strength of the storm right now, this is likely strengthening even more. Winds 180 at 5. I fully expect that the winds will be 185 or 190, probably 185. If the winds get to 190, JB, it will be tied for the strongest storm ever in Atlantic history with Hurricane Allen. If it gets there.
What year? Do you remember?
1980, I think.
Oh my God.
1980. So it's been a long time. And folks, don't mind me. I know I keep turning around. I'm just
80,
trying to get
correct.
this computer set for you to kind of show you what's going on here. So
What-
no,
ha-
it's
has
not
a-
going to come in as a 5. But here's the thing. Two things. It's not going to come in as a 5. So that means that the wind destruction won't be nearly as bad near the core. But what happens to this system is it's going to weaken because it's going to expand. So instead of keeping its energy bottled up in a tight core where only 30 miles of like a 30-mile tornado with complete destruction at 30 miles, it starts allotting its energy further out. The wind field doubles in size. So it affects a lot more people, but it can no longer have a core that strong. So instead of having a core with winds of 180 miles an hour, the core has winds of 120 or 130 miles an hour. We fully expect that to be the case, JP. But that still means widespread power outages for days and weeks. So if you need supplies, if you're in an area where you think you're the kind of person who's going to lose power for a long time, you know, if you're near a school or if you're near a hospital, you're probably going to get power pretty quick if you're on the same power line, right? So, but you can judge by your past experience. Have you been a person who hasn't had power when everybody else got power? You still didn't have power? Well, it's possible you could lose power for weeks. And I say that not to scare anyone. I just want you to have the supplies you need to prepare you.
We've been taking your hashtag-based questions and comments. We're about to get to WFLA.com/reported. Do you have a question that you really want to ask the Chief Meteorologist, Jeff Baradelli? Now's the time to send it in. Go to WFLA.com/reported with your selfie video. You just hit upload. It's really simple to use, and then we can populate it here on stream and actually answer your question live. So we're about to start that process, and we're going to try to get to as many as possible. Jeff, I don't want to put you on the spot because I don't know if this is ready for public knowledge yet.
I'm listening.
But no, I mean it though, because this one I want to make sure that we're following protocol here. Okay. Have there been any further discussions about our situation in Tampa at WFLA?
No, because everything's pushed back, right? So that gives us more time to make decisions. It gives all of you more times to make life-saving decisions. Look, if you're told to evacuate, just do it. Let's not argue about this. This is important for you. Your life is most important. Just shore up your house to the best of the ability, protect it as much as you can, and then it's in the hands of Mother Nature. Your life has got to be paramount and number one. So we haven't, JB, because everything's been pushed back another 6 hours. So remember, originally we were thinking it could be Wednesday morning. Then we were thinking Wednesday afternoon. Then we were thinking Wednesday evening. And now the landfall is projected to be about midnight Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Not surprised, though, because we talked about it yesterday, right?
Right. We led the 5 o'clock live stream with that. Right. I mean, more time, but also concerned about a slowdown, Jeff. We don't want this thing to slow down over our area and dump even more rain. Right. So it's like good news and bad news all rolled into one. Yeah. Let's get to some of the video questions and comments that are coming in with WFLA.com/reported. You can send in your video questions there. I'll throw up the QR code here and just show this. Jeff, this is a great tool because we can hear from people. And also, too, people, when you send in your selfie video, like we had the crane example earlier, hey, we have a crane right next to where I live. Yeah. Am I concerned about this crane falling down? These are great examples. Show us exactly, where you are watching from, where you're concerned about, and we can help, give you a better idea as to what to expect in your area. So the video questions, Jeff, are very, very important.
Yeah, and JB, you're providing a great service to everyone here because this is such vital information. I mean, think about this. This is going to be probably the most impactful event that you've ever had in your life. To some extent, right? For many of us, it will be the most impactful thing that ever happens to us. And as a whole, it is going to be the most impactful thing that ever happens to us. Hopefully never again. Just to give you an idea of how the situation we're in, sometimes putting it into perspective really helps. This is going to be a life-changing event. It is going to be an inflection point in our lives. We'll always think about before Milton and after Milton, because so many of us will suffer damage to our homes that will require us to rebuild, to maybe even move. And so many of us, are never going to forget this, such that they look at their lives differently afterwards. And I say that not to scare you. I just want you to think about the importance of this moment, the significance, so that you make the right decisions, but in a calm way. I have to tell you, JB can tell you, I'm very calm. I'm not worried, okay, because I know that as long as I give you good advice and you're willing to follow that advice, same thing from the emergency managers, that you are going to be just fine. And that's what I'm concerned about. You, if you just protect your home to the best of your ability, again, there's nothing more you can do. But we're here to protect life, first and foremost. And we're going to be with you as long as we can be. We're not going anywhere until, the power is switched off and we simply can't reach you anymore if that happens.
We've got videos that are literally coming in at this moment are being hot loaded into the queue on WFLA.com/report it. You ready to go here, Jeff? Let's
Sure, yeah. And by the way, if you ever want to take a graphic I have on Weather 3 is our latest graph model, which I'm not sure if Eric showed recently.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, the newest one?
As of 5 o'clock?
Yeah, and so let me just show you real quick, and then we'll go to the questions.
Yep.
The 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts, the ones that start to kind of irk you, they arrive at the coast around 4 p.m. according to our model. Those hurricane force wind gusts start to arrive during the mid-evening to late evening. Hurricane force is over 74 miles an hour. So watch this. The storm goes right through Tampa Bay. And you can see those gusts in the middle of the night, so just after midnight, 110-mile-an-hour wind gusts plus in some areas. And still, even at 6 a.m., those wind gusts are in Tampa are still over 90. So think about that. That's a period of time, at least 6 hours long, where we have hurricane force wind gusts right over 6 hours of hurricane force wind gusts over Tampa Bay. And the worst of it is early in the morning in places like Lakeland and Bartow. Look at Bartow at 99-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So clearly we're going to see winds that gust and cause damage and power outages straight across the whole state of Florida. We start to finally get better, JB, in the morning when things start to wind down, during the mid to late part of the morning.
All right, let's get to the questions that are coming in. WFLA.com/report it. Send in your video question, and we can spotlight it here for Chief Meteorologist Jeff Bear Ardelli. Let's get to the queue, and first up in the queue is David. He's joining us just off of US 41. Let's check in with David. And David, not sure what happened to David. Oh, that's why. Report it is down.
Oh,
hold on, but I can relaunch it. Stand by, folks. Jeff, can you take us through Wobble Tracker in the meantime?
Yeah. Let me get Wobble Tracker.
No, it's already up.
Oh, okay. Oh, Wobble Tracker's up. Oh, very good. Thank you. All right, so folks, this is going to become extremely important as the storm gets closer because obviously every wobble off track by 20 miles makes a huge difference. And that's because depending upon where the storm goes, it could push storm surge into the bay or out of the bay. And the mouth of the bay from Fort DeSoto Park to Anna Maria Island is only 10 miles. So picture this. If the storm goes 10 miles further north, the bay is flooded with up to 15 feet of surge. If the storm goes 10 miles south, the bay is spared and none of that water gets into the bay. 10 miles is the difference between millions of people in Tampa Bay being inundated. Oh.
Hold on 1 second. Oh, sorry about that. So
I just want to make clear, though, and one other thing, and then JB, we can go to that, is that this is not a good situation for anyone. When I say if it goes south of the bay, it's a better situation, it's a horrible situation for Anna Maria Island, Longboat Key, Bradenton, Sarasota, but it spares Pinellas and Hillsborough. Whereas if the storm makes landfall in Pinellas and Hillsborough, it gets everybody. Everybody gets the surge south of the storm if it hits Pinellas and Hillsborough, except for the Nature Coast.
All right, let's go to WFLA.com/report it. We've been getting in so many pictures and videos that it crashed the system. So clearly we're getting a lot of submissions, and we really do Thank you for that. This was Danielle's most recent question. We answered this one with meteorologist Rebecca Barry about 15 or so minutes ago. And as promised, next up is David. Let's listen in.
David here. Pasco County, South Pasco. We're just north of Land Lakes of 41, just north of 52. We're not worried about flooding here outside of just local flooding. Wind, like what can we expect in regards to wind here where we're at, just north of Land Lakes?
Yeah, so I'm going to bring that up because I was actually just showing it, but I think this is such a powerful graphic right here. So just give me a couple minutes here to bring it up for you. There it is. And notice, let's progress in time here because the worst of it obviously is going to be Wednesday night. So here we are Wednesday night, and in Land Lakes, the gusts are probably 50, 55, maybe 60 miles an hour. As the storm comes on shore, and I really should add another data point in there, but you can see those winds in the middle of the night along the coast gusting over 100 miles an hour, Tampa gusting over hurricane force. And if you look at where Land Lakes is located, you're in the borderline between the first shade of purple and the red, and that's 75 mile an hour wind gusts, and that's at 2 a.m. Go a little further, and there we are. I mean, here we are at 3 a.m., middle of the night, and Land Lakes has gotten wind gusts over 90 miles an hour there. So you can see how big this wind field is. So you imagine that the whole Bay Area is in this wind field, and the black indicating gusts to 100 miles an hour, the white indicating gusts to 90. I mean, everywhere from Spring Hill down to Venice, if this model is right, has wind gusts that are going to knock trees over, that are going to cause extensive power outages, that are going to cause damage to your home. In most cases, people's roofs will remain on. They won't be pulled off. But you can imagine extensive damage to roofs, unfortunately, around the Bay Area because of this storm. And I would say extensive damage to homes, but probably not for most people who have solid homes that were built on the Hurricane Andrew code. They will probably survive. The structures will survive. I'm worried about the people in mobile homes and who have older homes that were built before the 1990s, or the late 1990s, because the Andrew came in 92, but the code didn't take effect until, I don't know, it was like 5, 6, 7 years after that.
All right, let's get back to video questions coming in to WFLA.com/report it. David, thank you for your question. Next up in the queue after David, we have Candy joining us from Lake Placid. Let's listen in.
Maybe quick question. I was just wondering about Lake Placid. How big, winds and rain are going to be in Lake Placid. I have family over there. I am currently in Manatee County. And also if I should possibly evacuate from where I am to Lake Placid while the storm is in effect. Thank you for all you do, and hope to get an answer.
I heard her.
Hey, JB, quick question. I was just wondering about...
Okay. Yep. Okay, so she's from Riverview. She wants to know if she should leave. That is dependent upon your elevation. Are you right near are you close to the water in Riverview? Could you get flooding? Riverview is, here's the thing. You have to judge. I've been saying this to everyone. You have to judge for yourself. Are you in a secure home? Do you have shutters or hurricane windows? Because we generally tell you not to evacuate unless you're told to evacuate, because so many other people are evacuating, right? But there are some people that are just going to be nervous and uncomfortable, or they're going to know that their house may not withstand this. If you're one of those people who's nervous and uneasy, then why not get on the road and evacuate? If you think there's a chance your home is not going to survive because it just isn't built strong, or you're in a mobile home, evacuate. And the other people that should be evacuating are people who obviously are by the water and are told to evacuate, mandatory. So you asked about Sebring. Sebring, you can see on this map, or you asked about Lake Placid, but it's similar. Sebring and Lake Placid, not too far away from each other. So you can clearly see that there are going to be wind gusts over 80 miles an hour there. That means some trees down. That means some superficial damage. That means extensive power outages, even as far south as Highlands County.
Thank you for the submission there. We have a great moderator in our comment section by the name of Chelsea.
Okay.
She's with us on all of our live streams. She sent in...
You're paying her, right? Big time.
Oh, yeah. Big bucks. Real big
We got to
bucks.
get her donuts or something. I mean,
Chelsea, you deserve a raise
Yeah.
from the zero that you.
What,
of course,
what percentage
volunteers,
raise?
Volunteers.
What percentage raise are you going to give her?
1,000,000%
Wow,
off of the
that's pretty
zero
generous.
that she gets for the volunteer work that all of our great moderators do. Chelsea sent this one in.
It's nice of her to do that. Thank you, Chelsea.
To report it. Let's listen in.
Hey, JB, my mom's your moderator. She talks a lot. What about Parkland, Florida?
Parkland, Florida.
Parkland.
It's really,
Oh, Parkland.
really adorable. That's
Okay.
Mason, by the way. Shout out to Mason.
He's adorable. Hey, Mason. I have a 3-year-old daughter. JB has a baby as well right now.
Turns one.
One and walking
soon.
and walking yet?
I mean, with help.
Okay. All right. Well, very soon he'll be walking around. You're not gonna be able to stop him.
Oh yeah.
Parkland, fine. No problems down in Broward County. Broward County's out of the danger zone. There'll be some gusty winds and a little rain, but you'll be fine.
All right, next up in the queue after Mason and Chelsea, Natalia is joining us. Let's listen into that question.
Hi guys, thank you very much for posted everything and for all your information. Can you please look what to expect in DeLand, Florida? We're not in evacuation zone, but still we don't know what to expect. Please, can you tell us? Thank you so much.
Yep.
All right, that's
Okay.
all right.
So DeLand is north of Orlando, but you're going to be in the northern eye wall. And the northern eye wall is going to have the heaviest rain. So I think, up to 10 inches of rain is possible. So I would worry most about inland flooding in a place like DeLand. And you'll also be in the northern eye wall when it's probably still a Cat 2. So do expect that there are going to be some wind gusts probably over 90 miles an hour in DeLand.
All right, next up in the queue, we've got a few loaded in. These are all ones that are just coming in now. So hello to our audience joining us on WFLA.com/report it, sending in video questions. Steven is joining us next, and it's from Brandon. Let's listen in for Steven here. Oh, no. I'm not sure how we lost Steven. Steven,
I think you have so much content coming in, JB, that it's overwhelming the system.
Steven, you broke report it. Let's see if we can get next to Moss.
Hello, JB. Hello, Miss Rebecca. Thank you for everything that you guys have been doing and all your hard work. I guess my question is, what should the people of Orlando and Kissimmee specifically should be, like, what should we be expecting? What should we look forward to regarding this storm? Like, how bad would the wind gusts be? How bad would the rain be? Whatever your guys' thoughts on it would be greatly appreciated.
So I don't have Orlando on the map. JB, can you take weather 3 again?
I think I have it.
Oh,
Is that it?
Okay, yep, that's it. So the eye passes right near Orlando. And it's still going to be
intact?
Intact, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a strong storm, intact, according to our model. And where you see the purple shades, those are gusts over 75. So I would suspect that you're going to see some gusts to 90 miles an hour. And again, Orlando's right near the center of the track there. I would expect as much as 10 inches of rain.
And how unprecedented is this for Orlando?
Well, Orlando seems to be have bad luck because you remember Charlie moved right over Orlando. These storms are crisscrossing Polk County too. So I would say probably the worst storm since Charlie in Orlando.
All right.
And people remember, believe me, I had people call me from Orlando say, "Oh my goodness, the wind's so strong, I'm scared." I remember people calling me, during the storm, really surprised at the magnitude. So, these winds could be as strong as they were. I wouldn't say as strong, but close as to Charlie.
I'm gonna let's try to get Steven loaded in again.
Okay.
Steven, we're gonna give you a shot. Let's listen in. And do we have you? No, Steven's video just will not load, and it's clearly a bug. Let's go next to Ambi. Steven, I'm sorry. Maybe try resending it. It didn't fully make it for some reason. It did not complete the upload for some bizarre reason. Ambi, Cancun? Is this right? You joining us from Cancun?
Hi, guys. Just wondering what's happening in Cancun. Have you seen any video? How are the people doing there? Thanks.
Oh, that's a good question. Okay. So the storm is. Let me bring up a graphic and then.
Not joining us from Cancun, asking about Cancun.
Yeah.
Two different things, obviously.
Okay, let me try to get this to. Sorry, I'm just manipulating this graphic here because I want to show you the storm right now. So let's get you. let's get you the current.
I'll be right back.
satellite.
I want to make sure that we don't have any more lost questions. So stand by, Jeff. You're driving.
Okay, great. Yep, I'm bringing up the satellite right now because I want you to see what it looks like down there. So Cancun, you see where Cancun is? Cancun's fine right now because the storm is to the west of Cancun. I will tell you, just looking at that satellite, I mean, look at the bright colors of the satellite. Look at how they explode in the past hour or two. It is still a strengthening storm. And look at how the eye gets smaller. That means the winds are getting stronger. So this storm had winds of 180. I think at 8 o'clock, we're going to see that this storm is somewhere around, could be 190 miles an hour, folks. It really could be. Judging by the satellite presentation, the brighter the shades of purple or magenta, the stronger it is. But you can see Cancun has no problems. And it's not headed southeast towards Cancun. It's headed north. It's going to head straight east, and then it's going to start tracking north away from. So Cancun's fine. It's a very small storm. But JB, I was just pointing out, do you see those bright shades on the satellite there? It's like those magentas. Watch this at the end. So over the past 2 hours, the cloud tops are cooling. It's getting stronger. And the eye, look at the eye. It's contracting. It's getting smaller. Like an ice skater on the ice, when they bring their arms in, they start spinning faster. That's what's happening with this storm. I think we're headed for probably 190, and we're going to head for a pressure in the 800s.
200 miles an hour possible? That's a big mark.
It wouldn't be out of the question. I'm not going to predict 200 mile an hour winds. I can take one more question, JB, then I have to be downstairs for the 7 o'clock show.
Yeah, and then I'll break down our coverage plans. And that's good because we have one more in the queue, at least for tonight, with this live stream, and then I'll explain where our coverage goes from here. Jeff,
sure.
Standard operating procedure with our streams. I mean, are you going back at 8:30 tonight, or you don't know just yet?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I want to be live tonight for a while, so let's plan on 8:30. Yeah,
8:30. All right. Let's next go to the queue, and next is Dan and Pinellas, and then we'll transition here on Tracking the Tropics. Let's go to Dan and Pinellas.
All right. I might have to answer this really quick.
And well, you know what? It didn't load for some reason, so we'll have to get back.
Everyone, it was great seeing you.
Yep.
I do have to go because I'm going to miss the 7 o'clock show, but I'll see you again at 8:30 tonight.
All right. Chief Meteorologist Jeff Berardelli joining us. Let's bring up Wobble Tracker. Sorry about that, Dan. Some of these submissions are, I wonder if we're breaking reported. Not good news considering how important of a tool that it is. But we've gotten in so many video questions that clearly it's been taxing on our system. All right, Milton's track. Look, things are progressing along for the most part as expected. Yes, is the eye north of the track? Absolutely, but compared to the most recent wobbles that we had around 2-3 o'clock today when we saw those that northern kind of jog, but look at the very end of this satellite run. You can see it just so delicately just fall to the south. I mean, this is pretty much staying now on this track. The NHC's most recent track after the course correction has been pretty much on point. And so what does that bode for the future? Time will tell. Let's continue to, of course, monitor Wobble Tracker. We have it, right here. I'm always looking at it on the big 80, 90, whatever, how many inches this monitor is on the, might not look big on slider cam, but this is an absolutely enormous monitor. And look, it's a great tool for us to be able to monitor Wobble Tracker in real time. You can stream Wobble Tracker on your device, any device that has access to the internet. Just go to WFLA.com and you'll see the Wobble Tracker on the home page, and you can stay with Wobble Tracker all the time. And have it up on your computer, on your laptop, on your tablet, and just be able to monitor the storm's progress as it gets closer and closer to the Florida Peninsula. So let's break down our coverage plans and what this means for the hours ahead. We are wrapping up our Tracking the Tropics coverage for today. Our Tracking the Tropics coverage, of course, is when we are, it's when it's a full team. But Jeff is going to be streaming right here on Facebook Live and YouTube Live at 8:30 tonight. So 8:30 Eastern. There will be a new Facebook Live that's launched on YouTube Live. It will be the same YouTube Live link. So YouTube Live, you don't have to go anywhere. The chat will remain open, and that's the plan going forward. Our coverage picks up tomorrow at approximately 11 a.m. when that track drops. The 11 a.m. track is going to be obviously a big deal as it sets the tone for really what to expect into the Tuesday time frame, the Wednesday time frame as well. So we've got a lot to get to, but we are going to be signing off here from the Stream Center momentarily, and then sending things over to Jeff Berardelli for his live stream, his show coming up at 8:30 Eastern across all platforms. Any final questions that I can just answer? I'm just going to bring up Facebook Live and YouTube Live. Any just really quick ones? Oh, yes. Thank you, chat. Bring in your pets. Bring in your animals. Don't need flying chickens around Ybor. Okay? Well, no, uplifted chickens. You know what I mean. Chickens are going to scoot about and take off, but we don't want to see them quite literally be elevated by the storm. Look, there's a lot of wildlife in harm's way. We know that, but if you have pets that you can bring inside, domesticated animals that you can bring inside, please be as responsible as possible. People know me as an animal lover. I am an animal lover. I talk about it on stream quite a bit, and thinking about all the pets out there that are part of our families too. And I have an outdoor pet. Tonight I'm bringing her in and setting her up, and taking good care of her, and hopefully all the pets out there are as safe as can be. Follow the evacuation orders, folks. I can't begin to describe how paramount that is, how significant it is for you to know your flood zone and to follow the evacuation orders as they have been laid out. There is still time to get out of Tampa Bay. There's still time to get out of the forecast cone, but you got to stay in touch with your local EOC officials. On the WFLA Facebook page, we've been carrying all of these press conferences from Pasco, Hillsborough, Pinellas, Manatee, Sarasota counties, Hernando, all of these counties in the Tampa Bay area. We are streaming them live so that you can hear from your local emergency officials. They are going to be the ones to tell you what is best for you and your family, given that you are in that area. So please do your very best. Bring in your Halloween decorations. Bring in your patio furniture. Help your neighbors. Do everything that you can to be as safe as possible, and look out for everybody else out there. Information about evacuation zones, information about sandbag locations, all of these things. WFLA.com is your resource. We have everything there that you need. And if we don't, let us know, and we'll provide information upon request. So that, look, if you want information that isn't on our website, there's a pretty good chance that there's others out there looking for that same information, and we will try to update our website accordingly. The time is now 7:01 Eastern Time. That's going to do it for me here in the Stream Center. Our Tracking the Tropics Stream Center live coverage of Hurricane Milton picks up tomorrow at 11 o'clock Eastern. But again, Chief Meteorologist Jeff Berardelli will be streaming on MaxDefender8.com and streaming right here on YouTube Live, Facebook Live, all the same platforms. It just looks a little bit different. He'll be streaming at 8:30 Eastern. YouTube Live, talking to you guys specifically. You don't have to go anywhere. The chat will remain open, and then the 8:30 live stream will be taking place promptly right here in this particular live stream. Facebook Live, this stream will end, and we will launch a new live stream post at 8:30. WFLA.com, Tracking the Tropics, .tv, WFLA app audience. We will be, of course, still here with you live, as we have Wobble Tracker and so many other resources available to you there. And so that's kind of the streaming schedule as we have it right now from WFLA. Sending prayers for everybody else, out there watching, and thinking of you guys. And we'll, of course, have a whole lot more coverage coming up tomorrow here on WFLA's Tracking the Tropics. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you soon for the 8:30 stream with Chief Meteorologist Jeff Berardelli.
Live on MaxDefender8.com, here's Chief Meteorologist Jeff Berardelli.
All right, everybody. So unfortunately, we are watching history in the making. This is a Category 5 storm with a sub-900 millibar pressure, 897 millibars. Now, for some people who are watching, you might be thinking to yourself, what does that even mean? Well, this is the 5th strongest hurricane that has ever existed, on record at least, that we know of in the Atlantic Ocean. That's how strong it is. And it's October. Now, Wilma was actually a little stronger than this, briefly, because it had a smaller eye. The eye of Wilma was 2.3 miles. The eye of this is 4 miles. The smaller the eye, usually the stronger the winds can get. And that's why this system's been able to achieve such intense winds. The highest wind so far, 180 miles an hour. Wouldn't be surprised if somewhere in the next few minutes or in the next few hours, we see winds get to a 185 or 190, although it does seem to be leveling off in terms of its intensity. We've seen something like over 50,000 strikes of lightning near the center of the storm. Unprecedented amounts of lightning. So this is, unfortunately, an unprecedented storm. Now, I just want to say that this is going to weaken before it reaches the Bay Area. And it's going to come in as a Cat 3. But it's not going to bring with it just Cat 3 surge. I have a feeling we're going to see surge probably that will be equivalent to a Cat 4. You remember Hurricane Katrina was a Cat 5 for days over the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. When it came on shore, it brought 28 feet of surge, even though it was a Cat 3 when it came on shore. So I don't expect 28 feet of surge here. But still, it way overproduced on surge, and this storm is likely to overproduce on surge as well. Right now, if it moves into Pinellas County, which is what the National Hurricane Center says, that's where the center of the line is, they're forecasting 10 to 15 feet of surge, but they've upped that from earlier today, and I have a feeling they're going to probably up that again. All right, so I want to show you the latest track. And I am going to get to your questions. So I'm going to refresh the Facebook page. We're going to go through some graphics. Then I'm going to take some questions. Then we'll go through some more graphics, so on and so forth. I think before, we really get deep into the graphics, I want to tell you what this means to the Bay Area, okay? Because this is going to be the strongest storm we've seen in over 100 years, and probably the strongest storm we've seen in 170 years here in the Bay Area. They maintain it as a Cat 5 through the day tomorrow and then start to weaken it during the day Wednesday. So it could be a Cat 5 most of tomorrow. It's going to lift north because the jet's going to start to interact with it. As it does so, its wind field is going to expand. It's going to double in its size and its girth, but the core won't be as strong. So when it comes across the Bay Area, it'll have winds in the Category 3 range, probably 125 miles an hour. That means you should expect gusts to at least 125 miles an hour, especially along the immediate coast. And depending upon which side of the bay it comes in, we could see 15 plus feet of storm surge in Tampa Bay, which would be the highest since 1848, and maybe more than that. And if it comes in south of Tampa Bay, well, we're going to see very little surge in the bay, or north of that, the Pinellas and the Nature Coast. So whoever's under the storm and south of it is going to see the surge. This is going to be, I think, for many people, the most impactful event of their lives. Save the birth of their children, with some exceptions, and collectively, as the community, this is going to be the biggest collective event that we have ever seen. And we have to understand going into this that it is going to cripple parts of the Bay Area for a long time. But I want you to not be frightened by it. I can tell you I'm not frightened by it. I think the winds are going to be manageable when it comes on shore. So as long as you do what emergency managers tell you to do, and that's if you're told to evacuate, I think you're going to be just fine. I really do. If you're in a mobile home, you probably need to evacuate. In fact, I'm sure you do. If you're in a house that you don't think is sturdy, you should evacuate. I've seen a lot of people posting questions. I've seen videos of people that seem really, really nervous, and I understand that. If you are so nervous that you don't think your structure or your house can stand the wind, then just leave. And shore up your home as best as you can, but the truth is that you only can do so much. Maybe it'll survive, maybe it won't. I don't think homes will be completely destroyed for the most part, except for the homes that are by the water. Okay, obviously, if we see 10, 15 feet of surge, it's going to be difficult to repair those homes. And it's going to be probably, if it takes the track that the National Hurricane Center says now, about double the surge of Helene. So if you didn't flood in Helene, but you were close to the flooding, you can plan on flooding now. So don't take chances. Run from the water. Evacuate. And for everybody else, if you have a really solid home, built after, the code of Hurricane Andrew took place, took effect late in the 1990s, and since then, your home's probably going to be fine. Your roof may be compromised, but probably won't be completely destroyed or pulled off of your building. Your walls will probably remain intact. In fact, I'm virtually certain they will. We're not talking about a storm of Hurricane Charlie's wind magnitude coming on shore. It should be significantly weaker, and it's going to be weakening as it moves on shore. So I truly expect that our homes, the ones that are built with, concrete block, those will be fine. So if you feel safe in your home, and there are no really big oak trees, that are over your house, and you're not worried about a tree falling in your home, then you probably are okay to stay. So the decision should be made on whether to evacuate or not based on, did they tell you to evacuate? And if they tell you to evacuate, then I'm just going to say evacuate. And secondly, do you feel safe in your home? If you don't Don't take any chances. Leave. Your life is obviously the most important thing. All right, let's go through some of these graphics and show you what we expect here. So notice that the timing of landfall has been delayed by several hours again. So a couple days ago, it looked like Wednesday morning. Then it looked like Wednesday afternoon. Then it looked like Wednesday evening. Now it looks like the eye of the storm could cross somewhere around midnight. And the latest track from the National Hurricane Center is right over Tampa Bay. 10 miles north, it's a disaster for Pinellas and Hillsborough County because all the water floods the bay. 10 miles south, it's a disaster for the areas south of where the eye comes on shore. Unfortunately, if the eye comes on shore in Tarpon Springs, it's still going to bring tremendous surge all the way down to Anna Maria, Lombo Key, and Sarasota. So the storm only saves the people surge if it goes to the south of you, where you're located, just so you understand that, and I'm sure you probably do. All right, so these are the latest computer models, and you can see the timing on the computer models is bringing the storm in somewhere during the late evening on Wednesday or Thursday morning. You can see some of them are already in by 2:15 in the morning. Others are making their way in by 2:15. So it's probably midnight, give or take, on average, when the storm center crosses. But obviously, the worst impacts will start way before that. The new models do not shed any light. All four of our hurricane models, the good hurricane models that we have, all four of them, bring the storm on shore in Pinellas County. There are a number of models that bring the storm just south. The Icon model, which I really like, it's the German model, takes it on shore into Manatee and Sarasota counties. There are no good outcomes here. There are some part of the viewing area in the Bay Area is going to be hit directly by this storm. There are catastrophic outcomes and less catastrophic outcomes, unfortunately. And again, I don't say this to scare you. I just want to make sure that everyone's taking this seriously, because you cannot survive 10 to 15 feet of surge if you're in a home that is vulnerable to surge. It's unsurvivable and really dangerous, and it puts first responders in a situation where they can't get to you. And if they can, you're putting their life in danger too, which I'm sure you already know. But I think it's worth reiterating to everyone, because there's always people who want to stay. There's always people who think they can ride it out. But you've never experienced a storm this strong if you've lived in the Bay Area your whole life. Never. This is the strongest storm we've seen. Now, if you were in Hurricane Michael or Hurricane Andrew or Hurricane Charlie or Hurricane Ian right near the core, then you've experienced a storm like this. Otherwise, you haven't. As you can see, we have storm surge warnings in effect, and we have hurricane warnings in effect, obviously. All right, I want to show you the wind field. Notice how it expands bigger as it comes closer. We start to see those tropical storm force wind gusts around noon. At noon on Wednesday, at that point, it becomes more difficult to drive. So get everything, if you're going to stay, make sure you have everything inside, take everything off your porches, everything off your balconies, anything that can blow around, because these will become flying projectiles. And you should have it all inside by Wednesday early in the morning. And then plan to be inside the rest of the day, because as the day goes on, we'll start to get into stronger winds. And by 8 p.m., notice those orange winds, which are the damaging winds, 60 miles an hour and more, they've already moved in. In fact, they really start moving in the coast probably around 6 p.m. or so. And near the center of the storm, that's where the hurricane force winds will be. And right now, that's across Pinellas and Manatee into northern Sarasota County, maybe southern Pasco County, into Hillsborough County as a Cat 3 storm. And even at 5 in the morning, from Tampa north and east, we're still in hurricane force winds. So we're in hurricane force wind gusts for a good 6 to 8 hours, according to this right here. Maybe 6 hours, probably closer to 6 hours. Things start to get better by 8 a.m., and by 11 a.m., most of the winds have subsided in the Bay Area. Let me show you our in-house computer model. And I don't know if this is the newer one than I saw earlier. No, we shouldn't have gotten a new one in yet. So let me show you what our in-house model says. And it says pretty much what the National Hurricane Center says. Here we are at 6 p.m. Notice those gusts in St. Pete there in the red and the magenta starting to show up on the map. So by 6 p.m., we're starting to see some gusts to hurricane force along the coast from, Clearwater down to around Sarasota and Venice. Here we are at midnight. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to stop this and go a little bit more slowly here. But let me see. Okay, and just bear with me, everybody. Just want to make sure I get this right here. Okay. All right. All right, so let's go through really slowly and show you some of these wind gusts. Here we are at midnight. And you can see those gusts are 88 in Venice, 100 in Venice at midnight, 101 in Sarasota, 110 in Bradenton at 2 a.m., 105 in Sarasota, 95 in Clearwater, up above 80 miles an hour in Tampa. There's 3 a.m. in Tampa, 93, 101 in Sarasota. Here we are at 4 a.m. Lakeland, you're 80 mile an hour wind gust. Tampa, you're 88. Clearwater, 93. Sarasota, 104. So notice the strongest winds are on the south side of the system. Heaviest rain will be on the north side of the system, by the way. Here we are at 5 a.m. and we're still right in the middle. And look at where, and let me go back a little. Look at where the eye of the storm goes on our model. Right over the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. And again, 5-10 miles north makes a huge difference. 5-10 miles south, it makes a difference in whether surge gets in the bay. Here we are at 7 a.m. Lakeland, you're in the eye or near the eye. We're still getting hurricane force wind gusts in Tampa, even at 7 a.m. on Thursday. Hurricane force wind gusts move out by around 9 a.m. and 9-10 a.m. for most of our area, and by 11 a.m. things are getting better. All right, let me show you a couple more graphics, then I'm going to take some questions. So let's show you the surge scenarios here, because I think this is really important. So the worst case scenario is the storm makes landfall Madeira Beach, St. Pete Beach, and a lot of our models have it near Madeira and St. Pete Beach. Counterclockwise flow is funneling water into the bay, and the bay gets narrower and narrower, so the storm surge goes up and up. In this scenario right now, the National Hurricane Center says 10 to 15 feet of surge, but I have a feeling that's going to be increased. If they think truly that this surge is coming into Tampa Bay and that the storm's going to make landfall around Madeira Beach, Indian Rocks Beach, they're likely to increase that surge even more. So we could see more than 15 feet of surge. And if we see more than 15 feet of surge, we will have the highest surge on record. The highest surge on record is the Great Gale of 1848. So you have to go back 170-something years to get a surge that high. Helene, by the way, is in third place. So within a span of less than 2 weeks, we would have seen our two top 3 or top 4 surge events in our history, which is incredibly bad luck. And then here's the storm surge scenario 2. And this is why just a few miles makes a difference. If it goes just 20 miles south, now the highest surge is into Sarasota and Venice and Port Charlotte. But the bay is spared and the water is pushed out of Tampa Bay. And all of a sudden we go from 15 feet plus of surge to perhaps very little. Some areas will still see a few feet of surge because of the strength of the wind pushing the water up against the west side of the bay in St. Petersburg and stuff. But it goes from catastrophic, life-changing surge in the bay to manageable. But unfortunately, as I think everybody knows, in Manatee County and Sarasota County, as long as the storm is in line with you, the eye wall passes over you, or it passes north of you, you are going to get the surge no matter what. And that's the unfortunate part of this, is that part of the area may be saved from the surge, whereas the other part, the southern part, probably will not. All right, so with all that said, I think I went through just about everything. I have other graphics too, but I want to start taking your questions now. And I'm going to be live for at least another half hour taking your questions. And I'll do my best to get to your questions. Obviously, there are going to be a lot, and I'm not going to be able to get to all of them. But I just want to say, look, I hope that, I'm coming across as, giving you the information you need. I'm not the kind of person that likes to give advice to anyone, but given that this is my job and I feel like this truly is a life-changing event and a life-threatening event for many, I want to be clear just how dangerous the situation is. So I'm never trying to scare you, but given what we see in that satellite photo right now, even though it's going to weaken, it's still going to come in with tremendous force. Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. So let me start by Moises wants to know about Lakeland. In Lakeland, I think we're going to see some wind gusts probably close to 100 miles an hour. Okay. And we are going to see some heavy rain. We don't know exactly who the heaviest, where the heaviest rain is going to be, but we have an excessive, the area of red is an excessive elevated risk of rainfall. And I think in general, we're going to see on average probably about 4 to 8 inches of rain. But I think from the storm center north is probably going to see areas that see more than that, possibly as much as a foot of rain. If you're in Lakeland and you're in a solid home, you should be fine. Watch out for the trees around you. If you think you have a weak tree, you might want to evacuate and get into another structure. All right. Jen wants to know about San Antonio, which is Pasco County. I think the same thing. San Antonio is going to see slightly less winds than the coast. If you have 120 mile an hour wind gusts along the coast, then San Antonio probably has 90 mile an hour wind gusts. So plan for that in San Antonio. A little bit better because we think it'll be a little further to the south, but you'll probably be in the northern edge of the eye wall, and it's going to be an expanding eye wall when it comes on shore. So most of our area is going to experience those winds. I'm going to go back to the wind forecast one more time. I think that really kind of illustrates. Watch how the storm is really, really tiny, and all of a sudden the jet stream catches it, and the whole wind field just really starts expanding as it comes our way. So I'm going to put this up for you because a lot of people are asking questions about inland areas, not because you don't live on the coast, so you're not really concerned necessarily about the surge. So let's try to show you how big the hurricane force wind gusts go. Look at the magenta. They go from Spring Hill all the way down to the very southern part of Sarasota County and even down towards Port Charlotte. So that's literally the whole my whole Bay Area viewing area is going to see even Homosassa in Crystal River. So that's how big the hurricane force wind gusts will be, all the way from Crystal River all the way down to Port Charlotte. Okay? And so everyone is going to see, and even in Polk County, you're going to see those wind gusts past, I think, 90 miles an hour. And we know what that does. Extensive power outages. Plan to be without power for days, if not weeks. If you are the kind of person who's lost power before, you have experience with this, and it took days to get it back after hurricanes, you can expect that it's going to take days. It could even take weeks for some of us, unfortunately. We should be ready for an event so disruptive that it's going to take a while to get our lives back together. I just want to be honest with you. So at this point, you have to prioritize your life. Just make sure you and your family are safe. Okay. Avon Park. Cindy wants to know about Avon Park. I think Avon Park's in a better situation here. I think you'll probably still have some gusts to maybe 80 miles an hour. You could see Sebring maybe having a gust to 80. But certainly you're in a better place in Avon Park. Clearwater Zone D. I think if you're in a solid structure home and you're in a zone that hasn't been told, look, we're going to see evacuations in A, B, and C most likely. There are people who are right on the edge of D, right? You should just, whatever the emergency managers tell you, you should do. Now, if you know you're not going to get flooded with potentially 15 feet of surge, or if you're far enough north, let's say northern Pinellas and north of there, then you just have to measure, is my home strong enough to withstand gusts over 110 miles an hour? I can't answer that for you. If you're in a mobile home, it can't. If you're in an old home, it may not be able to. Your roof may be pulled off or compromised. So that's not a safe place to be. If you're in one of those new concrete homes, concrete block homes built after the Hurricane Andrew code, you should be just fine. Your roof may be compromised, but not completely blown to smithereens. And your walls will remain intact. Just get away from the windows, get to an interior portion of your home. Some advice for you riding this storm out. Don't be near the windows. When it starts to get bad, it's going to sound scary outside for sure. It's going to sound scary for hours. Just get to an interior room, bathroom, closet, and if things start happening, if you start seeing the ceiling cave in or whatever, pull the mattress over you. Get the mattress ready. Pull it over you and your family, okay? I doubt it's going to happen because we're not seeing Hurricane Andrew type winds. It's not coming on with 160 mile an hour winds or Charlie 145, 150 mile an hour winds. It's coming on with winds that are a little more manageable for most structures that were built within the last 20 to 30 years. All right, Riverview. Riverview, I would expect wind gusts to about 100 and probably 10 miles an hour, maybe a little higher than that. So prepare for that. That's obviously going to create damage. AJ says he has a trip to Orlando. Should he cancel? I just don't know what anything's going to look like. I think I don't even know if parts of Orlando will have power this weekend. Yeah, Disney can certainly wait. My wife is supposed to go to Disney this week, and I told her she had to cancel. We can take my daughter. I'm sure my daughter's a little disappointed about that, but this is a big event. Just to reiterate, this is going to be the most impactful event that most people in the Bay Area have ever been through. Collectively, it will be the biggest story and the biggest event that the Bay Area has ever been through in modern history and hopefully will ever go through in the future. To give you an idea of just how impactful and life-changing this storm is going to be for most of us. Not everybody, because again, it depends on the exact track of the storm. I just want to show you as I bring up the storm scenario, and then I'm going to take more questions. And believe me, I understand that there's a million questions here. So Apollo Beach, for instance, someone just asked about surge in Apollo Beach. Well, if the storm makes landfall in Pinellas County, and most of our hurricane models and the European models show that it will, the water gets forced into the bay. It gets into those nooks and crannies, and the deeper it gets into the bay, the higher it goes. So believe it or not, it's downtown Tampa where this station is that sees the highest surge. It's Safety Harbor, possibly, that sees the highest surge. It's places on the eastern side of Tampa Bay around Apollo Beach and Ruskin near the water that sees the highest surge. And in that case, it could be 15 feet. But I want to show you, I'm going to open this graphic right here. I'm going to zoom in manually. So just bear with me as I do this, because I want to show you how just significant a slight shift in the track would be. So go from Terra Verde to Anna Maria Island. It is only a 10-mile difference. If the storm comes on shore in Anna Maria Island or south, the water will not go into Tampa Bay. There'll be some surge in parts of the bay, but nothing compared to this. If the storm goes just 10 miles north into Tampa Bay, crosses over Egmont, crosses over Terra Verde and Gulfport, that area, Pinellas Point, now all of a sudden you open the door to 15 feet of surge with just a 10-mile change in your track. And I will tell you, it is almost impossible to predict that exactly, even 6 hours out. And let me show you why. This right here is our wobble tracker, okay? And you guys are probably familiar with this. We're going to be if the track is still pointed at Tampa Bay, we're going to be staring at this until an hour before the storm makes landfall. Because if it ends up wobbling just 15 or 20 miles, and we saw that a few times with Hurricane Helene, and we saw it with Beryl too earlier this year. These storms routinely have wobbles that are 10 to 20 miles. Well, I just told you that just a 10-mile wobble will determine whether 15 feet of surge is coming into the bay or not. So this tool is going to be, and it is already live on our website, it's going to be live straight through the storm, is going to become invaluable leading up to the moment that the storm makes landfall. And I do mean that. We literally still may be looking at the storm a few hours before, not knowing if it's hitting Terra Verde, St. Pete Beach, or it's hitting Anna Maria Longboat Key. And this is going to be the tool that helps us to see those wobbles and see if it's at the very last minute is wobbling east and saving the bay, or wobbling west and exposing everybody in Pinellas, Hillsborough, and areas south to the storm surge. All right. So this is, somebody just asked about, and there's so many questions, but somebody just asked about, tell us about how the cold front will weaken this. Let me show you the wind shear, okay? Notice how the wind shear is in the northern Gulf right now, and this storm is so far south that it's actually not interacting with the wind shear. And even through tomorrow, it still is protected from the wind shear. Now watch this. The jet stream front, that you call it, dives this out, starts to influence the storm late tomorrow and tomorrow night, and the storm is already in the process of weakening at that point. And it also, by the way, is lifting the storm. Notice those wind arrows. They go east, and then they go north, right? So that's why the storm's being lifted up. And it's interacting with the wind shear now. You can see it here. So that's why we think it's going to weaken the storm, and there's going to be a little bit of dry air as well. Question is, how far north is this jet stream, this wind shear, going to pick the storm up? The wind shear doesn't pick the storm up. The jet does, but the jet's associated with the wind shear. So it's going to weaken, and we think it's going to weaken to a 3. I know that people are looking at the storm saying Cat 5, winds are 180 miles an hour, 5th strongest storm to ever be in the Atlantic Ocean. But it is going to weaken. We are virtually certain of that. There is little to no chance that this storm is going to maintain Category 5 status. Could it be a low-end 4? Sure, it'll be close. And remember that it doesn't really matter what the category is too much, because it's still going to bring with it the full force of storm surge. What is going to matter is that it's going to be a weakening storm at landfall. And weakening storms at landfall produce a lot less damage than strengthening ones. So what's going to help us, I think, is that this storm is going to be weakening as it moves in. But remember, because its core is weakening, that means it's dispersing its energy in another way. It's distributing its energy to increase the wind field. So going back to the wind field here, you can see just how tiny that wind field is. Now watch this. It just expands and it expands and it expands. So now it's affecting a lot more people. Widespread damage, but the core is not as catastrophic in terms of wind as it would have otherwise been had it not weakened. So more people impacted, damage everywhere, but not absolutely mowing like a Mack truck driving over homes, like a big tornado, and Charlie did that. It's like a big tornado that just mowed down everything in its path. We're not expecting this to do that because we're expecting that most of those concrete block homes and the buildings, obviously, will be able to withstand this. Shutters, absolutely. Everybody in the Bay Area, start putting your shutters up if you haven't already. The answer to the shutters is absolutely. Yes, everyone, I think. Just to be on the safe side. Maybe you'll escape with not have to have shutters in northern citrus. But that's debatable, and it's not even worth it. You might as well put them up. Kristen wants to know about Port Charlotte. I think we're going to see a good 5 to 8 feet of surge in Port Charlotte, which I think is a little bit more than we saw in Helene. Clearwater, not in an evacuation zone, downstairs apartment. Again, I have to be clear. Clearwater is very different from Clearwater Beach, as we know. Clearwater is actually pretty high up. Belleair Bluffs, Clearwater, you're not going to get surge. So what you have to determine is if you're not in an evacuation zone because you're not in a surge zone, is the structure that you live in, are the windows, do you have shutters? Is the structure going to stand up to winds in Clearwater of 120 miles an hour? Because you may see gusts to 120 in Clearwater. Think to yourself, the structure I'm in, do I trust it? If you don't trust it, evacuate. You have to use your gut feeling. And if you're nervous and you're not making good decisions, because that's what happens with some people, then go. We usually tell people don't evacuate unless you're told to, but I would say don't evacuate unless you're told to, or if you're really nervous that your structure is not going to survive the storm. That's my advice. David wants to know about Trinity. Trinity is located right there near the corner of where Pinellas and Hillsborough and Pasco County come together, right in that area. I think you should expect some wind gusts to about 100 miles an hour. Trees will come down, hopefully not into homes, and we will have widespread and probably prolonged power outages. Sarasota, 100 to 105 for a few hours. Yes, I think so. I think that is going to be the case. Yeah, I did say, Nicole, that you should shutter. Just start shuttering tomorrow. Everybody in the Bay Area needs to shutter if you have shutters, okay? You have tomorrow because the winds start getting gusty on Wednesday morning, and at that point you need to decide. You need to have already decided, are you gone or are you staying? I will tell you personally, I'm sending my wife and my daughter out of town tomorrow. They are leaving. The weather's going to be fine. If you're going to be leaving tomorrow, you're going to sit in traffic for hours. Trip is going to take you 2 times longer than it should. But that's the reality, and everyone's going to be dealing with that same reality. Okay. Live in Zephyr Hills, going to a hotel in Kissimmee. You know what? I think that's a good idea, as long as it's a good hotel. I sent my wife during Ian to a hotel in Orlando. Storm moved over there. There was a lot of flooding, but it didn't destroy the hotel. In fact, there was no damage to the hotel. So that's not a bad idea. The further inland you can go, the better you are. If you're a hotel, then you're probably in good shape. And you might even have power, because maybe they have backup generators. Port St. Lucie, Florida, you're fine in Port St. Lucie. Don't worry about it. Polk County, Lake Wales. I think Polk County, Lake Wales. Let me show you the wind gusts here. You can see clearly there's, just look at the shading. Don't look at the numbers. Look at Bartow, 89. That's at 6 a.m. We go a little, 107 in Bartow. So, yeah, 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts are possible inland. I think along the coast, we're going to see those gusts to 120. I think inland, probably closer to around 100 miles an hour. That's my guess. Lauren wants to know about Wesley Chapel. If we leave the station, and we might have to because we see 15 feet of surge in the bay, we're going to have to leave the station. We're going to Wesley Chapel. We're going to be in a hotel, and we're going to be broadcasting from there. I think Wesley Chapel, just like so many other areas, are going to see those gusts to about 100 miles an hour. I already answered a question about Trinity and Newport Richey. Venona Sassa and Temple Terrace, same thing. You're going to be on the northern eye wall probably, so I would expect those gusts over 100 miles an hour. Spring Hill and Brooksville. This model seems to show the possibility of some gusts up to 90 miles an hour. I would count on, Spring Hill getting some gusts probably close to 90. I think everyone in the viewing area is going to see gusts near hurricane force, if not slightly above that. And in the core of the storm, Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, Sarasota County, you're going to see those gusts pass 100 miles an hour. My home is 1950 on Davis Islands. So I'm assuming you're saying, and I'm sorry, it went through so quickly. Davis Islands, if this storm goes into Pinellas County, is going to be covered in water. So the whole Barrier Island, Davis Island, Harbor Island, water is going to cover the streets there, and it's going to be in all the homes there. I say that not to be flippant. I say that because I just want everybody to be gone. You should not be on day. If it's still tomorrow morning, looks like this storm's coming through the bay, you got to leave. Davis Islands is the lowest part of Tampa. And by the way, it's also the part of Tampa that's going to see the highest surge. So get out of Davis Islands. No reason, and even if you're in a second or third floor apartment building in Davis Islands, a condo, you got to get out, because if there's 10 feet of water under you and when something happens to you, emergency officials can't get to you. You're not going to be able to get any help. So you just got to get out of there. If you leave, where to go? North is still a mess. Everything's a mess. You go towards Miami and West Palm, you're not going to have a problem down there. If you go to Stewart, you're going to be fine there. Anywhere I would say north of Stewart, you're going to run into some gusts that could cause a little bit of damage or definitely power outages. So I think you're safe on the East Coast from Port St. Lucie south of the major. If you go to Titusville and Cape Canaveral, well, that's where the storm's going. It's going to move right through there. And there's going to be some gusts on land, I would say, to probably like 80 miles an hour there. Northport by US 41. So yeah, that's a good question. So there's not going to be as much rain in this storm, period, anywhere. Ian was moving much more slowly. The northern eye wall of Ian had 20 plus inches of rain, and that was a 1 in 1,000 year flood. This system's going to be moving a lot faster. It's going to be moving at least 20 miles an hour when it moves through. There's going to be up to a foot of rain in some places. There's going to be street flooding, but I don't think it's going to be in Northport. In fact, I can show you that. Let me show you that right here. The models have been consistently saying that as the storm comes in, the heaviest rain, notice the heaviest rain as it moves in is located north of the storm. There's heavy rain on the south side, but it's a lot more scattered, a lot more intermittent, and it's not nearly as steady. Look from Clearwater and Tampa north, though. Steady, heavy, for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. That's where we're going to see the foot of rain, north of the bay. South of the bay, it's going to be more intermittent, and that's not going to be much of it. There might be some flooding, but I think the worst flooding is going to be on the north side of this system. And yes, it could be a foot. And yes, that could inundate homes inland. So if you think to yourself, well, I'm not going to see storm surge, my house is strong enough for the winds, just be aware that you may still see water in your home and in your neighborhood, because a foot of rain in a matter of a few hours, that could cause some serious flooding. All right, I'm gonna refresh this. I'm gonna take questions for another probably 5 minutes or so, and then I got to start getting ready for our 10 o'clock show and our 11 o'clock show tonight. And I do appreciate everyone who's on this stream right now. Should we leave Lakewood Ranch and Parish? So Lakewood Ranch has some solid homes. Those are all mostly new homes, right? So if you're in a solid home, you don't have to. But I would venture to say that the strongest winds are going to be south of the eye. So it's going to get scary in Lakewood Ranch. You're going to have those wind gusts that probably get to 110, 120 miles an hour. And I don't know, being in a home in the middle of the night when the winds are 120 miles an hour, just think about that. If you have gusts that are constant, you're worried about the trees above you, you're worried about your roof, 120 mile an hour winds, are you okay with that? Because I think your house, your walls will survive. Again, most homes in Lakewood Ranch are new. If you live in one of those newer homes, you'll probably be okay. But a compromised roof, and scary just listening to that wind outside for 6 hours, which could be gusting over 100 miles an hour on and off for, at least 4 of those hours. Just be aware of that. Newport Richey east of 19. You don't have to evacuate there, but you'll have to understand that there are going to be gusts to 90 or 100 miles an hour there. But you don't have to leave because the water is not likely to get to you unless you're told to. If the storm changes, its tune moves a little further north, then yes, Newport Richey, even in a zone D, may have to evacuate. But just keep tuned to us, and we'll keep you updated as to the latest track. East Lake area. So yeah, so East Lake is up near Tarpon Springs, Citrus Park, and in between Western Hillsborough, and it's in eastern Pinellas County and right near the border of Pasco County. So take a look at the storm. If it takes this track, look at all that heavy rain. So heavy rain for hours and hours, could be a foot of rain in East Lake. And I think you're in the northern eye wall, so you're going to probably see some gusts past 110 miles an hour in East Lake. If in Pinellas, not in a flood zone, you need to worry about the wind. Yeah, some of these questions are so long. I would say this, if you're putting a question on here, make it like 6 words or less, because they're scrolling so fast that I start reading a question and then it's gone. Somebody asked about Ellington. I don't know. I look, Ellington's where the mall is. It's pretty close to the water. I think you just have to evaluate what zone of evacuation you're in. If they tell you to evacuate, you need to evacuate. And I think some of the strongest winds will be in Ellington. So if you're kind of contemplating and you don't feel like your home is structurally stable, then you probably have to leave Ellington. Okay? Like I said to you before, the general rule of thumb is we run from the water and we don't run from the wind. But in this particular case, people already started evacuating today. There's lots of traffic. A lot of people are going to evacuate tomorrow. And there'll even be a few people on Wednesday morning, although I wouldn't recommend it, that try to leave on Wednesday morning. So I think this evacuation is going to be spread out over a long enough time so that even people who aren't ordered to evacuate will still be able to leave and not completely clog the roads. What we're always worried about is telling everyone to evacuate. I'm not telling everyone to evacuate. That is not a good idea. That would cause problems. We have 3.1 or 3.2 million people in the Tampa Bay area. And by the way, the last time we had a major hurricane strike here, we had 100,000 people living in the Bay Area. Just to give you an idea of the difference, we have 30 times more people than we used to have. All right. Town and Country. Charles, I have a producer who lives in Town and Country. He flooded during that big storm we had a few nights ago, that big thunderstorm. If you're in Town and Country and the storm, and it looks like the storm's headed into Tampa Bay, you have to leave Town and Country. It is just too low. You got to go. How long will we see the hurricane stay in each area? About 6 hours. Hurricane force winds, gusts, you can expect them for about 6 hours, okay? The tropical storm force wind gusts will probably last for a little bit more than 12 hours. So figure 12 hours of tropical storm force wind gusts, maybe slightly longer, and 6 hours of solid hurricane force wind gusts. Carmen, solar panels, Port Charlotte. If you're asking if your solar panels will be okay, I don't know. I've always wondered about that myself. Port Charlotte, the way it stands right now, you'll be on the outer edge of the strongest winds. But I do think Port Charlotte's going to see some gusts over 80 miles an hour. And the stronger winds will be on the south side of this system. Could even see some slightly stronger winds if it decides to, instead of go through Pinellas, it decides to go through Bradenton. Then you're looking at those wind gusts in Port Charlotte, probably close to 100 miles an hour. I wish you the best of luck. I don't know, about if solar panels can withstand wind like that. Angel wants to know about Jacksonville. So I don't have this map out to Jacksonville. Let me expand this view for you, and let's bring the storm in. There's Jacksonville right there. So tropical storm force winds, but Jacksonville on this trek never gets into the 60+ mile an hour winds. So there'll be some power outages in Jacksonville, but you're going to be okay in Jacksonville. But there will be some flooding, by the way. Not reverse storm surge, but storm surge, because you'll be on the northern side of the storm. There'll be an easterly wind. So if you live near the water in Jacksonville or the river there, then you have to worry. There's going to be some significant storm surge there. Tampa Palms near 75. Love that area. I think we're going to see some gusts over 110 miles an hour in Tampa Palms. 10 miles off the coast in Bradenton, 1970s home. Mariah, I'm going to advise that you think seriously about evacuating to somewhere else. 1970s home, probably not concrete block, although I don't know. You can answer that for yourself. And you're in Bradenton, where we think there's probably going to be a direct hit. So if you're kind of on the edge, I would say better safe than sorry. I would say evacuate. Just make sure that you shore up your home, panels, shutters, that kind of thing. Yep. Sharika asked about Manatee County. I think I just answered that. The further inland you are in Manatee County, the better. If you're close to the water, you probably have to go. What is your guess on power outages? I think power outages for 90% of the Bay Area. So my viewing area goes from Crystal River all the way down to Northport and Englewood. And I think it's going to be, and even Port Charlotte, I know some people watch from there. I think it's going to be 90+% of the Bay Area. I think that, 50% of the Bay Area will be back up in a couple of days. And I think there'll be, 10%, 20% of the Bay Area that will take a couple of weeks. The good news is that we're going to see tremendous cooling. Let me show you the extended forecast really quick. Not tremendous cooling, but much drier air. Here's the extended forecast. So even when the storm leaves on Thursday, 79 for a high. Friday, 84. Saturday, 85. Sunday, 85. Monday, 85. And look at the overnight lows in the 60s. So you don't even need air conditioning. And thankfully we don't, because one of the most deadly parts of a hurricane is the aftermath. More people often die in the aftermath of the storms because of lack of air conditioning, because they trip and fall and hurt themselves, because there's a live wire somewhere, whatever it be. Well, this is really going to help us. Not needing air conditioning for about a week after the storm. That'll give crews time to get your electricity back on. That's the best part of storms that hit in October. This one's going to bring in the cooler, drier air. All right. 301 in Big Bend Road in Riverview. I'm not that familiar. I'm familiar, and I've been to Riverview a million times in my life, but I don't know exactly where that is. Let me see if I can find. Riverview is pretty far inland, but there is the Alafaya River there. So this is what I would say. I think I'm right in saying that. If not the Alafaya, then I think it's the Alafaya River. You guys can tell me if I'm wrong here. If you're in Riverview near the river, there's going to be flooding. The water, if this comes in the bay, the water's going to be forced into these rivers. Same thing with the Hillsborough River. So if you're anywhere near the tributaries, the rivers, just be aware that you're not going to be safe from the surge necessarily. 1940s home in Wauchula. Let me bring up the wind gusts for you. Let's see here. Okay, here it is, wind gusts. Let's go backwards a little. See, this model has the wind gusts up over 90 miles an hour in Wauchula. Maybe 100. And your home is decently old. And here's the thing, you don't have to go very far to get away from the wind. If you have a place to go south and east of you, I would say leave Wauchula, go south and east, and try to get a little further away from the center of the storm. Head towards Okeechobee, head towards Palm Beach, head towards Martin County. Anywhere from, let's say, Port St. Lucie south, even Vero Beach south. Vero is going to see some strong winds, but not as strong. All right, 1980s house in Ocala. Same, I think you'll be okay. The winds, by the time they reach Ocala, will probably be gusting to maybe 70, maybe 75, but probably that's about it. I think you're okay. Just got to watch out for those trees around your house. If you think there's a big, unstable tree, then that's something to be concerned about. All right, I'm going to take a couple more questions. 8th floor, downtown St. Pete. Yeah, so concrete. So Amber says 8th floor. You're going to be fine on the 8th floor of a St. Petersburg building, and if it's all 4 years old, you should have storm windows, right? Okay. But let me just, pose it to you this way. Let's say something happens to you somehow, and I don't know how old or young you are. Nobody's going to be able to reach you because your building will be surrounded by water. If it goes through the bay, there could be 10 feet of water surrounding your building. So if anything happens to you or anybody else in the building, nobody's going to be able to get to you until the storm leaves. So just be aware that when you stay in your home and you're surrounded by water, that you are putting yourself in a precarious situation. But if you're confident that you have solid windows, solid building, and that you're going to be fine on the 8th floor, take everything off your balconies. Please, everybody listening. If you live in a building, get everything off the balconies. They will become flying projectiles and deadly during a storm. I live in a building in downtown Tampa, and I was looking across at another building, and I'm like, oh man, please take the stuff off of your balconies, because those are going to come flying right through our windows. I have storm windows, but, so I am genuinely concerned about people who leave stuff on their balcony, people who are snowbirds, who just left stuff on their balcony, who, Might not be able to take it off. I know not everybody lives in buildings, but some of us do, and I'm a little concerned about that. Holiday in Newport Richey. Holiday is pretty close to the water. Obviously, Newport Richey depends upon if you're west of 19, you're probably going to have to evacuate, although you might not get water because if the system goes south of you, you're probably not going to get much surge. If you're near the water, you may be ordered to evacuate. All right, one more time. Yes, all of Tampa is in the danger zone. Thank you, May. Okay, everybody, I got to go. It's 9:30. I got to get ready for the 10 and 11 o'clock show, but you can imagine the amount of streaming we're going to do tomorrow. And, especially on Wednesday, will be just wall to wall. So please tune in tonight for our 11 o'clock newscast on WFLA. I'll have the latest advisory. We'll see if the National Hurricane Center moves that track north or south. Let me leave you with one other thing. The WFLA exclusive wobble tracker. This is our exclusive tool. And it shows you where the center of the storm is. Right now, it's on track. You can see that the number 5, is right on top of the eye, and you can't see the eye. If the storm were wobbling off track, you would see the satellite photo, the eye, start to wobble north of that red line or south of the red line, knowing that at that point the storm has wobbled off track. Now, like I said before, because 10 or 15 miles is going to make the difference between 15 feet of surge into the bay or not into the bay, we're going to be watching this straight up into landfall. And to see if it wobbles north at the last minute or wobbles south at the last minute, saves the bay, or is catastrophic for the bay. Okay? I'm going to wish everyone luck. I'm going to tell you if you are in a home that could be compromised, it's best to start thinking about evacuating tomorrow. If you're in an evacuation zone, please do what they tell you. You cannot survive 10 to 15 feet of surge. Okay? Thank you, everybody. And I will see you tonight at 11 o'clock for our 11 o'clock newscast on WFLA Channel 8.